The doctor said there was no chance he would ever be normal.
You couldn't accept that?
I wasn't about to let my son become weak and vulnerable, no. Not if I could help it.
Why did that bother you so much?
Why do you think? Would it not bother you to see your own son go through his life at such a disadvantage? I couldn't accept the odds.
The odds?
It was a mathematical equation. The proportion of those afflicted versus those cured. The rate at which those afflicted were able to walk again. I ran the numbers through my head. I made the calculations.
You thought you could beat the odds?
Yes.
What about faith?
Faith?
Mm-hmm. Maybe God wanted him to be like
Who?
that.
Hello? God? Hello?
In 1919, the United States enacted the Prohibition Act, marking the beginning of an era that would inadvertently unite organized crime groups not just within America, but globally. This new law, which aimed to curtail the consumption of alcohol, instead created a lucrative underground market. Organized crime groups from various countries, including France, England, Turkey, Italy, Cuba, South America, and the Bahamas, recognized the demand in America and saw an opportunity to make a fortune. Despite the prohibition, Americans continued to drink. The only change was that the market had shifted to the underworld. The end of the First World War had left many men across the world highly trained, well-equipped, and jobless. These men found a new purpose by aligning with organized crime, drawn by the prospects of wealth in America's booming illicit alcohol trade. In the US, figures like Meyer Lansky, Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, and Joe Adonis began to forge alliances, merging the Jewish mafia, the Italian mafia, and the Irish political machine. Their collaborative efforts led to the establishment of a sprawling bootlegging network, leveraging relationships with bootleggers nationwide and demonstrating the capability and resolve of Jewish mobsters in shootouts, earning them respect and standing alongside their Italian and Irish counterparts. These mobsters didn't just control the streets, they infiltrated the highest echelons of society, dining with the elite and sitting in boardrooms, thus blurring the lines between the underworld and the upper world. By corrupting politicians, police, judges, and even those tasked with enforcing prohibition, they ensured a steady flow of alcohol into the country, making millions in the process. Their influence was so profound that by the late 20s, they were instrumental in creating political candidates, some of whom aimed for the presidency. Lansky, with his connections across America, forged through ties with figures like Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, Al Capone, Joe Adonis, Jimmy Blue Eyes, Irving Wexler, Vito Genovese, Carlo Gambino, Frank Scalise, Mo Dalitz, the Purple Gang, and many others, expanded his operations. His collaboration with Russell Bufalino, who used his coal company as a front for smuggling Canadian liquor, exemplifies the mafia's intricate network of relationships. As prohibition neared its end, Lansky and his associates turned their sights to entertainment, pioneering an industry that included casinos, theaters, and nightclubs in destinations like Havana, Las Vegas, and the Bahamas. They offered everything from gambling to live shows, integrating entertainment with hospitality to create new tourist attractions. This shift not only allowed them to launder their immense wealth, but also to diversify their investments ahead of prohibition's repeal. The 1929 global recession, while challenging, provided the mafia with opportunities to further entrench their power. They bailed out struggling industries, took control of unions, and capitalized on small-scale ventures like slot machines and policy rackets, realizing that true wealth lay in catering to the masses, not just the elite. This era of transformation laid the groundwork for a new, organized form of crime, culminating in the historic 1929 Atlantic City Convention. Here, leaders of various mafia factions, including Luciano, Costello, and Adonis, alongside their Jewish mafia counterparts, solidified their alliances, marking the beginning of a new chapter in the story of organized crime in America. Bootlegging, a thriving enterprise on a French territory, served as a hub for underworld operations, particularly in the distribution of narcotics and alcohol to America. Charlie, Meyer, Costello, Benjamin, and Adonis were becoming key figures in organized crime, adeptly navigated the changing landscape of laws, orchestrating the risky business of smuggling goods into the 3-mile limit, dodging federal agents and hijackers alike. Despite the dangers, profits soared as Scotch whiskey fetched top dollar, with only a fraction reaching legitimate channels. Charlie Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Segal, Joe Adonis, Frank Costello, and multiple others. Ingenuity extended beyond bootlegging, infiltrating various industries essential to the trade. Warehouses, bottling plants, printing presses for counterfeit labels, real estate ventures, and trucking companies all fell under the umbrella of organized crime. This expansion laid the groundwork for a vast criminal empire, diversifying revenue streams and cementing influence across sectors. As the 20s progressed, organized crime expanded its reach, penetrating deeper into American society. By monopolizing industries and leveraging political corruption, crime syndicates gained unparalleled power. They became fixtures in local communities, respected and feared in equal measure. With immigrants swelling New York's population, crime thrived, offering a ladder of opportunity for those seeking upward mobility. The emergence of women in organized crime, initially through bootlegging, marked a shift in societal roles. Charlie's organization, progressive in its values, welcomed women into various roles, from accountants to couriers. Women like Virginia Hill rose to prominence, reshaping perceptions of gender in criminal enterprises. Bootlegging not only fueled profits, but also facilitated the integration of organized crime into every facet of American life. From local businesses to political circles, crime syndicates wielded influence, laying the groundwork for a formidable criminal enterprise that rivaled even the largest corporations of the time. Charlie, Meyer, and Costello became pivotal figures in the world of organized crime by establishing a sophisticated operation aimed at maximizing their profits. They strategically infiltrated various industries, effectively extending their influence across the business landscape. For instance, to accommodate their illicit alcohol operations, they ventured into the warehouse business, creating spaces to dilute alcohol. Recognizing the need for authentic-looking bottles, they expanded into the bottle manufacturing sector. To further disguise their products as legitimate, they entered the printing industry, acquiring large color presses to produce labels identical to those of reputable brands like Johnny Walker, Haig & Haig, Dewas, and others. This necessitated significant consumption of paper and inks. As their operations grew, the need for storage space led them into the real estate business, while their logistics requirements propelled them into the trucking industry. These strategic moves enabled them to establish a comprehensive network for managing their contraband, marking their transition into real estate for additional storage solutions. Gradually, they wove a web of business interests, constructing an empire that dominated numerous industries under the guise of organized crime. Prohibition catalyzed Meyer Lansky's transformation into a full-time gangster. The lucrative bootlegging industry forged a nexus of corruption, tempting law enforcement and public officials with its vast wealth, and revitalizing the long-standing, yet unsavory alliance between crime and politics. Meyer Lansky's early years on the Lower East Side spent observing the gamblers and the dynamics of street corner hustles, imparted lessons that transcended the immediate mechanics of gambling. He discerned the intricate web of control, money, and violence that underpinned these operations, glimpsing the shadowy figures who orchestrated this underground economy. These observations unveiled a sophisticated network where regular profit was engineered through a blend of cunning and coercion. Abraham Schoenfeld, serving the Kehillah, paralleled Lansky's insights from his vantage point, recognizing the gangster not merely as a rogue element, but as a cog in a larger machinery of organized crime. Despite Schoenfeld's diligent efforts to dismantle these networks, the resilience and rapid regeneration of these criminal elements highlighted the systemic rot and the ineffectiveness of law enforcement against the backdrop of widespread corruption. Lansky, Benjamin, Luciano, Costello, and their crew were surrounded by inspiration from similar mobsters in Hell's Kitchen. This neighborhood was home to figures like Vincent Mad Dog Coll, heavyweight champion Gene Tunney, Madison Square Garden promoter Mike Jacobs, the actor George Raft, who would become a member of the Luciano family and manage the casino operations in Great Britain, especially London, with him having pictures taken with British celebrities like Tom Jones and shaking hands with the infamous Kray twins and Oni Madden, also known as Duke. Madden, an immigrant from Liverpool, England, with Irish heritage, rose to become one of New York's most formidable gang bosses. Oni Madden would go on to manage the gambling operations in Arkansas and across other states. Oni Madden was the same gangster who offered protection to Luciano in Arkansas. Luciano had fled there upon learning that Dewey wanted to arrest him on prostitution charges. Madden had significant political influence and a fearsome reputation, so much so that authorities had to send sheriffs to Arkansas to extract Luciano. As an Irish mobster, Madden was virtually untouchable and highly respected. Luciano and Lansky had placed him in Arkansas to oversee their gambling operations, while Costello took charge of neighboring Louisiana. In this environment, it was clear that success would not come easily. It had to be taken, and only the strongest and most cunning would manage to do so. Throughout the early 20th century, the landscape of organized crime in America underwent significant changes. In Chicago, the death of Big Jim Colosimo marked a pivotal moment. Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and Costello hoped that would be a signal to the other old-time mobsters like Maranzano and Masseria that their era was ending. The younger generation, represented by figures like Luciano, Costello, and others, was ready to take over. Al Capone and Jake Guzik emerged as key figures in Chicago, forging strong connections with New York mobsters, including Meyer Lansky, Lucky Luciano, and Benjamin Siegel. Al Capone's takeover of Chicago was not just a local power grab. It was a strategic move that linked the city's underworld to New York and beyond. Capone's friendship with Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Siegel, and other New York mobsters facilitated a network that stretched across the United States. Jake Guzik, Capone's right-hand man, played a crucial role in managing the outfit's various operations, including political corruption, gambling, and union activities. Jake Guzik was a key figure in the organized crime scene, particularly noted for his significant influence and respect among mob circles, not just in Chicago, but also beyond. His participation in major mob conventions underscores his standing. For instance, he was present at the Atlantic City Convention in 1929, alongside Al Capone. He attended the 1932 convention with Paul Ricca, who collaborated with Lucky Luciano, among others, in the same year, and was with Tony Accardo and the Fischetti brothers at the Havana Convention in 1946. Guzik, a Jewish mobster, who was from Poland, just like Meyer Lansky, sharing a deep bond and trust with him. Guzik also commanded exceptional respect. When he traveled outside Chicago, even the high-ranking members of the Italian mafia were instructed to treat him with the honor typically reserved for their own captains. This level of esteem illustrates the cross-cultural influence Guzik held in the underworld. His involvement was pivotal during a transformative era for organized crime, as the scene shifted from disjointed banditry to a more structured and powerful organization. Figures like Al Capone and Jake Guzik set a precedent for later mob leaders such as Charlie Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Siegel, Joe Adonis, and Vito Genovese. Their ability to blend muscle, finesse, and strategic power effectively turned them from mere outlaws into respected, albeit notorious, leaders, marking a significant evolution in the world of organized crime. This transition, prominently featuring Guzik's contributions, will be a focal point in the upcoming documentary segment on Chicago, highlighting its alignment with other major crime figures and marking a new era of organized criminal enterprise. Under Capone, politicians in Illinois came under mob control, showcasing the mafia's influence over the state. Capone's wealth and influence were not confined to Chicago. He had properties in Florida and maintained good relations with major crime families there, such as the Trafficante family. His ability to travel freely and spend lavishly in other mob-controlled territories, like Louisiana under Silver Dollar Sam, underscored the national reach of his operations. In the broader context of American organized crime, Meyer Lansky emerged as a significant figure, utilizing his Chicago connections to extend his influence. Lansky's strategic alliances included Mickey Cohen, a former boxer turned gangster who later took over rackets in California. When conflicts arose, Lansky could rely on his Chicago allies to intervene, demonstrating the interconnected nature of the mob's power structure. Lansky's relationship with other mobsters, including Vito Genovese, evolved over time. Despite initial rivalry, Lansky built alliances that strengthened his position within the criminal underworld. His collaborations with figures like Stefano Magaddino and Russell Bufalino further cemented his influence across the United States. In the intricate web of organized crime that spanned the 20s to the 70s, the connections and friendships among key figures were pivotal. Meyer Lansky was at the heart of this network, forging crucial relationships with the likes of Tommy L. during the days of Prohibition, Frank Scalise, Albert Anastasia, Longji Zwilman, and Carlo Gambino. These connections were not merely professional, they were deeply personal, characterized by shared vacations, fishing trips, and exchanges of books, reflecting a bond that went beyond their criminal enterprises. Lansky's ties with other mobsters, such as Longji Zwilman and Willie Moretti, alongside a rivalry with Waxy Gordon that was swiftly resolved, underscored the complex dynamics within the mob. Their relationships evolved into a powerful and unified front, managing a billion-dollar empire that caught the attention of the most influential figures in organized crime, including Joe Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano. Lansky's strategic mind and his friendship with Luciano positioned him as an indispensable advisor, despite knowing he could not lead the predominantly Italian syndicate. As tensions escalated in the late 20s, with Masseria and Maranzano vying for control, Lansky and Luciano found themselves at a crossroads. The duo's close relationship and mutual understanding played a crucial role during this tumultuous period. Luciano, with Lansky's counsel, navigated through the mafia wars, ultimately making pivotal decisions that shaped the future of organized crime. Their bond was so strong that they often operated as if they shared a telepathic connection, seamlessly coordinating their moves without the need for explicit communication. The empire they built was immensely profitable, yet as Charlie Luciano, Frank Costello and Meyer Lansky always pointed out, a significant portion of their earnings went to bribes and payoffs. This included corruption payments to politicians, senators, mayors, and involvement in various organized crime activities. Those in power always got their share first. What remained was either reinvested in criminal enterprises or distributed among the families that had a stake in the empire. Having someone like Lansky, known for his honor and integrity, was vital, especially as Luciano began to establish ties with other families. This period marked the strengthening of Luciano's relationships within Italian organized crime, making his name known across America. Meanwhile, Lansky garnered respect within the Jewish community. Costello in the Irish, and Dutch Schultz became influential in areas involving African-American gang members and their communities. However, Schultz's violent approach eventually led to his downfall. His war with the African-American community, as well as his war with Tom Dewey, was always in conflict with Luciano and others. Frank Costello, along with Charlie Luciano and Meyer Lansky, found a significant source of income in African American neighborhoods during the Great Depression in 1929. They tapped into the numbers racket, potentially narcotics, loan sharking and extortion, benefiting greatly from these operations. Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and Frank Costello stated that the seemingly minor earnings from the policy racket and Costello's slot machines amassed a fortune. This wealth not only helped them survive the economic downturn, but also enabled their expansion into other sectors, including the garment, meat, dairy, road building contracts, labor unions and construction, dockyards and shipping, usury, and fish industries, among others. Importantly, despite their involvement in criminal activities, Costello is noted for having positive relations with the African American community and not being racist. This approach contributed to their financial success and growth during a challenging era. Despite this tension, the African American community began to align more with organized crime. Costello and Meyer would find figures like Bumpy Johnson appealing for his desire for knowledge and similar experiences. This shift indicated a complex intertwining of community dynamics and organized crime, where respect and influence extended beyond ethnic lines, reflecting the multifaceted nature of power and loyalty within the criminal underworld. The growth of industry, especially in transportation, paved the way for the mafia to infiltrate key sectors of the American economy. Among these, the dairy market became a target for mafia control. The need for efficient delivery systems for perishable products like milk, cheese, yogurt, butter, and cream made this industry particularly vulnerable. Similarly, the fruit industry, including staples like apples, bananas, oranges, berries, and grapes, even those imported from abroad, fell under the sway of mafia-controlled docks. The importance of transportation in the economy was magnified during the 40s, building on developments from the 20s and 30s. This era, marked by prohibition, rising demand, and expanding industries, saw large sections of the economy come under mafia influence. The meat industry is another example. For businesses dealing in beef, pork, chicken, turkey, or lamb, mafia approval, specifically from Dutch Schultz's operation, was necessary to distribute products directly to restaurants, especially in major cities like New York. Another less obvious but crucial sector controlled by organized crime was the ice industry. Before the advent of refrigerators, ice was essential for food preservation. The mafia capitalized on this need, controlling the distribution of ice and deciding who could sell it and where. This control extended to dictating which areas and individuals could operate within certain territories, demonstrating the broad reach of organized crime into everyday life. Transportation played a pivotal role in facilitating the movement of gambling equipment and other illicit goods across the country, largely unnoticed. The strategic takeover of unions was a key factor in this operation. It enabled the crafting of false paperwork and the use of Teamster trucks, among others, as a facade for their illegal endeavors. This manipulation of union resources simplified the logistics of their operations, to such an extent that Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Siegel, Joe Adonis, Frank Costello, Longy Zwilman, and Willie Moretti, Waxy Gordon, Dutch Schultz, Lepke, Oni Madden, Albert Anastasia, Vito Genovese, and his entire syndicate, which was Mike Coppola, Tommy Eboli, Mike Miranda, and multiple others, Mo Dalitz, John Lazia, and the Pendergast family, the Purple Gang, the Trafficante family, the Stefano Magadino crime syndicate, the Profaci family, Gaetano Reina and Tommy L., Joe Bonanno, Al Capone, and Jake Guzik, Frank Scalise, and Carlo Gambino, the Maceo family in Galveston, Texas, and Charlie Luciano perfected this organized crime network. With the groundwork laid and operations running smoothly, Luciano was able to shift his focus to broader strategic decisions, including choosing alliances between rival factions such as Maranzano and Masseria. His strategic positioning and manipulation eventually led him to devise methods to eliminate or absorb these competitors, further solidifying his control over the underworld. In 1927, Meyer Lansky, nearing his 30s, found love and began contemplating a more settled life, mirroring a similar shift in his friend and business partner, Benny Siegel. Both men realized they needed a semblance of stability, akin to their Italian peers who aimed to appear respectable. While Luciano reveled in his bachelor lifestyle in high-end hotels, Meyer Lansky and Benjamin Bugsy Siegel began to embrace domestic life. Luciano observed this change alongside Joe Adonis's marriage, understanding that these attempts at settling down were partly to see if they could alter their inherent nature. Yet, despite their efforts to reform, their involvement in illicit activities persisted, straining their personal lives. Luciano chose not to marry, believing it spared his non-existent family from the repercussions of his actions. Frank Costello, on the other hand, did marry young but had no children, limiting the impact of his criminal endeavors to himself and his wife. Importantly, Costello's wife had her own ties to organized crime, with her family deeply embedded in his gambling operations. In 1927, Benjamin Siegel and Meyer Lansky embarked on romantic relationships with Anne Citron and Esther Krakower, two elegant friends from the Lower East Side with Eastern European Jewish heritage. Esther was paired with Benny, while Anne became Meyer's significant other. The couples enjoyed each other's company for nearly 2 years, indulging in the era's luxuries, supported by the considerable earnings from Meyer and Benny's bootlegging operations based out of their Cannon Street garage. Both Anne and Esther, with their dark hair and strong features, complemented the dapper Meyer and Benny. The men, known for their illicit but lucrative business ventures, spared no expense in entertaining their dates, showcasing their success through extravagant displays of wealth, including new cars and fashionable dining experiences. Despite being aware of the dubious nature of their boyfriend's income, Anne, in particular, took a somewhat pragmatic view of Meyer's profession. She regarded his involvement in bootlegging and other illegal activities as a clean fingernail occupation, an ironic nod to the outward respectability and financial stability it brought, despite its inherent risks and moral ambiguities. This period marked a significant, though brief, phase in their lives, blending the thrill of their underworld dealings with the pursuit of personal happiness and companionship. A photo of Anne Citron, from the late 20s, exudes the confidence and allure of a Hollywood siren, a stark contrast to the demure image typically associated with young Jewish women of her era. Dressed in a satin gown and posing with a cigarette, Anne's knowing half-smile suggests a woman far from shy, complementing Meyer Lansky's more reserved personality with her outgoing nature. Similarly, Esther Krakower brought a calming influence on Benny Siegel, known for his dashing looks and womanizing ways. Meyer, whose opinion Benny valued highly, played a pivotal role in their relationship dynamics. 1927 marked a pivotal year for Meyer Lansky and his best friend Luciano, as Luciano's alliances with the Masseria crime family strengthened. Luciano now had the backing of major crime figures, including Frank Costello, Al Capone, Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Siegel, Red Levine, Frank Scalise, Johnny Torrio, and the infamous Arnold Rothstein. Arnold Rothstein, discerning the lucrative potential of bootlegging, pioneered large-scale operations, a strategy initially beyond the old mafia's grasp. Yet they soon followed suit, albeit primarily relying on domestic bootlegging. Envious of the fortunes amassed through imported alcohol, they attempted to encroach upon our operations, leading to violent confrontations and eventually the Castellamares War, a pivotal conflict between the traditional mafia leadership and the new generation of American-bred mobsters like Charlie Luciano. The era of the Mustache Pete's came to an end as a younger generation assumed control, carrying the mantle of the mafia into a new era. Despite retaining the mafia name, the dynamics within the organization underwent significant transformations. Charlie Luciano, with no allegiance to the old Sicilian traditions, led a diverse group from the Lower East Side that included Jews and mainland Italians who were traditionally looked down upon by the Sicilians. Meyer Lansky found his circle among the children of immigrants, ambitious young men who embraced American lifestyles, discarding many of their forebears' customs, though they occasionally paid homage to them. Under this new leadership, organized crime expanded beyond the confines of small ghettos to assume a national presence. Lansky, whether by choice or circumstance, found himself embroiled in the mafia's internal conflicts due to his association with Luciano. The rise of the Luciano-Lansky partnership caught the attention of the era's two dominant mafia figures, Salvatore Maranzano and Giuseppe Masseria, who both envied their success and feared their growing influence. Masseria, a man of considerable influence and power, with a network ready to act on his command, controlled significant portions of New York with an iron grip, overseeing gambling, prostitution, and illicit trade. He proposed that Luciano join his ranks, with the condition that Luciano sever ties with his Jewish associates, a proposition that did not surprise Lansky, given his previous encounters with Masseria. Maranzano, representing a rival faction and desiring to usurp Masseria's title as the boss of bosses, also sought to win Luciano over. Unlike Masseria, Maranzano's approach was more refined, reflecting his broader education and world experience. Luciano shared these developments with Lansky and Bugsy Siegel, making it clear that both leaders wished to sever his Jewish connections. It became evident to Lansky and his allies that conflict was inevitable, yet they were at a disadvantage against the more established Sicilian factions. Opting for a strategy of division and patience, Lansky began preparations for the anticipated conflict, navigating a path fraught with danger, aware that any indication of allegiance to one side could prompt the other to act against them. Despite tempting propositions from both Maranzano and Masseria, offering power and profit, Lansky cautioned Luciano against such entanglements, emphasizing the loss of autonomy and the constant threat to their lives. Siegel was eager for confrontation, but Lansky and Luciano, understanding the premature nature of such a move, focused on strengthening their own organization, seeking allies among the emerging Italian and Jewish gangsters across New York and beyond. Their primary goal diverged from traditional underworld ambitions. Rather than seeking dominance, they aimed to maximize profit through ventures in bootlegging, gambling, and other rackets, avoiding the wastefulness of old vendettas. Lansky likened their operation to a legitimate business enterprise, emphasizing efficiency and profit over violence, drawing a parallel with the competitive but non-lethal rivalry between Ford and Chevrolet. This philosophy underpinned their approach: to resort to violence as sparingly as possible, ideally not at all, prioritizing the expansion and prosperity of their ventures above the traditional methods of underworld domination. In their organization, Lansky and his associates, referred to affectionately as "our boys," were held to a stringent standard of conduct. They were instructed to maintain a low profile, avoiding ostentatious attire and refraining from public disturbances. Driving vehicles associated with their operations demanded particular caution, especially to avoid traffic violations that could attract police attention. The overarching goal was to instill a sense of discipline, emphasizing the importance of subtlety in their illicit activities. Despite these efforts, managing the more volatile elements of their gang, thieves and gunmen, in essence, their foot soldiers, proved challenging. These men, far removed from the corporate world's concerns over job security and pensions, often embarked on their criminal ventures, including robberies and unauthorized rackets. Such actions inevitably lead to complications with law enforcement. Lansky and his close ally Luciano adhered to a strict policy of never abandoning their comrades, regardless of the infractions. They ensured that legal assistance was readily available to any member in trouble, employing a dedicated team of lawyers to leverage every possible legal maneuver to their advantage. Instead of resorting to violence as a means of discipline, Lansky preferred financial penalties, a method that proved both effective and pragmatic. By 1924, tensions escalated, with increased attacks on their operations, prompting a strategic response from the Lansky-Luciano alliance. They bolstered their defenses and personally safeguarded significant shipments. This period also marked a critical juncture where Lansky issued a stern warning about their independence from Sicilian control, highlighting their resolve to eliminate any threats to their autonomy. In a calculated move, Luciano ostensibly aligned with one of the Sicilian factions to avoid immediate conflict while secretly planning to undermine both. Entering 1927, Charlie had firmly established his presence in the underworld. The more influential he became, the greater the pressure Masseria and Maranzano exerted on him. Among them, it was Masseria who harbored the most sinister intentions, his inquiries becoming increasingly pointed. Then, suddenly, Masseria summoned Luciano to a meeting, but it was more of a demand than a mere invitation. The messenger who conveyed this summons was none other than Red Levine, a member of Luciano's inner circle and a longtime friend. Levine had been by Luciano's side since their early days, even the one who first brought news of Luciano's initial meeting with Masseria. Red Levine was a unique figure in Luciano's world. A Jewish mobster, he held a special place in Luciano and Costello's inner circle, serving as their personal driver. While Meyer Lansky was entrusted with Luciano's finances, Red Levine was entrusted with his very life. He was a renowned contract killer, known to both the Italian and Jewish mafia, and had been a part of the Bug and Meyer gang. After the gang disbanded, Levine pursued his own path and had remarkable connections within the Masseria organization, a rarity for someone of Jewish descent. Levine was a discreet but dangerous figure, a known assassin. He was instrumental in training the Jewish killers to kill Maranzano and played a pivotal role in Maranzano's demise. Red Levine was a paradoxical figure, deeply committed to his faith and equally committed to his life as a killer. At home, he always wore a yarmulke, and on the Sabbath, he would don the talith over his shoulders to pray. Those close to Charlie attested to the trust he placed in Red, entrusting him with his life, while Meyer managed his financial affairs. Levine was also a member of Costello's circle, a formidable force in his own right, rising alongside Luciano and other associates. Red Levine was also close to Lansky. In the early 40s, Meyer Lansky, Mo Dalitz, Red Levine, and other key members of the Jewish mafia convened for a crucial meeting, observing the shifting world around them. In this dynamic group, Meyer served as the mastermind, Mo managed the financial aspects, and Red embodied the muscle. These individuals had cultivated connections with American intelligence agencies, including naval intelligence. In the 40s, a unique opportunity arose when they established a relationship with the emerging nation of Israel. This fledgling nation sought not only political and financial support, but also arms to defend itself. However, the United States had to navigate a delicate balance, appeasing both Arab nations and Israel while dealing with lingering fascism and anti-Semitism. Deep-seated prejudices, particularly in the southern establishment, persisted against Jews. This is where Meyer, Red Levine, and Mo played a pivotal role. Israel reached out to them for the necessary support, and Meyer recognized the need for a formidable presence. He enlisted Red Levine's assistance, given Red's extensive influence within the Italian mafia and beyond. As Luciano's trusted confidant, Red played a crucial role, handling messages, funds, and even visiting Charlie in Italy, although he could not divulge details about Vito. Nevertheless, he continued delivering money and messages to Charlie, often meeting him in Taormina, Italy. By the late 1940s, the Holocaust had shaken the world and the Jewish community to its core. Red Levine faced a profound choice: the Jewish cause or his loyalty to Luciano. The path he chose was clear. He dedicated himself to the Jewish cause. Yet his loyalty to Charlie remained unwavering. He safeguarded Charlie's family and stood as one of the few mobsters Charlie protected throughout his life story. Red never skimmed money, never engaged in theft, and remained a steadfast friend to Charlie Luciano. Beyond business, women, or money, Red Levine was Charlie's true friend. His name may not be as widely recognized as Meyer's, But wherever Meyer's name appeared, you could be certain Red was not far behind. He was a dangerous, professional, and unforgiving killer. Red Levine's life remained shrouded in secrecy, requiring extensive research to uncover. While his name may not grace the pages of books like Dark Quadrant, where Meyer's name is mentioned, Red was undoubtedly a presence. He was a formidable force, an enigmatic figure who left an indelible mark on the world of organized crime. Red Levine's legacy endures, a testament to his unwavering loyalty and relentless professionalism. He passed away in 1972, leaving behind a lasting and mysterious legacy. Charlie goes on to recount the events that transpired.
Then in 1927, Red Levine, he was the best driver and hitman I had, told me Masseria sent a message he wanted to see me and a couple of my guys right away, that we were to come to a hotel room at the Hotel Manger on 7th Avenue at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
The tone of the message was unmistakably a demand, rather than a mere invitation. In response, Luciano swiftly convened a meeting with his closest confidants, including Lansky, Costello, Adonis, Siegel, and Genovese. Frank Scalise had also been urgently summoned from Brooklyn. Luciano referred to these men as his board of directors, and they gathered discreetly at the rear of Mo Ducour's drugstore on 7th Avenue, a place in which Luciano held a financial stake. This establishment had become a favored meeting spot, conveniently situated just across the street from the Manger. While Charlie tasked Nick Gentile and Red Levine with covertly scouting the hotel, he engaged in discussions with his inner circle. What surprised Luciano during this meeting was the fact that Lansky, who typically remained reserved and allowed others to speak, took the initiative to commence the proceedings. Lansky keenly understood the gravity of the situation. It was now or never. A showdown between Masseria and Charlie. He had a strong suspicion about the reason behind Masseria's summons, and with this understanding, he began to address the group. Let us not sit here jerking off. This is the showdown. It's got to be yes or no. Either Charlie goes with Joe the boss, or there's going to be a lot of blood spilled. Charlie and his men argue over the meeting, while they were waiting in a room opposite the Hotel Manger. Siegel jumps up and screams, Masseria's a fat old bastard, and we don't need him. If Charlie throws in with him, he knows we'll stick with Charlie, and so he'll get Meyer and me, and then he'll have enough guns to steal every goddamn thing we've building. Charlie, I say we ought to pile through that door at 4 o'clock and knock him right off. Say what you will about Siegel, but in that moment, he astutely predicted the future. The very course of events that would soon unfold, with Bugsy himself as the designated hitman. A smile crept across Charlie's face, recognizing that as Siegel matured, he increasingly mirrored a younger, fierier version of himself. Then, Vito Genovese chimed in, urging the assembled crew to cease their discussions, emphasizing that Charlie would be the one to make the final decision. Charlie did not take kindly to Vito's proclamation. He felt that Genovese's words were more about blowing smoke to conceal his own missteps than offering genuine guidance.
That was typical Vito. That little prick used to kiss my ass every time he had the chance. He was always trying to show his loyalty. Anyway, I did make the decision, and everybody went along with it. This was the day for me to join us up with Joe Masseria. I had already made up my mind that I could not go with Maranzano. I could not get over the feeling that used to stick in my throat that Don Salvatore was my enemy. He was always trying to prove that he was my superior, that nobody could be his equal. I did not want to put myself in a position where I had to kiss his ring at 9 o'clock every morning. As far as Masseria was concerned, I thought he was a big fat bundle of shit. I figured I could manage him and work out a deal to join him without having to give up all our whiskey business, which was fantastic at that time.
Charlie's decision to align with Masseria stemmed from a strategic assessment of their respective territories and operations. Masseria's sphere of influence encompassed Midtown Manhattan and Upper Manhattan, offering valuable geographical advantages. In contrast, Maranzano's operations were concentrated downtown and in Wall Street, a less favorable position. Charlie recognized that partnering with Masseria would allow him to exert greater control and potentially muscle out Maranzano, who had been attempting to thwart Charlie's expansion efforts and disrupt his contacts in recent months. It was clear to Charlie that Masseria coveted a share of his lucrative whiskey business. Moreover, Masseria coveted Charlie himself, aiming to assimilate him and, by extension, his entire crew into his organization. Together, Masseria and Charlie represented a formidable force capable of dismantling Maranzano's influence and securing their dominance.
I was sure sooner than later, Maranzano and Masseria would have a war. Them two fucking Sicilians would never be happy until one of them got rubbed out. To me, the whole thing was a matter of organizing a business. For them, it was the pride that came first. Who was going to be the boss of bosses? I figured, and this was one time I was dead wrong, that Masseria would wind up on top.
Adonis and Charlie would go into the Dragon's Den together.
We were both a little nervous, me especially, because I knew that if this was the wrong move, it was going to set us all back 10 years. I knew I was going to have to feel my way, and I wasn't going to do nothing that would cut off the guys who had been my best friends from the beginning.
At the meeting, Masseria only had one man with him, a man called Giuseppe Catania. He was a higher-up in the Masseria outfit, and he despised Charlie. Charlie noticed another thing that made him tread cautiously.
But there were 2 rooms on both sides, so Adonis and I did not know whether Masseria had anybody else listening in.
Masseria was sitting at a round table. The table was covered in Italian food pastries. Charlie was shocked all that food was for Masseria.
There was enough on that table for a banquet, and I kept figuring that any minute half of Masseria mob was going to show up and sweep down on that table, but nobody showed. I think Masseria ate half of all that food himself, most of it with his fingers, and if he did not look like a pig on 2 legs, I never would have seen one. He was one happy guy that day, talking and laughing, telling jokes, talking about the time he was in Sicily before I was born, and all that crap.
This really bothered Charlie.
I was expecting to deal with a rough guy, but this old guy I was looking at as he was stuffing himself was just too fucking happy to make me feel good.
Before Charlie even pulled his chair, Masseria needed to make sure of something. He asked Charlie and Adonis, "Have you boys got a piece on you?" Charlie got angry at that comment. It was disrespectful to bring a gun to a peaceful meeting.
I replied, "Cut out the crap, Joe. You said you wanted to have a meeting. I do not bring pistolas to a meet unless it is with an enemy. Are you telling me that you are my enemy?"
Masseria laughed at Charlie's accusation and told Catania to search for them both. He would say to Catania, "Find out if these 2 boys are my enemies." They were both patted down and searched. Once they were cleared, Masseria cut to the chase. "Now you have a chance to be my friend, or the both of you are dead men." Charlie and Masseria have their talk.
"Joe, you ought to know by now that I am not afraid of you. I came here to talk business, and Joe A is here with me as a witness. I will give it to you straight. Okay, I join up with you. But I have some conditions, Joe. I must be the number 2 man, above everybody but you. I want a fair piece of the action, and I put into the pot everything that me and my guys do. Everything, that is, expect not 1 drop of whiskey."
Luciano leaned back and waited for the response. Masseria screamed in a jokingly manner, "You dirty, skinny son of a bitch. You are the only paysan in this whole fucking town who ain't afraid of Joe the boss. Okay, Charlie Luciano, you got a deal?" Masseria had no issues for Charlie's non-Sicilian friends. He would tolerate them.
It was hard for Joe A and me to believe that Masseria wanted us so bad that he was willing to show it like that. The rest was easy, and we walked out of there about 15 minutes later, after a couple of glasses of wine to close the deal. And as of that minute, I was the number 1 lieutenant to Joe Masseria. But there were lots of good conditions. All my whiskey operations still belonged to me and my guys, and we had a clear-cut agreement. There would not be no hijackings of any kind, and we should supply all Masseria's joints, with everything from whiskey to beer. Dutch Schultz was controlling all the good beer in Manhattan by that time, and I talked to him before the meet and got his backing.
The news of Charlie's alliance with Masseria quickly spread throughout the underworld, and he understood that Masseria's interest in the whiskey business would not remain dormant for long. Nevertheless, Charlie orchestrated his dealings with Masseria in a way that benefited the latter without denting his own empire significantly. When the word reached Costello, he could not contain his happiness and pride in his friend's latest accomplishment. It was a rare sight to see Costello smile, let alone laugh, but the news of Charlie's successes prompted just that. Costello's faith in Charlie solidified further, and he remarked, "You're going to make mincemeat out of Joe the boss, and that's a lot of meat to chop up." However, amid his dealings with Masseria, Charlie had astutely discerned a weakness in his rival, a vulnerability that he would describe as follows.
Then I got serious, and I said to them, "I want to admit something. I was wrong when I figured that Masseria could win a war with Maranzano. Not a chance. He is too fat, too old, and behind all that hard front, there is nothing left but a soft brain. It is only a matter of time, so let us use it the best way we can."
The word traveled throughout the underworld within hours that Charlie had joined forces with Masseria. The new number 2 was Luciano. The strength implied won him new power. Deep down, he knew Masseria would not stay out of the liquor business for long. Charlie knew Masseria would want complete control of his empire. He told his men that they had to compliment and placate Masseria, especially in public, to help keep him at bay. The famous story of Charlie complimenting Masseria was born, and it was true.
I told all my guys the only way we could keep that fat bastard's nose out our liquor deals was to kiss his ass in public a dozen times a day. In fact, I made up all kinds of words for us to use with him, like, "Joe, when they made you, they broke the mold, and nobody in New York can handle this business like you can, and what you forgot, Maranzano will never know." All that kind of crap. And that soft-brained Masseria used to lap it up like a cat licking cream. He would sit there and smile and fiddle with that big gold chain he used to wear across his vest, and he would nod his head like he was a little kid paying attention to the teacher. Shit, he really used to make me vomit.
In 1927, Charlie dedicated himself to the task of expanding and strengthening Masseria's businesses. He immersed himself in every aspect of the operations, learning the ins and outs of the empire. Over time, he assumed control of specific rackets, and with the inclusion of Costello, Adonis, Lansky, and Siegel, orchestrated a well-coordinated effort that led to the growth of both their empires. As their enterprises flourished, Charlie employed a shrewd strategy to manipulate and cultivate loyalty among his own men. They began to regard Luciano with increasing admiration and respect, often seeking his guidance and advice. Masseria remained unaware of how Charlie was subtly shifting the power dynamics within their organization, with Luciano steadily becoming the figurehead around whom their loyalty coalesced.
That is where I started to organize his whole fucked-up operation, and except for not getting the liquor, he did not have much to complain about. I was giving him my time. Costello threw the slot machines into the deal. Schultz gave me about 50 speaks to toss into the pot as a show of his good faith. I combined some of the Lucchese Lepka action with Masseria's loan sharking, and he even got Meyer and Bugsy, who was the top protection guys in the country by then. At least Masseria was smart enough to even see that, even though they were Jews, they could make him a fortune by protecting the robberies. The outfit was pulling off all the time in Midtown. It was a lot of business to tie up, right? But in about 6 months, I had it running smooth as silk.
This strategy eventually led to an uneasy truce that allowed Lansky and Luciano to maintain their operations and alliances. Amidst these maneuvers, Lansky embarked on a crucial mission to secure additional firepower and allies, reaching out to prominent figures across the country, including Al Capone and Mo Dalitz, ensuring their support for the impending conflict. His efforts culminated in a violent showdown between the rival Sicilian factions, a development that Lansky had anticipated and strategically facilitated. As the conflict intensified, Lansky and his core group remained insulated from the violence, viewing the internetine warfare among their adversaries as inadvertently serving their interests. Lansky and Luciano were acutely aware of the need for caution as they navigated the dangerous waters between two rival gangs. Embracing a strategy of divide and rule, Lansky initiated secret negotiations with Maranzano, aiming to align temporarily with both factions of the warring Sicilians. Their goal was to bide time until the conflict's victor emerged. This tactic, though ingenious, was fraught with risk and ultimately went awry due to unforeseen circumstances. Meyer Lansky played a pivotal role in reshaping perceptions within the Italian-dominated criminal underworld of the early 20th century. Known for anti-Semitic views, many in the Italian syndicate initially distrusted Jewish individuals, often stereotyping them as untrustworthy, Christ killers and thieves. However, Lansky's exceptional financial acumen and strategic mind began to alter these prejudices. Under Joe Masseria, Lansky showcased his ability to generate unprecedented profits. His success earned him respect and recognition, even surpassing that of fellow gangster Lucky Luciano in some circles. Behind the scenes, Lansky worked diligently to revolutionize the operations of various Italian crime families. He introduced them to more sophisticated business practices, steering them away from violence and towards profitability. Lansky emphasized the importance of reinvesting illicit earnings into legitimate businesses, thus laundering the money and diversifying their income sources. Lansky's efforts extended to every crime family under Masseria's influence, gradually earning their trust and respect. This was no small feat in an era dominated by racial prejudices. His reputation for intelligence and efficiency made him indispensable, convincing even the most skeptical of gangsters of his value. Lansky's influence was not limited to organizational improvements. He also played a crucial role in expanding the syndicate's gambling operations. Starting with speakeasies, he gradually introduced various forms of gambling, eventually leading to the establishment of small casinos, catering to different communities. This venture laid the groundwork for a gambling empire that would, by the 30s, 40s, and 50s, become a major source of revenue. His network was not confined to New York. Lansky built connections with crime families across America, including partnerships with figures like Jimmy Blue Eyes in Miami and Russell Buffalino and the Ciandra family in Pennsylvania. These relationships extended his influence on Miami and Florida, teaming up with the Trafficante family with little to no issues, marking his ascent as a national crime figure. Dutch Schultz, Lepke Buchalter, and other notorious mobsters were swiftly subdued, and a fraction of their vast incomes was redirected to Masseria. This arrangement made him feel like a dominant boss overseeing various communities. The collaboration between the Masseria crime family and Luciano's outfit marked a pivotal moment in organized crime. By bringing in Luciano's people, who introduced organization and order, the path was set for Luciano's eventual rise to power. Interestingly, Luciano did not have to resort to violence to reach the top. Once inside the Masseria family, Benjamin Dutch Lepke, Longhi Zwilman and Willie Moretti, Frank Costello, Vito and others joined or solidified forces to cement their influence. They effectively convinced other captains and bosses that Luciano, not their current boss, Masseria, represented their best future. This strategic maneuvering made Luciano's takeover inevitable. All they needed to do was lay the groundwork and watch their plan unfold. When Luciano joined Masseria's outfit, he quickly dealt with those who were initially hostile towards him, ensuring his position was secure. Catania was the only one to disrespect Luciano. He was a higher-up in the Masseria family, so Charlie needed to pick the right time to put him in his place. Charlie deals with him by breaking his fingers when he catches him snooping around Charlie's private things.
I do not know what this idiot thought he was going to find, because we never kept no records in an open place like that. He did not hear me come in, and I stood in the dark watching him. As soon as he got the drawer open, I walked in and slammed it on his right hand. While he was screaming and moaning, I dragged him into Joe's office, dumped him to the floor, and called Masseria to call him a doctor to take care of his boy. Catania used to be a pretty good bowler with the duck pins, but after that session with me, he never bowled again, and I never had no problem with him after that either.
In 1927, Charlie devoted himself to strengthening Masseria's businesses, gaining intimate knowledge of their operations. He gradually assumed control of various rackets, and with the involvement of Costello, Adonis, Lansky, and Siegel orchestrated a coordinated effort that led to the growth of both their empires. He taught his associates valuable lessons, such as the importance of careful planning before engaging in activities like hijackings, burglaries, or expanding into new markets like olive oil and cheese, all under Masseria's umbrella. Charlie introduced a strict discipline system and enforced tight controls throughout the organization. He fostered cooperation with non-competing gangs under his control, allowing the Masseria Empire to flourish. Charlie granted these families autonomy over their operations and provided advice rather than issuing dictates. This approach not only built better relationships, but also strengthened the unity of their criminal network. Charlie's influence extended beyond New York, with control in Florida alongside Santo Traficante Jr. and future expansion into Louisiana under Costello, Havana with Lansky, Los Angeles with Benjamin, and more. By 1928, it was evident that Charlie was poised to lead one of the largest criminal organizations in America. His ability to run a criminal empire surpassed even that of the boss of all bosses, earning him respect and admiration from various quarters. Respect for Charlie poured in from figures like Mo Dalitz of Cleveland, allies in the Mayfield Road Gang, Al Capone, who sought to strengthen ties with Charlie in the East, amid his troubles with Bugs Moran in Chicago, and the Purple Gang in Detroit, which needed Scotch whiskey to supplement their Canadian supplies. Harry Stromberg, also known as Nig Rosen, had managed to secure an influential position in Philadelphia alongside Waxy Gordon and Bitsy Blitz. In 1927, another significant development occurred with the return of Johnny T., an elder statesman of the underworld, just as Mussolini's black shirt fascists began driving the mafia out of Sicily. Johnny T. proposed an idea to Charlie, suggesting that the most prominent bootleggers in New York join forces with their counterparts nationwide. This collaboration would exclude newcomers like Maranzano, who would only deal with members of the group. This cooperative effort would ensure the smooth and continuous flow of alcohol. Charlie and Johnny T. drew up a list of key players, which they dubbed the Big Seven. This list included Lansky and Siegel, responsible for New York, New Jersey, and surrounding areas, functioning as protectors, enforcers, and shippers. The Big Seven also encompassed Joe Adonis, Longy Zwillman, Willie Moretti, Bitz Gordon, and Rosen from Philadelphia, King Solomon of Boston, Nucky Johnson from Atlantic City, and Charlie and Johnny Torrio themselves. This alliance was highly effective, leading to cooperative agreements with 22 other criminal organizations across the nation, encompassing shipping, selling, protection, purchasing, and distillation. These alliances generated staggering profits, spanning from Maine to Florida and west of the Mississippi River. As the mastermind behind this expansive criminal network, Charlie established his headquarters in New York, where he could manage the intricate issues of the Big Seven effectively. Vito Genovese, known as the Italian Bugsy Siegel, was tasked with coordinating the operations and ensuring that Charlie's decisions were enforced. Genovese's fearsome reputation and ruthless demeanor ensured that everyone remained in line. To protect certain rackets, Charlie worked diligently to keep them out of Masseria's hands, particularly the gambling operations he shared with Arnold Rothstein and Rothstein's successor, Frank Erickson. Erickson managed high-stakes bookmaking operations, catering to high-class clientele and high rollers, while Rothstein oversaw poker games with no betting limits. Erickson also personally handled bets at horse races to ensure the odds at regular tracks remained unaffected. After Rothstein's death in 1928, Erickson's gambling and bookmaking business continued to thrive with Costello's support, making him the most prominent bookie in New York for Luciano. In 1928, Luciano and Torrio aimed to organize all the bootleggers in a groundbreaking effort, laying the foundation for the 1928 convention. This convention would then serve as the basis for the 1932 convention, creating a national framework for criminal organizations. This strategic development helped create a sense of familiarity and unity among the various mobs. As America burgeoned into the 20th century, its major cities became hotbeds of political corruption and organized crime, with New York City's Tammany Hall emblematic of this entanglement. Tammany Hall, a political organization that originally began as a social fraternity, evolved into a powerful electoral machine, ensuring the election of its candidates, and thereby controlling New York City's political landscape through the Democratic Party. The pervasive influence of Tammany Hall from the 19th into the early 20th century facilitated a symbiotic relationship between the city's lawbreakers and its political custodians, with gambling houses and brothels operating under its protection for a price. Investigations and exposés revealed the extent of this corruption, demonstrating how New York's gambling and vice industries thrived under the protection of Tammany-appointed officials, who, in turn, were enriched by this illicit economy. This system, where law enforcement and magistrates were complicit in the city's underworld activities, exemplified the institutionalization of criminal immunity, bought and sold through the corridors of power. Tammany's dominance served as a blueprint for the American gangster tableau, intertwining criminal enterprises with political machinery in a dance of mutual benefit and protection. Tammany Hall's rise was significantly influenced by Irish politicians, alongside contributions from Jewish and Italian politicians, with Irish leadership being particularly dominant. Figures like Costello and Lansky were pivotal in blending the criminal underworld with politics, although the concept of organized crime on a massive scale was still evolving. They had not yet mastered the ability to sway entire communities or secure states politically. However, by 1929, a coalition of mobsters began to solidify their influence, achieving significant control by 1932, particularly when Huey Long's involvement marked a turning point. Once New York fell under their influence, the mob's reach extended to Chicago, and from there to Florida and the broader Midwest, effectively paving their way to national power through political corruption and control of crucial votes. By 1928, these figures were still exploring the intricacies of political manipulation, but the 40s saw them perfecting these tactics. They skillfully unified various sectors such as unions, media, political delegates, and community support. The incorporation of figures like Bumpy Johnson signified the mobilization of African American communities, previously influenced by Dutch Schultz, while in Chicago, Paul Ricca played a critical role in securing the black vote. This period marked a transition from mere political dabbling to a calculated strategy, where mobsters directly engaged with impoverished communities, securing votes and expanding their influence through a mix of charm, fear, and financial incentives. The Downtown Merchants Club, operated by Fat Al Levy, stood as a testament to this impunity, thriving in plain sight despite its flagrant illegality. This casino, with its high-stakes games and protected operations, illustrated the futility of efforts to curb such establishments, shielded as they were by corrupt officials and a complicit police force. The club's existence, immune to legal challenge and oversight, encapsulated the perverse symbiosis between crime and the American system, revealing a landscape where the untouchable thrived under the guise of the untouchable, facilitated by a network of corruption that extended its roots deep into the fabric of society. In this environment, Lansky's path was shaped by the realities of his time, guiding him towards a life that intertwined with the darkest elements of the American dream. His journey from the streets to the summit of organized crime was not merely a personal ascent, but a reflection of the broader transformations that Prohibition wrought upon American society, underscoring the indelible impact of this noble experiment on the nation's moral and legal landscape. By the end of 1928, discussions regarding the possible repeal of the Volstead Act, which marked the end of Prohibition, began to gain momentum in America. The Big Seven, cognizant of these developments, started making plans to transition into legitimate businesses or explore alternative ventures. Certain politicians began voicing their concerns about the Volstead Act, arguing that law-abiding citizens were being pushed into criminality, resulting in deaths from alcohol poisoning. They pointed out that prohibition had inadvertently given rise to a powerful criminal syndicate, leading to rampant violence, shootouts, and gang conflicts. Violent acts were committed on the streets to maintain control over specific districts for organized crime groups. Establishments and individuals not dealing in prohibition liquor purchased from these syndicates faced threats, bombings, or other forms of violent retaliation. What had initially been a peaceful and organized business had transformed into a billion-dollar racket, orchestrated by some of the most notorious gangsters in America. The immense wealth generated was channeled into various new areas of organized crime, as the mobsters diversified their illicit activities. None of this would have been possible without the tacit approval and financial windfall provided by the Volstead Act. This billion-dollar business was prohibition, and figures like Al Smith and his associates were beginning to advocate for its end, recognizing the social and criminal turmoil it had unleashed. Costello eventually sought out Charlie for a drive, setting the stage for further developments in their criminal enterprises.
One day in the early part of 1928, Costello picked me up and took me to a private estate. I think it was in Westchester, and it belonged to a millionaire named John J. Raskob. He had a lot to do with putting up the Empire State Building, and he was a big backer of Governor Al Smith.
Al Smith came to see Costello and Charlie. Charlie fainted when he met Governor Al Smith in a private library.
I almost fell over when I walked and saw Smith standing there in person in Raskob's library. I had met a lot of big shots by then, but that was the first time I even knew Costello had made contacts as high up as Al Smith. The governor was a tall guy with a husky voice, something like Costello, and it had the streets in it, just like ours. He shook hands with me and said, "Hello, Charlie. It's a pleasure to meet you." I looked at him and started to laugh. "What are you doing, Governor? You are trying to put me out of business." He sorts of smiled and said, "No, I am not. I brought you up here to do a favor. Naturally, being a politician, I expect to get a favor in return. Why do not you sit down and listen to what I have to tell you?" So we all sat down and Raskob poured me some drinks, and I was too dumb to shut my mouth. I said, "Governor, you are trying to repeal prohibition, and that is going to throw us all out of business."
Governor Al Smith did not even flinch when Charlie mentioned the fact that he was involved in prohibition. He simply got straight to business, which is something that Charlie Luciano always liked and respected in people. Charlie states, "Smith brushed that aside and told me, 'My boy, in a couple of years there will not be any prohibition at all. I intend to be nominated, and I intend to win this election. I am telling you, and I am going to tell the American people, that when I get to the White House, I'm personally going to see that the Volstead Act and the 18th Amendment are thrown into the wastebasket, legally. That is why I brought you here. Costello has told me about you, and I need your support right here in my own state. There are two things I want you to do. Take my advice and make your plans to get into the legitimate end of the whiskey business. And second, line up overwhelming support for me from Manhattan, Brooklyn, and the Bronx, where you fellows control the delegates. I want every one of those delegates at the convention in Houston. If I get them, I am prepared to make things good for you." Charlie just sat there stunned, trying to think about the fact that he just might be on the verge of having his very own president. He was in awe of what Frank Costello had achieved. He was stunned at the way Al Smith had put it so bluntly on the table.
We shook hands all round. Then I did something smart, and it made the governor look at me with more respect. I told him I wanted to go back to the city and talk to Johnny Torrio. What Smith had been talking about, the end of prohibition, was exactly what he predicted before he ran out to Italy. I knew something had to be done, because now I was sure that Al Smith figuring was right. I kept saying to Frank all the way back to the city that I still could not figure out how legit whiskey could pay for anything close to bootlegging. I said, Frank, we've been in the rackets all our lives. We ain't got the imagination for a straight business.
Luciano felt he was on the brink of achieving something truly remarkable. It was astounding to think that a young immigrant who had arrived in America unable to speak English and had broken numerous laws, was now rubbing shoulders with the influential political figures of New York. He experienced a profound sense of pride and amazement at his own journey. This newfound political influence added to his growing feeling of invincibility. He believed that nothing and no one could touch him. However, this foray into the political arena did not yield the results for which he had hoped. It proved to be a valuable learning experience that would play a significant role in his future decisions. When the time came for Charlie to choose between supporting Franklin D. Roosevelt, FDR, and his friend Al Smith, he opted for FDR, recalling that Al Smith had lost the previous election. Some attributed Smith's loss to his Catholic faith, which was a factor that also played a role in later elections, such as John F. Kennedy's choice of Senator Johnson as his running mate, a decision influenced because Johnson's had pure control of the South.
We shook hands all round. Then I did something smart, and it made the governor look at me with more respect. I told him I wanted to go back to the city and talk to Johnny Torrio. What Smith had been talking about, the end of Prohibition, was exactly what he predicted before he ran out to Italy. I knew something had to be done, because now I was sure that Al Smith figuring was right. I kept saying to Frank all the way back to the city that I still could not figure out how legit whiskey could pay for anything close to bootlegging. I said, Frank, we've been in the rackets all our lives. We ain't got the imagination for a straight business.
On their way back, Costello and Luciano began contemplating the idea that they could exert influence over a president. Additionally, they pondered what would happen if the whiskey and bootlegging business were to end. They wondered if they possessed the intellect, knowledge, and power to transition into legitimate businesses. It was Costello who eased Charlie's concerns, reassuring him with a thoughtful response. "Charlie, within our group, we've got enough imagination for any kind of business. Going legit as far as whiskey is concerned does not scare me at all. It does not mean we are giving up gambling. We can do that on a grand scale. More people like to gamble than drink. I think we should support Smith. At least with him, we know where we stand." Charlie and his friends threw their support behind Al Smith wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, Smith's campaign did not gain much traction, primarily due to his Catholic faith. Americans had reservations about electing a Catholic president, fearing that they would take orders from Rome. Despite Smith's merits, this factor proved insurmountable. Fat Al Levy's operation was a microcosm of organized crime, distinguished not just by its scale, but by a critical mechanism that ensured its enduring profitability and veneer of legitimacy: the payoff. This system of corruption, detailed by Abraham Schoenfeld in his communications with Rabbi Magnus, and later joined by Meyer Lansky, in a professional capacity, underscored a complex interplay between criminal enterprises and societal structures. The term gangster itself, first appearing in print following an 1896 incident involving organized violence at a Chicago election, encapsulated more than mere thuggery. It denoted a figure who, through acts of violence and intimidation within political arenas, enjoyed a paradoxical immunity from the law. This early depiction highlighted the gangster's dual role as both a perpetrator of violence and a protected entity, operating openly in service of political ambitions, thereby challenging conventional norms of legality and order. Charlie Luciano and Frank Costello had a private meeting with Al Smith, an Irish politician with a similar upbringing to theirs, who was from Tammany Hall. All parties involved deeply trusted and respected Smith, who had a notably reputable political career. Both Luciano and Costello held high regard for him. Meyer Lansky was supposed to attend this meeting as well. However, he was busy and could not make it. He did discuss the meeting later on, which I will mention in due course. Between 1928 and 1929, figures like Luciano, Costello, Vito, Lansky, Dutch Schultz, Lepke, Oni Madden, Mo Dalitz, Santo Traficante Sr. and later Jr., the Maceo family in Galveston, Texas, Huey Long and Silver Dollar Sam in Louisiana, Joe Adonis, Frank Scalise, Carlo Gambino, Albert Anastasia, Longy Zwillman, Willie Moretti, Bitts Gordon, and Rosen from Philadelphia, King Solomon of Boston, Nucky Johnson from Atlantic City, Johnny Torrio, Tony Accardo, Paul Ricca, Al Capone, and others, from the Italian and Jewish mafia backgrounds, began to solidify their influence across the United States. Gaining widespread respect, Luciano and Lansky, in particular, made a significant mark when they initially resisted offers from powerful mob bosses, Masseria and Maranzano. This defiance earned them immense recognition and set the stage for their rise in the underworld, especially in New York. Their success was not limited to America. The Prohibition era necessitated the establishment of international connections, including in places like Cuba. As Prohibition's end loomed, these men looked to diversify their income, moving beyond the lucrative but unsustainable profits from illegal alcohol. The ongoing feud between Masseria and Maranzano drew public and law enforcement attention, complicating the landscape. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Al Capone's battles and events like the St. Valentine's Day Massacre brought further scrutiny to organized crime, signaling a need for a strategic shift. Al Capone masterminded one of the most shocking events in Chicago's history. On February 14th, he dressed some of his men in police uniforms to stage a raid. They lined up 7 members of rival George Moran's gang against the wall of a garage and brutally gunned them down. This massacre, known as the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, sent shockwaves through the city. The brutality of the attack underscored Capone's ruthless elimination of the Irish syndicate in Chicago, consolidating his power at the top. Capone was not only brutal, but also strategic. He knew the importance of appointing capable lieutenants such as Paul Ricca and Jake Guzik, who would later become influential leaders in Chicago's criminal underworld. Luciano found himself continually dealing with Masseria and his persistent inquiries about his whereabouts and activities, making it more challenging to execute his plans covertly.
Masseria kept on my ass every 2 minutes. He was forever calling me up to find out why I was not with him, or why I was sleeping late, why I didn't go on a job the night before. That son of a bitch was always trying to turn me into a chambermaid.
There was another issue as well. Maranzano, the old Don, would not let go of his campaign for complete control of the underworld. He was becoming increasingly intense with the conflict, bringing in more and more sides from various parts of the country. Most of the families would side with Masseria. Luciano was stunned watching all these fellow Italians kill each other over what seemed to him futile beefs.
They come from opposite sides of Sicily, and both brought the whole idea of vendetta with them when they came to America. I never saw nothing like it. It was like in the hills of Kentucky, with families knocking each other off for some fucked up reason that maybe goes back 100 years, nobody ever remembers why no more.
Maranzano and Masseria continued their bitter feud, with both sides escalating the conflict. The tensions reached a boiling point when Masseria killed Gaspar Milazzo, one of Maranzano's men, who hailed from Maranzano's hometown of Castellammare and had risen to the rank of capo in Detroit. This act further solidified the allegiance of fellow Castellammare natives to Maranzano. In retaliation, Masseria declared open season on anyone hailing from Castellammare and anyone aligned with Maranzano. The situation became increasingly volatile, with drive-by shootings and innocent bystanders being caught in the crossfire. These underworld conflicts dominated the scene until 1931, attracting significant media attention and making headlines daily. Newspapers were filled with reports of Italian bodies strewn in the streets, and the violence even drew the attention of J. Edgar Hoover himself. During that era, television was not yet prevalent, so people had to go to the cinema to watch newsreels about events around the world and across the country. Across America, audiences were captivated by the scenes of gunfire on the streets of New York and Chicago. This period of intense violence contributed to the notoriety of the New York organized crime structure. It was not a deliberate choice. Rather, it was a consequence of the densely populated and competitive environment that often turned violent. While other organized crime structures in places like Louisiana, Florida, and elsewhere were equally powerful and violent, they did not receive the same level of news coverage and public attention.
All of us younger guys hated all the old mustaches and what they were doing. We were trying to build a business that would move with the times, and they were still living 100 years ago. We knew the old guys and their ideas had to go. We were just making time. The way we looked at it was that getting rid of a masseria or a maranzano was no different from some bank tearing down an old building so they could put up a new one. For us, rubbing out a mustache was just like making way for a new building, like we were in the construction business.
One day, Tommy L. gets into trouble through his boss, Tom Rayner. Tommy L.'s underboss was wooed by Maranzano. Maranzano offered Rayner various new rackets, and Rayner offered support to Maranzano in return. Both discussed certain exchanges for their new alliance. All this now when both Masseria and Maranzano were beefing hard.
Tommy came to me and told me the whole story. He said Reyna forced him to go with him to a secret meeting with Maranzano, and Tommy was surprised that Reyna liked the Maranzano deal. That took a lot of guts on Reyna's part, because by this time, Masseria was ready to murder anybody who even looked in the direction of Maranzano.
Tommy L. found himself in a tight situation. Tommy had become a trusted underboss with Tom Rayner, head of his own outfit in the Bronx, which had given allegiance to Masseria, but the beef was now beginning to surface, and Maranzano impressed Rayner in exchange for support. Tom offered Maranzano a share of their income from some of the rackets on the Lower East Side. This whole situation sent Masseria into a raging lunatic. Charlie helped Tommy L. get out of trouble, but Joe was pissed.
It is a funny thing about Sicilians. There just ain't no secrets. There is always somebody that sells out one of his own. Lots of guys got fingered just for the prospect that something might happen. So, naturally, Masseria got word about Reyna's meeting with Maranzano. Reyna was no little potato. He was a boss, and under the old times rules, a boss does not get hit. Pop, just like that. But in the case of Tommy Lucchese, that was different. It was all I could do to convince Joe that Tommy went with Reyna to find out what was going on, and to report to me. If Joe had not bought the story, Tommy would have been dead. But the whole situation seemed to turn Masseria into a raving lunatic. He used to call me from all over New York, and half a dozen times a day with a new name of a guy he wanted to bump off. He was driving me crazy.
Masseria suddenly started to suspect one of his men was about to betray him. Masseria was not an intellectual. He was not a long-term thinker. The man was sporadic. He would act on emotion, nothing else. So when he felt like he could not trust Luciano, he would put a gun into Luciano's hand and make him earn that trust back. And the way he would go by doing that was to make Charlie commit a bank robbery. He then unexpectedly demands Charlie do a robbery. Charlie was dropped off in the garment district. He found Red Levine waiting for him. Charlie states, "The fat bastard pulls out a .38 from his coat pocket and hands it to me and says, 'You are going to carry this tonight on the payroll job. It ain't got no numbers.'"
I thought he was out his fucking head because he was talking about a payroll heist. He wanted me to plan for some of our guys 4 or 5 months before, and nothing ever come of it. So I said, "Listen, for Christ's sake, I thought I was supposed to be running things. Since when do I go back on the street with pistola?"
Masseria was not playing around. It got intense in the car. Joe looked him straight in the eye. Joe then grabs the gun and points at Luciano's belly. Masseria tell Luciano, "Listen to me, you son of a bitch. You either pull that job or I will give it to you right here in the car. You made the plan for that job, and you got to do it. Because I say so." Charlie Luciano looked in the driver's mirror and knew he had to go along with this.
Up front, I see Joe Adonis nodding his head, meaning for me to go along. He could see the same thing as I could, that the old mustache was just crazy enough to pull the trigger right in broad daylight. What could I do? I took the gun back, and I said to Masseria, "Joe, take my word, this is one of your biggest mistakes."
Charlie was dropped off in the garment district on 7th Avenue. He found Red Levine waiting for him with a recruit by the name of Paul Mineo. The three drive to Corn Exchange Bank on 37th Street. They park and leave the car running. It was banking closing time, and the payroll messenger for a large textile company was just leaving with the payroll in a canvas. Paul was the one who jumped out the car and knocked the old man down and grabbed the bag. One of the guards who was locking the door sees what is happening. The robbery goes bad after a police officer catches it happening and shoots one of the men, leaving one of them injured, and then a pursuit ensues. The men were caught and arrested. Charlie is arrested with $8,000. For a while after that, Masseria eased the pressure. Costello stepped in to rescue his friend, but it would take a hell of a lot of muscle and a hell of a lot of cash, especially now that people knew Luciano was loaded with it.
It took every bit of political muscle that Costello and I had to get the thing squared away. Costello managed to get the charges squashed and the record fixed up, so it was listed as an error. But we had to go to the police commissioner's office to squash things, and that error cost a hell of a lot more than $8,000.
The failed heist served as a valuable lesson for Luciano. Despite his position at the top and his ranking as number 2 in a powerful organization, he realized that unexpected events could go awry at any moment. Initially, Charlie saw the heist's failure as an opportunity to assert his authority over Masseria temporarily. However, it also taught him a crucial lesson. He vowed never to allow himself to be compromised in such a manner again. This experience prompted Luciano to shift his focus toward the upcoming Underworld Conference. The response from around the country to the conference was favorable, thanks to Meyer Lansky spreading the word. The convention was scheduled to take place in Atlantic City, where Nucky Johnson held sway. Atlantic City was an ideal choice because delegates could come and go without arousing suspicion. Johnson ensured that everything was arranged with pleasure and good taste, and it was decided that Meyer Lansky's upcoming wedding in May 1929 would serve as a pretext for the gathering. This choice was not only for the sake of pleasure, but also because Atlantic City was one of the most corrupt places in America, under Nucky Johnson's control. Johnson used the city's police force as a protective shield for organized crime. This was a common tactic that had been used for many years, employing a front, such as a wedding or honeymoon, to conduct discreet business behind closed doors. These men ensured the prosperity of the Chicago outfit and, by extension, took care of Capone and his interests. Even when former allies fell out of favor, like Willie Moretti, who was eliminated due to illness in 1950, Capone was treated with high regard. He spent his final days in a Florida mansion surrounded by care and comfort, reflecting the respect he commanded within the organization. Under the leadership of Rica and Tony Accardo, the Chicago outfit expanded its influence, controlling much of Illinois' political and legal systems through a deep-seated network of corruption. This allowed them to remain largely untouched by the law, living out their days in freedom, while many of their contemporaries faced imprisonment or violent ends. Amidst growing tensions in New York, Luciano plotted to remove Masseria from power, sensing the inevitable clash. Tensions between Maranzano and Masseria were escalating. Meyer Lansky, whom Luciano had nicknamed the Little Man, was successfully applying his divide-and-conquer strategy. This tactic began to cause rifts within the factions led by Tom Rayner and Tommy Lucchesi. The years between 1928 and 1931 were fraught with danger, but promised high rewards for those willing to navigate the volatile environment of organized crime. Luciano, Lansky, and their associates were at the forefront, driving change and seeking new opportunities in a rapidly evolving underworld. In the spring of 1929, Meyer and Anne prepared for marriage. Meyer navigated the complexities of naturalization, omitting his arrest record during the process. Declared to have no criminal record, Meyer successfully became an American citizen, paving the way for his marriage to Anne. The couple celebrated their union with a honeymoon trip to Atlantic City in Canada, a significant journey at the time. In the late 20s, Meyer Lansky took a significant step in his life by becoming an American citizen, a moment when he wished to remain unnoticed. Despite his intentions, his friends made a conspicuous show of support at the courthouse. Dressed in their finest, including tuxedos, they contrasted sharply with Lansky, who opted for a subtle blue serge suit, aiming for an understated banker look from Moscow, but instead stood out markedly among the flashy assembly. Reflecting on the day, Charlie recounted how the air was thick with the aroma of garlic, hinting at the presence of many Italian attendees alongside their Jewish counterparts. He humorously noted Lansky's friends, including notable names like Frank, Benny, Joe, Vito, and himself, finding Lansky trying to blend in, yet failing to do so amidst the vivid crowd. A light-hearted moment unfolded when Benny Siegel teased Lansky about fixing him up with a woman present there, leading to a surprisingly intense reaction from Lansky. Unusually on edge, Lansky's response was swift and sharp, displaying a rare peak of anger by physically retaliating against Siegel's jest, a reaction Charlie noted as the angriest he had ever seen Lansky, even more so than during serious confrontations. Meyer Lansky's official documents presented him as a machinist with no criminal record, a profession and status far removed from his actual undertakings in more profitable ventures. These discrepancies would later become a significant source of trouble when the FBI began scrutinizing his background, coinciding with considerable pressure on Israel to extradite him to the United States. During his naturalization hearing, the first to testify was Irving Sandler, known as Tabo, Meyer's cousin and a childhood friend who had also been an original member of the Lansky-Luciano gang. The second witness was Jacob Klein, a cousin by marriage and a postal worker at the time, who had been convinced by Lansky's father to support Meyer's case. Klein recalled Meyer living in Brooklyn during his youth and was uncertain about Meyer's actual profession, thinking he might have been a furrier or machinist, despite Lansky having once declared himself a chauffeur in 1926. Meyer's involvement in the illegal whiskey trade was an open secret, though the extent of his connections to the underworld was not fully appreciated by his family or the Citrons. Contrary to the broader Jewish community's disinterest in prohibition, as they were not typically in favor of the dry movement, given the significance of alcohol in their religious celebrations, Lansky's illicit ventures into the alcohol trade did not seem out of place. In Lansky's own words, he was in the liquor supply profession, a euphemism that barely concealed the depth of his criminal affiliations. In May 1929, Lansky's life took another significant turn as he married Anna Citron in a grand ceremony that saw a gathering of Jewish and Italian friends and family. The union was not just a personal milestone, but also a strategic one, as Anna's father, a successful produce dealer from Hoboken, New Jersey, offered Meyer a position in his business. This opportunity not only served as a thoughtful wedding gift, but also provided Lansky with a legitimate business front, a resource he would cleverly utilize in the future. Meyer Lansky took a significant step in his personal life when he started focusing on getting married, potentially setting the stage for him to settle down. Both families went to great lengths to prepare for the wedding, treating it as a significant family occasion. Among the guests, Charlie Luciano stood out as the sole invitee from outside the family circle, a distinction he deeply valued. Prior to the wedding, Anna Citron's father engaged in a profound and earnest conversation with his soon-to-be son-in-law. Lansky, sharing the moment with his friends, recounted how he was offered a partnership in a promising venture. Just before the nuptials, Moses reached out to Craig, Spector, and Chiron, who were engaged in a produce business based in Hoboken, a bustling port town in New Jersey. This business, already achieving success, was situated on Monroe Street, offering Lansky a substantial opportunity to join an established and thriving enterprise in his own right. Meyer Lansky faced a pivotal choice after the end of Prohibition. He could have pursued a legitimate career, leveraging his expertise in automobiles, his transportation or rental car business, or even his father-in-law's enterprise. Though these paths might not have made him as wealthy as his Prohibition-era earnings, they offered a chance at a respectable and successful life. However, Lansky was unwilling to settle for less than the vast fortunes he had amassed during Prohibition. The end of prohibition left many in the underworld facing financial losses, as the lucrative, albeit corrupt, opportunities it provided vanished. Lansky, driven by the need to maintain his and his family's expensive lifestyle, and facing high medical bills for his son, sought to continue earning at the same extraordinary level. This quest led him to remain deeply entrenched in organized crime, as he was uniquely trusted within its hierarchy to manage the enormous sums of money involved, amounts that approached billions. Lansky, along with Mike Miranda, played key roles in securing nationwide organized crime agreements, including arranging the Atlantic City Conference and gaining approval for the assassination of Salvatore Maranzano. Mike Miranda was a significant figure in the organized crime scene of the early to mid-20th century. As a long-standing member of the Luciano family, he worked under the leadership of both Frank Costello and Vito Genovese. During Genovese's incarceration, Miranda played a pivotal role in maintaining the interests of the Genovese family. In 1929, he was instrumental in organizing the Atlantic City Convention, where he and Meyer Lansky convened various Italian and Jewish crime families. His connections spanned prominent mobsters such as Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, Red Levine, Frank Scalise, Paul Ricker, Al Capone, Jake Guzik, Tommy L., Albert Anastasia, and Carlo Gambino. A close associate of Meyer Lansky, Miranda was deeply involved in the organized crime networks of New York and New Jersey. Miranda's influence extended across America and Italy. He participated in strategic meetings with Lucky Luciano in Sicily during the late 50s. His diplomatic skills were crucial during the height of tensions between Costello and Genovese, culminating in a key meeting in 1957 that became known as Appalachian Disaster. Mike Miranda was also the one who led the meeting that became known as Mini Appalachian at La Stella Restaurant in 1966. This gathering included notable figures such as Joseph Gallo, Agnello della Croce, underboss of the Gambino family and former member of the Anastasia family, Dominica Longhi, and Anthony Cirillo from New York. Also present were Carlos Marcello, the boss of the New Orleans family, his brother Joe Marcello, underboss of the same family, Anthony Carolla, son of Silver Dollar Sam, and Frank Galliano, who had familial ties to the Genovese family. The Tampa crime scene was represented by Santo Trafficante Jr., while the notorious Thomas Tommy Ryan Eboli, who was disliked by Luciano for his narcotics activities, also attended. Notably absent was Pat Eboli, Pat Eboli's brother, Tommy Eboli, who was spared potential repercussions in 1959 due to Pat's favorable relationships with Luciano and Costello. Throughout these events, Mike Miranda remained a crucial asset, adept at navigating the complex web of relationships and interests that defined the American mafia landscape. His efforts were key in both the consolidation of power and the resolution of disputes within this clandestine world. Meyer Lansky and his influence also extended across the United States, even as the country grappled with the rise of fascism and racism, and as Nazi Germany's power grew leading into the 30s. In the second week of May, they embarked on their honeymoon. Unbeknownst to Meyer's wife, in the background, the elite figures of organized crime were also in attendance for their very first national conference. The list of people in attendance included Al Capone, who arrived from Chicago, with Jake Greasy Thumb Guzik, King Solomon, who came down from Boston, Boo Boo Hoff, Waxy Gordon, and Nig Rosen, who traveled up from Philadelphia. From Cleveland, Mo Dalitz and his allies, Lou Rothkopf and Charles Polisi, real name Leo Berkowitz, adopted son of the mafia-affiliated Polisi family. A delegation from the Purple Gang in Detroit, doing the bidding of their leader, Abe Bernstein. Boss Tom Pendergast of Kansas City sent a surrogate, John Lazier. Longji Zwillman and Willie Moretti represented New York's Nassau County and northern New Jersey. The largest contingent was from New York, including Lucky, Vito, Meyer, Torrio, Costello, Lepke, Adonis, and Frank Erickson, who was still in mourning for the loss of Arnold Rothstein, Dutch Schultz from Brooklyn, Albert Anastasia, Vince Mangano, and Frank Scalise. Notably absent were the old dons Masseria and Maranzano, who were not invited. Additionally, some others were not present, including Profaci and Joe Bonanno, as well as Tommy L. This was due to Tommy L's own issues at the time, and Profaci and Joe Bonanno were not considered trusted allies at that moment, though they would become so later. Furthermore, Profaci and Joe Bonanno were not as significant to Luciano's empire at that time, so they were not extended invitations. Johnson had arranged suites at the Breakers, a place exclusively for Protestants. Johnson had provided the attendees with Anglo-Saxon aliases, but their appearances gave them away, resulting in the refusal of rooms. This incident embarrassed Johnson, who received a hurried call to inform him of the situation. Upon Nucky's arrival, Capone confronted Johnson directly, and both men engaged in a heated exchange of four-letter words, with Nucky being known for inventing his own colorful language.
Nucky and Al had it out right there in the open. Johnson was about a foot taller than Capone, and both had voices like foghorns. I think you could have heard them in Philadelphia, and there was not a decent word passed between them. Johnson had a rep for four-letter words that was not even invented, and Capone is screaming at me, Luciano, that I have made bad arrangements. So Nucky picks up Al under one arm and throws him into his car and yells out, "All you fuckers follow me."
After the initial chaos was sorted out, Capone and the other guests were taken to the Ritz, which was situated behind Johnson's own mansion and the ambassador next door. Capone, still seething with anger, stormed into the small, quiet lobby of the Ritz, tore pictures off the wall, and hurled them at Johnson. Once everyone had calmed down and refocused on keeping Capone under control, the 1929 convention officially began. Over the next few days, a continuous series of parties ensued, featuring abundant liquor, food, and girls. For Lansky and Mrs. Lansky, they received presents from Johnson and were accommodated in the presidential suite at the Ritz, complete with a steady supply of French champagne.
I do not know where Johnson got all that bubbly, because he son of a bitch did not get it from my outfit, on account of we never handled it. Meyer and Anna were really living it up. But during the next few days I could see that some of our friends from out of town made her a little nervous.
Each morning, the delegates would assemble for breakfast in their suits, and then proceed to the boardwalk. They would settle into the canopied promenade roller chairs, designed to accommodate 2 passengers, and be gently pushed along by the attendants. However, their conversations were restricted to discussing the weather. Charlie remarked, "How the hell could we talk about anything else with them people breathing down our necks?" They couldn't discuss anything of significance due to the numerous onlookers. Near the end of the boardwalk, where Atlantic City merged with the suburb of Chelsea, the men would disembark from the chairs. They would kick off their shoes and socks, roll up their pant legs to their knees, step onto the sandy beach, and then walk along the water's edge. It was here that they could discuss their business in complete privacy. All the critical decisions were made in this quiet corner of Chelsea. They agreed to cease the cutthroat bidding for liquor abroad and instead opt for allocations and cooperation, ensuring that nobody would be left disappointed. Prices were expected to drop, benefiting organized crime. It marked the beginning of an organization where not one man held all the power, but rather a coalition of organizations operating collectively with decisions made by equals at the top. Charlie believed that he and his men possessed superior knowledge of the liquor trade compared to those who had previously operated it legally. They also discussed the future, anticipating the end of prohibition when alcohol would be legalized. Gambling was also on the table for discussion, but territorial disputes among the bosses prevented significant progress at that time.
But more important than all the whiskey deals and the gambling decisions was what happened when Capone ran into a guy by the name of Moses Annenbergs on the boardwalk. Annenberg was also from Chicago, and he controlled the mob that enforced distribution of William Randolph Hearst's newspapers in Chicago, which was no easy job because Chicago was a rough town, with plenty of competition for the best corners, and it took plenty of Annenberg's muscle to keep Hearst on top. When Capone and Annenberg's met, that is when the talk got started about tying in the Nation Racing wire service for horse players with the daily racing form. And it was right there, in Atlantic City, when most of the big deals was made for the system of laying off bets throughout the entire United States. Frank Erickson was called in to work out the details of the organization, and that's how the Annenberg's family really started to build its fortune out of muscle in Chicago and its betting ties with us.
The National Convention had taken a significant turn. Originally convened to discuss the organization of bootlegging, this meeting ended up altering the course of history by delving into the national racing wire. They decided to establish a connection with an established telephone wire, a move that would enable them to control gambling. The national racing wire was crucial for receiving instant results and information on horse races, dog races, and other forms of gambling. New York had ventured into this territory around 1928, and by 1930 and 1940, Chicago had also entered the scene. Tony Accardo played a pivotal role in Chicago's involvement, and in the mid-40s and 50s, Carlos Marcello took control of his own national racing wire. Taking control of the communication channels used for gambling information allowed them to dominate the gambling industry once bootlegging came to an end. This billion-dollar industry was now under their control. With gambling came entertainment, and they had already established control over liquor, trucking, and construction companies. They had become incredibly influential and had the freedom to operate as they pleased. However, the violence associated with bootlegging in Chicago had led to a public outcry and increased pressure on the underworld nationwide. They needed a scapegoat, someone to hand over to the authorities who could be held partly responsible for the violence. Al Capone was chosen as this sacrificial lamb, with Torrio taking the lead and Luciano and others supporting the decision. Capone was convinced, for the greater good of the criminal organization and the underworld, to turn himself in. He was charged with gun possession in Philadelphia to divert attention away from the ongoing violence. After discussing these matters and wrapping up a few loose ends, the delegates packed their bags and returned home. It had been a highly successful few days, with new deals and lines of business generating more revenue. The delegates left with a newfound respect for Luciano, recognizing him as the future leader. However, Meyer Lansky did not have the best time during the convention. His wife disapproved of his gangster friends and urged him to abandon them and join her father's legitimate business. Meyer shared his concerns with Luciano and hoped that once his wife became pregnant, she would shift her focus from his businesses to their family life.
Meyer did not realize it, but I could read right into his head. He always thought he could wear a mask that nobody could see through. But I knew just what was going on. He was looking forward to the day when he could be his own number one guy.
One thing that always set Charlie Luciano apart from Lansky was his ability to read his old friend. Despite the unsettling situation with Lansky's wife, Charlie looked back at the convention with a sense of great accomplishment. Indeed, it was a remarkable achievement. For the first time, an Italian Sicilian who had arrived in America at the age of 9 had successfully organized some of the most prominent criminals in the country. He looked beyond race and religion and focused solely on profits. Both men had risen from humble beginnings to gain control over various industries in America. They had mastery over the liquor and union industries, and in the 1930s, they would even come together to influence an election. This meeting marked the birth of one of the most powerful criminal syndicates in history, encompassing not only the Italian-American mafia, but also the Jewish mafia, Irish mafia, and other groups capable of participating in peaceful discussions. Charlie Luciano didn't involve himself in the business details of other men or inquire about their profits. His primary concern was how they could contribute to the organization and what benefits that contribution would yield. By the end of the meeting, Charlie had become one of the country's most influential underworld figures. Although his name was often mispronounced by non-Italians, he didn't mind. However, when he met legitimate friends, who introduced him to their social circles, They typically called him Charles Luciano. On the fateful day of his 1928 arrest, he gave his name as Charles Lucania, and he noticed that none of the officers had trouble pronouncing it. As a result, he officially changed his name from Charlie Lucania to Charles Luciano. With his new name, he sought the anonymity of a hotel, avoiding the one where Rothstein had been murdered, which was the Park Central.
But after Rothstein went, I did not think that place was good luck. Besides, all through the 20s when I started to get into the big dough, I still could not look out the window of any place where I lived and see a tree. If I was going to move, that was one thing, was going to have plenty of trees.
Charlie desired a connection with nature and a pleasant view, so he opted for the Barbizon Plaza as his new residence. Under the pseudonym Charles Lane, he checked in. His arrival coincided with the winter season when Central Park's lake was frozen. Charlie took pleasure in gazing out of the window, observing children and their parents enjoying ice skating, a serene sight. During his stay at the Barbizon Plaza, Charlie crossed paths with Gay Orlova, a woman who would become intimately involved with him. Their first encounter took place at the Hollywood, a prominent nightclub on Broadway. Their introduction was orchestrated by Niels T. Granlund, also known as NTG, the Master of Ceremonies, and a rising star among radio celebrities of that era.
There was nothing cheap about her, and she understood that I was always trying to improve myself. I could let my hair down with her, and we got along great. She was meant for good times, and that is all I was looking for in them days. I did not have to go with a whole bunch of other broads because she was able to keep me interested all the time.
She was a tall, slim, dark-haired, dark-eyed dancer. She and the slightly sinister-looking gangster soon became almost inseparable.
Lots of people told me I ought to marry this girl, but she was not always nagging at me to get married, and besides, I had too many plans to think about that. And to tell the truth, I never knew too much about her, except that she'd traveled around Europe a lot and spoke French and Russian.
Masseria incessantly breathed down Charlie's neck, subjecting him to a barrage of shouting, berating, rants, and demanding constant attention. Whenever Masseria's men presented job opportunities, they were bombarded with questions by Masseria, who sought every detail regarding the job: research conducted, personnel involved, execution plans, partners, and scheduling. Charlie, visibly annoyed, listened with his eyes closed, and his patience wore thin when the responses sounded insincere or questionable. Once satisfied that everything was in order, Charlie would give the green light on certain jobs, often coordinating with Joe A. Adonis, who specialized in robberies and jewel heists. Charlie didn't delve into the minutiae. He considered himself the CEO of a large company, focusing only on major matters while delegating smaller concerns to others. After the Atlantic City Convention, Meyer Lansky began to focus more on his new businesses and his family life. He developed a strong respect for his father-in-law, in contrast to the strained relationship he had with his own father, Max. Max wanted Meyer to adhere more closely to Jewish traditions, which led to tensions between them as Meyer embraced American customs, even celebrating Christmas with a tree in his home. Despite his tumultuous marriage to Anna, Meyer maintained a solid and respectful relationship with his father-in-law. Meyer Lansky indeed dedicated a significant portion of his time to his father-in-law's business after marrying. This decision was driven not just by a desire to appease his relieved father-in-law, but also by Lansky's realization that a legitimate business facade would facilitate the concealment of his illicit operations. Amidst a brewing conflict with rival mob leaders, Lansky applied his acute business acumen to the family business, resulting in unprecedented prosperity for the company. Unbeknownst to his innocent father-in-law, Lansky established several enterprises under Jewish ownership, such as Lansky Food Company Incorporated, Elaine Produce and Food Company, and later an entity named Molaska Incorporated, which was purportedly focused on producing powdered molasses as a sugar alternative. Lansky's relationship with his father-in-law, Moses Citron, flourished into a close friendship, outlining his tumultuous marriage with Anna, which was strained early on due to their diverging values and Lansky's questionable activities. Despite potential suspicions about his son-in-law's true nature of work, Citron chose to remain oblivious, ignoring any indirect warnings from his daughter about Meyer's unconventional business practices, which included unexplained absences at odd hours. Anna, a devout and law-abiding individual, initially believed Lansky was a machinist co-running an auto rental business with Siegel. However, she quickly discerned the moral conflicts between her husband's associations and their religious principles, particularly when she observed visits from known gangsters like Charlie and Bugsy, who were openly carrying firearms. This realization led Anna to take a firm stance against allowing Meyer's associates into their home, recognizing them as armed criminals. Consequently, Lansky found himself increasingly distanced from his domestic life, spending more time with his companions at their hotel bases and residences. As Prohibition neared its end, many men entrenched in the world of organized crime faced a pivotal choice. Women who had grown close to these men, some even marrying them, began to realize that their partners would not abandon their criminal pursuits. Among them was Anna, who had been content with Lansky's bootlegging activities during Prohibition. However, as this era drew to a close, she pondered what path Lansky would choose next. In a twist of fate, as Lansky and Anna set off to Atlantic City to begin their married life with a honeymoon, they also marked a new chapter in the history of organized crime. This period saw an unprecedented structuring of criminal activities. Ironically, as Lansky solidified his personal commitments, the underworld was also solidifying its operations. The marriage of Meyer Lansky not only symbolized a personal union, but also mirrored the evolving landscape of organized crime, where key figures, much like Lansky, intertwined their fates with their burgeoning enterprises. While Luciano dedicated himself to refining Masseria's outfit, building on the connection from the Atlantic City Convention, strengthening ties with various Southern crime families, including families in Arkansas, Louisiana, and Florida, as well as mastering everything necessary for the role of being a future boss. His collaborator Lansky was diligently learning about both factions, Masseria and Maranzano. In the late 20s, despite years of success, Lucky Luciano was facing a critical situation. Luciano, a prominent figure in organized crime, was aligned with other powerful mob leaders. But a younger, more dynamic group within these crime families was rising, forming new alliances and accumulating wealth. Despite the old guard's reluctance to relinquish power, tensions were escalating, especially between two rival bosses, Maranzano and Masseria. Luciano, siding with Masseria, found himself at the heart of a brewing conflict. The rivalry between Maranzano and Masseria was intensifying, leading to one of New York's most violent gang wars. This conflict surpassed even Chicago's notorious gang battles in its bloodshed. Luciano was constantly under the watchful eye of Masseria, who seemed to question his every move. Whether it was inquiring about his absence, his reasons for sleeping late, or his lack of participation in certain jobs, Masseria's relentless scrutiny made it difficult for Luciano to operate discreetly. Masseria's insistence on monitoring Luciano's activities closely, likening him to a chambermaid, was not just bothersome, but also impeded Luciano's plans. At the same time, Maranzano, known as the Old Don, persisted in his quest for dominance over the underworld, intensifying the conflict and drawing in factions from across the country. Despite most families leaning towards Masseria, the sight of fellow Italians embroiled in seemingly trivial disputes saddened Luciano. The feud, rooted in ancient vendettas reminiscent of Sicilian rivalries, appeared futile to him, much like long-standing family feuds in Kentucky, where the original cause is long forgotten. The rivalry between Maranzano and Masseria escalated further when Masseria ordered the killing of Gaspar Milazzo, a key figure from Maranzano's hometown who had become a capo in Detroit. This act solidified the support of those from Castellammare for Maranzano, leading to Masseria declaring anyone from Castellammare or aligned with Maranzano as targets. This declaration triggered a wave of violence, including drive-by shootings that endangered innocent lives. The conflict started to reach its peak during the start of the 30s, dominating headlines and catching the attention of J. Edgar Hoover, with newsreels in cinemas across America broadcasting the violence on the streets of New York and Chicago. Despite the violence being a byproduct of the competitive environment rather than a deliberate strategy, it was this period that significantly contributed to the infamy of the New York organized crime scene. The intense media coverage and public fascination were not matched by other organized crime entities in the US, despite similar levels of violence and power. Amidst this turmoil, the younger generation, including Luciano, grew increasingly disillusioned with the outdated methods of the older mafia leaders. They envisioned building a modern business, moving away from the archaic practices of the past. To them, removing figures like Masseria or Maranzano was akin to clearing old buildings to make way for new construction. It was not just a necessity, but a step towards progress, as they saw themselves as pioneers in a new era of organized crime. Meyer Lansky was deeply fascinated by history, a trait that helped him connect with people from all walks of life. If Lansky took an interest in someone or their culture, he would immerse himself in studying their history, devouring books with ease and enthusiasm. This voracious appetite for knowledge was evident when he met Charlie Luciano. Unbeknownst to Luciano, Lansky delved into the rich history of Sicily and Italy, exploring their conquests, religion, culture, food, and people. By sharing meals and conversations, Lansky not only showed his respect and warmth towards their heritage, but also gained a profound understanding of who they were. This deep knowledge became a strategic tool in Lansky's life, allowing him to navigate the complex world of influence and power. His mastery of historical context was not just a hobby, it was a calculated part of his strategy, enabling him to position himself for a significant role in Israel. Lansky's conversations were often sprinkled with historical insights, showcasing the depth of his understanding and the breadth of his interests. Before Meyer Lansky's death, he shared his insights on the history of Sicilian mafia warfare, detailing the conflicts between Masseria and Maranzano. Standing outside the Intercontinental Hotel, with a view of the Mount of Olives and the walls of Jerusalem, Lansky discussed the rise of influential Italian-American figures like Luciano, Costello, Genovese, Al Capone, Paul Ricca, Tony Accardo, Joe Adonis, Willie Moretti, and Frank Scalise. In this historic setting, Lansky recounted these stories to Uri Dan, reflecting thoughtfully on the evolution of the mafia. Witnessing an ancient city like this, amidst its ruins and ongoing excavations, and being able to identify the precise location where David seized the old city of Jerusalem from the Jebusites millennia ago, instills a profound appreciation for history, he mused. Lansky then drew a parallel to his own experiences in the United States, particularly recalling the late 20s and early 30s. He recounted the era of the Castellammare War, named after the Sicilian town of Castellammare del Golfo, birthplace of Salvatore Maranzano. This conflict, which claimed the lives of several hundred gangsters across New York and beyond, was largely dismissed by the public and media as mere mafia rivalries settling scores. People were indifferent, believing that if criminals eliminated each other, our streets would somehow be purged of crime, Lansky remarked. Initially, Luciano, Costello, and Meyer did not shy away from violence as they worked their way up the ranks. By eliminating their rivals, they paved the way for their ascent, leaving only the most cunning and ruthless individuals in power. These survivors were the ones who had endured some of the fiercest conflicts. Ironically, as these men entered the 1960s and 70s, their perspectives shifted towards seeking peace. They aimed to establish control over a younger, unruly faction that was emerging within their ranks. However, as time progressed, these underlings grew increasingly greedy and ambitious, mirroring the younger days of their predecessors like Luciano, Costello, Meyer, Vito, and others. This new generation proved difficult to control, threatening the peace the older bosses had strived to maintain. Meyer detailed the brutal realities of that time, with men being assassinated in their homes and on the streets, some subjected to severe torture before their bodies were discarded in bodies of water, leaving the true death toll unknown but undoubtedly high. Lansky emphasized that this period was not just a series of gang conflicts, but a pivotal moment in America's criminal history, marking a transition from the old-style mafia dominance over Italian-American life. Having grown up alongside Italians, Lansky shared his insights into the mafia and the traditions brought over from Sicily, knowledge he gained from his associations with educated Italians. He further delved into the historical origins of the mafia, tracing back to a time when it symbolized a sanctuary in Sicily, a response to the island's long history of conquest and exploitation. The Black Hand, early 20th century extortionists, mercilessly exploited Italian immigrants, resorting to violence or murder for non-compliance. The notion of the mafia as benevolent protectors became a twisted irony, and Meyer found himself mocking the romanticized version of the mafia recounted by elder Italians, highlighting the paradox of an honor-bound organization rife with deceit and betrayal. Charlie Lucky. Luciano once highlighted a key difference between Jewish and Italian organized crime groups. He noted that while the Italians might stab or shoot you in the back, indicating a practice of betrayal common within the Sicilian mafia, the Jewish groups would kill for each other, demonstrating a strong sense of brotherhood and trust. This solidarity, Luciano suggested, stemmed from their shared history of enduring centuries of abuse, forging a deep and unifying bond among them. The Italian ghettos were plagued by crime, perpetrated by self-proclaimed mafiosi, ignorant of the term's true meaning, forming numerous mafia factions not just in New York, but also in cities like Chicago. As Meyer matured, he became acquainted with these faction leaders, immigrants themselves, who instilled fear across their communities. However, it was the advent of prohibition that fundamentally transformed the landscape of American crime. The ban on alcohol sales catalyzed the mafia to exploit Italian home distillers, flooding speakeasies with lethal illegal liquor. In 1929, during the peak of the Mafia War, Lansky's lapse in focus endangered his entire operation. It was Bugsy Siegel, with his characteristic forthrightness, who confronted him. "Listen, Meyer, you're taking your eye off the ball, and you may be the world's greatest hitter, but if you're not watching the ball, we're going to lose the series," Siegel cautioned. Lansky received the warning but was consumed by his personal life, particularly his dedication to his marriage and the impending role of fatherhood with Anna, who was having complications with her pregnancy. Then one day the Big Seven secured a massive order and a substantial shipment of scotch worth $1,000. It was scheduled to arrive one night along the Jersey coast between Atlantic City and Cape May. Luciano left the Barbizon Plaza around midday, driving down to the Jersey shore with Adonis and Genovese. They were followed shortly by Lansky, Siegel, and Costello. Together, they supervised the loading of the scotch onto 2 freight trainers anchored just outside the 3-mile limit. Afterward, they accompanied the convoy of 5 trucks carrying the scotch to Philadelphia to ensure that the operation at the warehouse under Nick Rosen's supervision was executed correctly. It was well past dawn when Luciano finally returned home. However, as soon as he settled into his bed, his private phone rang, and it was Masseria on the line. Masseria was furious, having attempted to reach Charlie all night and now demanding to know where he had been. He berated Charlie for not being available when needed and reminded him that he had been using Masseria's money to pay off the police in the district. Masseria insisted on seeing Charlie immediately to address the situation, demanding his presence and respect. Luciano, though tired, remained composed and suggested that Masseria come over to his place to discuss the matter. Luciano further requested that Masseria come alone, which Masseria agreed to without hesitation. When Masseria arrived at Luciano's residence, he launched into a verbal tirade, expressing his disappointment and frustration. He accused Charlie of ingratitude, emphasizing how he had elevated him to a significant position in his organization. Masseria also complained about Charlie's failure to answer his calls promptly. It escalated to a point where Masseria noticed Costello's presence in the room, which further fueled his anger. Masseria questioned Charlie's intentions, suggesting that he might be attempting a takeover. Masseria ranted, switching between Italian and English, issuing various threats to both Charlie and Costello. Charlie attempted to defuse the situation, explaining Costello's presence and trying to calm Masseria down. But Masseria's rage was difficult to temper.
You got me wrong, Joe. I know you are the boss, and I would not do nothing to change that. You ain't got a thing to worry about with me. If you just think a minute, you will see that everything I have done since we came together has been to help you. The reason I called Costello here is because he is the guy with the real connections with the police officers.
This backfired in a huge way, and Masseria made his formal demand directly to Luciano's face. Masseria informed Luciano that he no longer accepted his excuses, and that from now on, Luciano would work for him around the clock. Everything Luciano earned would go into a collective pot, and if he did not like it, tough luck. Luciano saw this as a direct threat to his own criminal empire, prompting him to desperately plead with Masseria. He reminded Masseria of the business deal they had sealed with a handshake, emphasizing that it went against Italian culture to break such agreements. Luciano even tried to invoke the old Sicilian tradition that a man never breaks a deal sealed with a handshake. However, this too backfired significantly, as Masseria remained unmoved by Luciano's appeals. Masseria simply informed Luciano that he now owned the whiskey business and could break the deal whenever he pleased. Masseria raised his voice, turned toward the door, and just before leaving, formally declared the handshake broken. A short time before this, Costello, Meyer, and Luciano faced another urgent crisis that occurred before this altercation. Two of their gunmen, Abraham Bo Weinberg and Charlie the Bug Workman, had penetrated Masseria's elite circle with orders to turn against him if needed. Masseria, suspecting treachery, dispatched them on a doomed mission, leading to their arrest. Despite the potential exposure of their plot, Luciano secured their release through Frank Costello's influence, a move that Masseria challenged by demanding Luciano sever all Jewish ties. Now Masseria demanded Luciano integrate his bootlegging operation into Masseria's empire, which involved Lepke, Dutch, Longi, and others. Faced with this ultimatum, Luciano reached out to Lansky, who was preoccupied with Anna's pregnancy, signaling a critical juncture that demanded immediate attention. As all this was happening, a fierce rivalry and war was being fought on the streets of America. Gunmen from the Maranzano and Masseria crime families engaged in daily shootouts, following orders to eliminate each other. A significant moment in this conflict came when Masseria's men killed Gaspare Milazzo, a key figure in Detroit and a close friend of Maranzano, escalating the feud to a critical point. Understanding the depth of this betrayal, Maranzano sought revenge, not through open violence, but by strategically weakening his enemy. He discreetly offered promotions and financial incentives to Masseria's lieutenants, aiming to dismantle his rival's support system from within. One of the targets was Tom Rayner, who led his own criminal operation in the Bronx, with Tommy Lucchese as his second in command. Lucchese, a mutual friend of notorious gangsters, Luciano and Lansky, played a key role in their involvement in Bronx bootlegging operations. When Rayner considered Maranzano's offer, Lansky sensed danger, foreseeing that both Rayner and Lucchese had endangered themselves by contemplating betrayal. In a bid to protect Lucchese, Luciano informed Masseria of Lucchese's supposed role as a spy within Maranzano's ranks, a move aimed at saving his life. In a critical turn of events, Masseria's own order for his execution left him with no choice but to convene an urgent meeting at the new headquarters in the Barbizon Plaza Hotel. There, a consensus was swiftly reached. Masseria had to be eliminated, and they needed a plan. Lansky, though present, left in haste when Anna called about experiencing premature labor pains. Panicked and pale, he found upon arrival that it was yet another false alarm. Anna, increasingly distraught, struggled with her husband's absence. Lansky quickly checked on his wife, but seeing it was a false alarm, he immediately returned to Luciano, Costello and the others to join a meeting with the Big Seven. Now, alone with Costello, Luciano called for an immediate meeting. He summoned Adonis, Siegel, Torrio, Lansky, and Vito, some of the Big Seven, to discuss their next steps. It was a council of war, and Luciano knew that Masseria's demand, once made, would not be retracted. It was a display of weakness, and Luciano recognized that he had to placate Masseria for the time being, knowing that this issue would resurface in the future. The Big Seven understood that taking on Masseria directly was not a feasible option, as they had only 100 soldiers compared to Masseria's 500. Charlie noticed that Meyer was unusually quiet during their discussion. He likened their relationship to that of Mutt and Jeff, implying that they were quite attuned to each other's thoughts by this point. Curious about Meyer's silence, Charlie directly confronted him, inquiring about his thoughts on the matter. Charlie brought up the name Maranzano, and as usual, Lansky employed his intellectual prowess, preferring strategic thinking and cunning over brute force. Lansky told Luciano, "That's right. We've all been so busy, we've been losing track of what's really going on. This thing between Masseria and Maranzano is going to bust open any day, and there'll be a real war, not the penny ante stuff. Charlie, we must pick the winner now and then go with him." This comment provoked an interesting reaction from Siegel, who erupted with anger at Meyer and Charlie, exclaiming, "There you go again, always trying to beat the odds. What the fuck do you think you are, some guys with a crystal ball? Between Masseria and Maranzano, it's not even 6-5. Go ahead, wise guy, you pick the winner." Meyer promptly retorted, "Benjamin, I picked the winner a long time ago, and it's Charlie Luciano. All we must do is eliminate the 2 roadblocks, and from then on, Charlie sits on top. That's what we want, isn't it?" Charlie and his men were convinced that they had time to navigate the situation. However, the same couldn't be said for Tom Rayner, who sought protection from Maranzano after Masseria discovered his meeting with Maranzano. Charlie received an urgent message from his friend Tommy Lucchesi, requesting a meeting at a Turkish bath on Upper Broadway.
So now I knew that Maranzano was going to call Masseria's hand, and there was going to be all-out war. I told Tommy to send out the word to Maranzano that I would finally agree to meet him.
To set up a meeting with Maranzano, Charlie chose Tony Bender, whose real name was Anthony Strollo. Tony Bender was a Genovese capo who had been around since the days of Luciano, but was now under Genovese's command. During these times, the Luciano crime family had complex layers as members formed new alliances and rivalries. Anthony Strollo's history was critical, as Luciano claimed that Bender had a knack for playing both sides of the fence expertly. He had been particularly effective during the Masseria and Maranzano conflict, playing a pivotal role in that feud. Bender was known for straddling the line, skillfully balancing relationships with both sides to ensure he always came out on top. Charlie acknowledged that Tony Bender was quite adept at working both sides of the street and getting away with it. They agreed to meet on neutral territory, controlled by Joe Profaci, to facilitate the meeting.
I agreed to go on the condition that Maranzano and I would come alone, and that is the way it was set up. I figured that despite everything, Maranzano wanted me with him bad enough, so he would live up to his word.
Just after midnight on October 17th, Genovese picked up Charlie. Vito begged Charlie to let him be with him at the meeting, but Charlie said forget it. He kept pestering Charlie to the point where Charlie said, "Screw this," and he drove himself to the Staten Island ferry. He then went to a shipping pier about half a mile away. Luciano arrived at the pier, and from that point on the meeting just went pear-shaped.
Maranzano was already there waiting for me. I got out of the car. We shook hands and he put his arm across my shoulder like he always did. He says, "I'm so glad to see you again, Bambino." And we walked inside this big building on the pier. It was empty and dark. We found a couple of boxes and sat down. There were a couple minutes of horseshit talk and then he says, "Charlie, I want you to come in with me." I said, "I have been thinking about and he replies with, Good. You know, I always wanted you before and now is a good time for us to shake hands." I told him, "Yeah, it is." And then his voice sharpened and he said, "But tell me, Charlie, why did you make that horrible mistake and go with Giuseppe? He is not your kind. He has no sense of values." I replied with, "Yeah, I found that out. Now you have thought better of that decision. That is why I am here. Good. We will work it out together. It is a delicate matter, and we will solve it. As I always said before, you will be the only one next to me."
Charlie, as he reconstructed the events of that night, vividly remembered how Maranzano's voice and demeanor had changed. The once velvety and smooth tone had become sharp and dictatorial. Maranzano locked eyes with Luciano and demanded that he be the one to pull the trigger on Masseria. He insisted that he had to be the one to kill him. Luciano understood the gravity of this request. In the tradition-laden Sicilian underworld, killing the leader and then expecting to succeed to the throne was a trap. The killer could only accept a secondary role within the organization or was likely to be killed in retaliation. Luciano, recognizing the danger, swiftly responded by telling Maranzano that he was out of his mind. It was at this moment that Luciano's memory blacked out, and all he could recall was the sensation of water being splashed onto his face and the disorienting feeling of hanging upside down.
When I came to, I felt somebody splashing water in my face, and I was tied up and hanging by my wrists from a beam over me, with my toes just reaching the floor. There were some flashlights shining at me, and I could make out half a dozen guys with handkerchiefs covering their faces, so that I could not tell who anybody was.
Charlie was firmly instructed to personally carry out the assassination of Masseria. However, he adamantly refused, which only resulted in more brutal beatings. With each strike, Luciano resolutely repeated the word, "No." The relentless beatings only made him more stubborn. Luciano's refusal to carry out the act himself was rooted in a deep understanding of mafia tradition and the unspoken rules of succession. He knew well the golden rule that a king cannot kill a king and expect to become a king. If he had complied and killed Masseria as ordered, it might have satisfied Maranzano's perception of him as a loyal soldier. However, within Sicilian culture and underworld, such an act would have effectively barred Luciano from rising to the position of boss. In fact, it might have led to his own demise as retaliation for killing Masseria. Despite the ongoing beatings, Luciano's stubbornness only grew stronger, and he remained resolute in his refusal to carry out the assassination.
I could make out Maranzano. He was standing near me and did not say a word, but I could tell what he was thinking. And I just said, "I ain't going to do it." So, he gave a signal, and those pricks without the guts to show who they were began to work on me. They did a pretty good job with belts and clubs and cigarette butts until I passed out again.
The beatings were endless, ruthless, and at some point, life-threatening. But Luciano never gave in. He was adamant, and he could have lied if he wanted to stop the beatings. However, he chose to stick to his guns. He says, is to Maranzano's face, "I am not going to do your dirty work and kill Masseria myself." He was beaten again, and he passed out again.
I do not know how long I was out or when I came to, but this time my hands felt like they were on fire, because when I looked, I saw that I was practically hanging by my thumbs.
Maranzano continued to plead with Charlie, attempting to present his reasoning as more rational. He tried to persuade Luciano by saying, "Charlie, this is so senseless. You can end this right now if you agree. It is not a big deal to kill a man, and you know he is going to die anyway. Why are you making this so difficult, Charlie? Why are you so stubborn? All you must do is kill him, and you must do it yourself. But, Charlie, I promise you, if you don't do it, then you're dead." The relentless beatings had fueled Luciano's anger, and with a final surge of energy, he lashed out with his feet, catching Maranzano in the groin. Maranzano fell to the ground, screaming for his men to finish Luciano. However, they hesitated, and before they could act, Maranzano seized a knife from one of his men and slashed Luciano's face, cutting across the right cheek down to the bone. Charlie would carry this scar for the rest of his life, giving him a slightly sinister appearance with a drooping right eye. As Maranzano prepared to strike again, opening a gash across Luciano's chest, one of the masked shooters aimed a firearm at Charlie. However, Maranzano screamed, ordering them to spare his life. He believed that the beating he had administered was sufficient to send a clear message to Luciano. With time passing, Luciano knew he had to eliminate both Maranzano and Masseria. Eventually, he expected to be released or left for dead. His men would either dump him on the side of the road, where he would succumb to his injuries, or he might be rescued. Either way, Maranzano believed he had effectively conveyed his message to Luciano.
Somebody cut me down and I felt every square inch of me had a knife in it. I could not even move, but I never passed out completely. A few of the guys picked me up and threw me into the back of a car, and about 3 or 4 minutes later they tossed me out on the road, like I was a sack of potatoes. I must have laid there for a good 15 minutes before I could crawl to a little streetlight down the block. It was about 2 in the morning when I passed out. I do not think there was a part of me that did not have marks or that was not covered in bandages.
A few minutes after being dumped by Maranzano's men, a stroke of luck came Luciano's way. A police car cruising along Highland Boulevard in Staten Island spotted him lying in the street. They picked him up and rushed him to the hospital. Luciano's injuries were severe, requiring 55 stitches to close his wounds. Adding to his humiliation, the Staten Island police initially booked him on a grand larceny charge, suspecting him of stealing a car. Luciano refused to explain his circumstances, and the charge was later dismissed. When the police eventually questioned Luciano about the events of that night, he delivered a line that would become famous and go down in history, later being used against him in court. He simply said, "I was taken for a ride." When asked how he intended to handle the matter, he responded that he would handle it in his own way. These 2 lines would be immortalized in movies and repeated by future gangsters. Some gangsters, while in the hospital, would use similar phrases when questioned by police, indicating they would handle their business their own way and simply stating they were taken for a ride. The story of Luciano's beating and being left on the side of the street after a brutal attack remained mysterious for years. It was not until 1961 that he would provide a full account of the incident. Various rumors circulated about what had happened that night and how he ended up in that condition. One story suggested a rival gang at the corner of Broadway, and Fifth Saint had beaten him as a warning to stay out of their territory, and then left him on Staten Island. Another tale claimed Maranzano's men had abducted him on Broadway and rescued him at the Staten Island ferry, finding him badly battered, and then left him on Staten Island to create a mystery. Yet another rumor suggested he had been assaulted by federal agents who had discovered him waiting for narcotics and whiskey. There were stories about a police officer beating him severely, and even the father of a girl he had impregnated being involved. The speculations and tales about Luciano's beating and the events of that night persisted, with people from all walks of life continuing to gossip about them. It was during this time that the nickname Lucky Luciano began to stick, bestowed upon him by the press and the public. Luciano would recount the full story to some of his friends, and during one such conversation he mentioned, "I'm lucky to be alive." Lansky responded with, "Yep, you sure are. That's you, Lucky Luciano." For Luciano, there was nothing fortunate about lying in bed, badly beaten, with a severe facial wound that required approximately 50 painful stitches. As he lay there, he contemplated how close he had come to death. Gradually, Luciano began to wonder why Maranzano had spared his life. It occurred to him that one of the strengths in Masseria's camp was the difficulty of getting close to him. He was well guarded. Maranzano needed Luciano to carry out the hit because it was the only way it would get done. Someone close to Masseria had to be the one to eliminate him. Luciano grasped the enduring Sicilian tradition that killing a boss meant one could never ascend to that rank. Whether Maranzano was aware of Luciano's long-term ambitions remained unclear. Yet, by compelling Luciano to murder Masseria, Maranzano likely believed he could trust Luciano enough to allow him back into the fold.
Lying in bed, I had a little time to think over what happened. For a couple of days, I could not understand why the fucking bastard went to all that trouble and then let me live. Finally, I figured it out. Masseria was guarded like the Philadelphia Mint. Nobody could get close to him unless you were part of the outfit. Maranzano knew that because he tried a couple of times and came up empty. That meant he had to have somebody close to Joe. So why should Maranzano knock me off when I am the logical guy he needs? But it was typical of the Sicilian touch of Mr. Julius Caesar that if I knocked off Masseria personally, that would be the end of my so-called career as a top man.
Luciano grasped the enduring Sicilian tradition that killing a boss meant one could never ascend to that rank. Whether Maranzano was aware of Luciano's long-term ambitions remained unclear. Yet, by compelling Luciano to murder Masseria, Maranzano likely believed he could trust Luciano enough to allow him back into the fold.
In a way, I do not blame Maranzano because he knew, or he did not know what I was planning, but if he did, then he should have killed me. For 3 days, every time I even moved my pinky, it hurt so bad I could hardly stand it.
However, Charlie experienced an extreme amount of pain with every movement, causing him to wince in agony. He attributed this pain to only one man, the man he would eventually eliminate. Luciano was in such excruciating pain that conventional painkillers proved inadequate. As a result, he resorted to drastic measures.
That is the only time in my life I took narcotics. Joe A. used to come twice a day and shoot me full of morphine. Whenever I got one of them shots, I would figure out a new way to bump off Don Salvatore Maranzano.
Lansky told Uridan that him and his men were extremely concerned that Luciano might have been killed. Lansky immediately mobilized every member of their gang to scour the area for Luciano and his assailants. By the day's end, they were relieved to find Charlie hospitalized. Recognizing the futility of a reckless quest for vengeance, Lansky thought better of letting his men wreak havoc in the streets. Despite Bugsy Siegel's eagerness for a direct assault on Maranzano and his associates, Lansky commanded both his own and Luciano's followers to stand down and await further instructions. Remarkably, even Siegel complied, resulting in their sudden disappearance from public view. To avoid drawing attention or suspicion, none of Luciano's associates visited him in the hospital, aware that police would be monitoring his room. They patiently waited for his discharge, and even then gave it a few more days before convening a strategy meeting beside Luciano's bed, who was still heavily bandaged, joking that it took 55 stitches to piece him back together. Lansky quipped, "From now on we are going to call you lucky because you out to be dead." In the aftermath, Lansky deduced Maranzano's true motive for sparing Charlie's life. It was a calculated move, knowing his men would struggle to get close enough to Joe Masseria to eliminate him. They anticipated Luciano, seen as Masseria's right hand, would interpret this beating as a stark warning and carry out the hit on Masseria himself. Luciano, sharing this insight with Lansky, humorously remarked, "You should have been born a Sicilian. You think as crooked as any one of us." Lansky, maintaining his composure, countered, "With my Jewish brains, I'm just one step ahead of you. I can see right around the Sicilian bends." Meyer Lansky was known for his exceptional intelligence and understanding of people, even outshining those from Sicilian backgrounds, which was notable given his involvement in organized crime. He cleverly immersed himself in the culture and reading habits of his rivals, like Maranzano, mastering the literature that influenced them. This strategic approach helped him outwit competitors and assert his influence. Lansky's network spanned across America, featuring prominent figures like Al Capone and Jake Greasy Thumb Guzik in Chicago. Guzik, a Polish Jewish gangster, considered Lansky among the smartest he had met, highlighting Lansky's intellect over traditional forms of power like violence and intimidation. Lansky believed that true victory in the underworld came from strategy, organization, logistics, and forging strong alliances. This philosophy set the stage for a powerful criminal enterprise that involved notable gangsters and led to the formation of Murder Incorporated. This group, consisting mostly of Jewish gangsters from Eastern Europe, emerged during and after Prohibition. They came from backgrounds marred by persecution, and their criminal activities reflected a mix of survival instinct and a desire for retribution against those they perceived as oppressors. Their operations marked a significant era in organized crime, driven by Lansky, Luciano, and others, who relied on cunning and coordination over brute force to achieve their goals. In the early 20th century, the notion that working-class individuals could ascend into the realm of business was largely dismissed. Banks refused them loans, and without education, capital, or collateral, their entrepreneurial dreams seemed unattainable. Amidst this landscape, an individual with a voracious appetite for knowledge emerged. Meyer Lansky, undeterred by societal constraints, delved into the world of organized crime, not through brute force, but through education. He sought out books on advertising, accounting, financing, and the principles of supply and demand, as well as books about war, divide and conquer, conquests, the fall of empires, and the rise of new empires. Disciplines taught in universities he never attended. Meyer Lansky did not just learn this new knowledge, he shared his findings with notable figures in the criminal underworld, including Longy Zwilman, Frank Costello, Russell Bufalino, and others, who in return introduced him to works on history, conquest, and empire building. Figures like Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, Joe Adonis, Albert Anastasia, Tony Accardo, Paul Ricca, Jake Guzik, Al Capone, Louis Lepke, the Purple Gang of Detroit, Oni Madden, Albert Anastasia, Frank Scalise, Carlo Gambino, Joe Bonanno, the Fischetti brothers, the Maceo family in Galveston, Texas, who were huge in gambling and bootlegging during the mid-20s and during the rise of Las Vegas, the Mangano brothers, the Profazzi family, Silver Dollar Sam and the Huelong family, John Lazia and Tom Pendergast, Russell Bufalino and Stefano Magadino, Santo Traficante Sr., and in the 50s Junior, all became part of this network. Together, they took unprecedented steps to professionalize and expand their operations, leveraging the power of education and strategic thinking to transcend their origins and reshape their destinies in the business of organized crime. On a warm Indian summer day in New York, during the end of the turbulent 20s, it would be around October 20th, we find Meyer Lansky and Frank Costello paying a visit to Lucky Luciano. The trio took a leisurely stroll through Central Park, discussing various matters and troubles. Their conversation wove through topics ranging from the stock market to more personal concerns, such as Meyer's wife's troubled pregnancy, a topic that visibly distressed Lansky. Despite none of the men being directly involved in the stock market, Meyer held a keen interest in its fluctuations. He advised that they should conserve their cash, predicting that when the market inevitably crashed, the entire country would be desperate for money. This foresight offered a chance to charge exorbitant interest rates, providing them significant leverage over industries like the garment district and rendering them indispensable. As the discussion unfolded, Costello chimed in, broadening the scope to other sectors that would similarly require their financial aid during the looming economic disaster. He foretold that the impending Great Depression would be one of the most severe in American history. Unlike the present day, the stock market of that era enticed not only the elite and the wealthy, but also ordinary working-class individuals who had been beguiled by unscrupulous brokers. When the stock market eventually plummeted, it devastated communities across America, exacerbating social unrest. Some of the public fury was aimed at Wall Street, particularly Jewish individuals, thereby fueling anti-Semitic sentiments. During these harrowing times, figures like Al Capone were seen opening soup kitchens, which cast some mobsters in a heroic light as they provided food and financial assistance to those in dire need. Lansky outlined his strategy for exploiting the vulnerabilities of industries during the Great Depression, displaying a sharp acumen for timing and investment. Luciano and his associates recognized their advantageous position with ample cash reserves and a clear understanding of the desperate financial help many Americans would soon be seeking. As their conversation continued to circle back to the volatile underworld, Luciano suddenly dropped the names of Maranzano and Masseria. Lansky responded with a calculated confidence, suggesting that orchestrating a conflict between the two rival bosses, leading them to eliminate each other, would be straightforward. Meyer relished the complexity of their strategy, likened to playing a game of checkers with high stakes. It was during this conversation that Lansky's laughter rang out, genuine and deep from the belly, a rare sound for him, much to the amusement of even Frank Costello, who typically reserved his expressions of mirth. This meeting marked a pivotal moment in the formation of their criminal syndicate, as they began to lay the groundwork for their future dominance in various criminal enterprises. The significance of a young Jewish man rising to prominence alongside a young Italian in the sphere of organized crime was not lost on Lansky, especially given the virulent anti-Semitism harbored by both Masseria and Maranzano. The alliance of Lansky, Luciano, and Costello was not just a partnership of convenience, but a bold defiance against the entrenched prejudices of their time. Meyer Lansky temporarily distanced himself from the tumultuous world of organized crime, as personal matters demanded his attention, most notably Anna nearing the end of her pregnancy. However, as October 1929 brought not only the onset of the Great Depression, but also persistent rumors that Tom Rainer was considering switching allegiances from Joe Masseria to Salvatore Maranzano, Lansky was compelled to re-enter the fray. The gravity of the situation prompted a swift reunion with Lucky Luciano. Together, they decided that a decisive action was necessary to maintain their influence. As 1930 approached, Masseria confirmed the suspicions about Rainer's shifting loyalties. Lansky and Luciano resolved to remove the potential threat. They chose Vito Genovese, a trusted and capable Sicilian, to execute the plan. Lansky, though having stepped back momentarily, played a pivotal role in strategizing and directing this critical move, underlining his indispensable presence in the organization's leadership. On October 29th, the Great Depression struck, casting the nation into economic turmoil.
One day, everybody was buying cases of alcohol, and the next day, they were glad to have enough to buy a pint. Every angle of our business was hit, like a tornado. The jewelry heists that Adonis loved did not mean anything no more. All of them rich broads were out of diamonds. They had everything in hock. Costello's slot still did some business, but it was down to less than half. The only place we didn't have a drop-off was in Harlem and wherever the numbers were running.
Certain communities, such as the poorest, did not have any money in the markets. Therefore, the losses did not affect them straight away.
The little guy who was selling apples still wanted to put a few pennies on a number, praying he had hit something. Not a big bundle, just something. So, what happened was that pennies became the backbone of our dollars, our bread and butter. On the other stuff, we took a bath along with the other losers.
As the Depression took its toll on Charlie and his business partners, they began to believe that the Volstead Act, which enforced prohibition, would soon come to an end. They started exploring ways to enter the legitimate whiskey business. Charlie conveyed his thoughts to his men, saying, "When they ain't got nothing else, they got to have a drink or there's going to be trouble, and they're going to want to have that drink legally." They decided to re-evaluate their entire operation. The economic changes brought about by the Depression led them to exit some rackets while putting more effort into others. During the tumultuous week of October, Luciano found himself fortunate, as both Maranzano and Masseria were preoccupied with their own business troubles, briefly diverting their attention away from the Luciano problem. Luciano and his friends understood that in times of desperation and poverty, People sought solace and relief in vices like alcohol, gambling, and other illicit activities, such as prostitution. Vito had his own ideas and was keen on introducing narcotics into their operations, but Charlie pushed back, telling him that he could pursue it on his own without their assistance.
I kept trying to argue Vito out of it, but he would not listen. I should have thrown him out, but you cannot just throw a guy like that out cold, especially after all the things Vito has done for me.
Recognizing Vito Genovese as a loyal and reliable ally, Charlie knew that he needed all the support he could get, especially in the face of threats from Masseria and Maranzano. To maintain Genovese's loyalty and keep him close, Charlie agreed to his proposal. He told Vito that he could pursue the narcotics business, but with one condition. He should keep it as far away from Charlie as possible.
I do not want to know anything about it. If you want to do it, do it. Anybody you want to do it with, but do not tell me about it. I do not want it. I do not want to know about it. Just remember, Vito, if you get into trouble with that stuff, you will have to bail yourself out.
Charlie had made a firm decision to stay away from the drug trade, even though Vito Genovese was eager to pursue it. Charlie was aware of the drug business's potential profitability, but he had reservations due to several factors. For one, other mafia families, such as the Louisiana Mafia, were deeply entrenched in the narcotics trade. Vito Genovese had connections and interests in this area. During the 1930s and 1940s, the drug trade was not as significant as it would become in later decades, with its major expansion occurring after World War II and during the Vietnam War. Additionally, the French Corsican Mafia was a formidable force in the drug trafficking world, making it a risky venture for the Italian-American mob to enter direct conflict with such powerful players. Luciano recognized that while small-scale involvement in narcotics might be manageable, attempting to challenge established drug trafficking groups could lead to serious trouble. So, instead of drugs, Luciano focused on usury. He bailed out struggling companies with mob money, then took control of these businesses when they could not repay their debts. This strategy allowed him to gain control of essential industries in the city, such as the garment, meat, food, fish, trucking, and mile companies. These legitimate fronts served as covers for various illicit activities, expanding the mob's portfolio of criminal enterprises. Additionally, Luciano extended his influence on Wall Street, assisting some of his friends in the financial world. He bailed out companies that were on the verge of collapse, even if he knew they could not repay him, to build favor and connections with the city's elite.
I wanted to prove to them guys that even a gangster had a heart and was willing to help a friend out of a spot. I loaned lots of them whatever they needed. I charged them like I was a bank, 2 or 3% interest.
Luciano's business ventures extended beyond loan sharking and gambling. Some of the friends he bailed out never repaid their debts, and Luciano did not bother pursuing those losses. Loan sharking preyed on people's need for borrowed funds, while gambling offered the allure of striking it rich. However, the numbers rackets, overseen by Meyer Lansky, Luciano, Costello, and others, experienced unprecedented success. Costello's slot machines became a steady source of income, yielding millions of nickels, dimes, and quarters. The nationwide betting syndicate, initially seeded by Moses Annenberg in Chicago, thrived. People wanted to place bets and receive instant results, no longer relying on attending racetracks or events. The installation of the National Racing Wire played a crucial role in this transformation, providing rapid access to gambling information. Marcelo's involvement in the racing wire business allowed him to expand his operations significantly. He invested in various racing wires and secured a critical market share. Additionally, the mob's influence extended to the newspaper industry, where they provided protection to newspaper stands. Some newspapers that aligned with rival factions would publish unfavorable stories about these mob figures, leading to conflicts between news outlets. However, with the rise of nationwide gambling, newspapers had no choice but to adapt to this new reality, regardless of their previous animosities with organized crime. The emergence of the national telephone wire, capable of delivering results to bookmaking parlors across the country, became a necessity for the expanding gambling industry. Notably, the story led Luciano to reminisce about Moses Annenberg. Luciano had provided Annenberg with a team of enforcers to secure and control street corners in Manhattan. During Annenberg's tenure as circulation director for Hearst, he introduced the Daily Mirror to New York to challenge the Daily News, a move that amused Luciano. Luciano recalled that he had considered the people behind the Mirror to be his type of guys. When Annenberg ventured into developing the racing wire, Luciano became one of its primary backers.
The new racing wire had been worked out with the telephone company. To this day, that high-class corporation knows that it is the heart of the biggest gambling empire in the world. As far as Annenberg was concerned, he never could have operated without us. He needed us and we needed him. It was a good thing all round.
It's important you understand this, because as soon as Luciano took to the throne, this national racing wire was starting to spread all over America. And as soon as he was deported in 1946, people like Marcello were being brought to the throne in Louisiana. A year later, they built a casino in the Vegas desert. The Flamingo was started up. Reno had already been built by these men, and many other places were starting to explode in regards to gambling. In the 50s and 60s, hundreds of millions of dollars in today's money was being invested by organized crime into gambling in America. It had Carlos Marcello leading that charge. So, when he started to move into his national racing wire, he made $2 billion a year from it. He took over everything, and Luciano is giving that history right here, right now in 1928, is when they started to make that move. You must understand these generated billions for these types of men. It took them all the way to Havana, Cuba. They started to take gambling into Europe, London, South America, Bahamas. People like Santo Traficante, Meyer Lansky, and others, especially Jimmy Blue Eyes and Russell Bufalino, started to become international gangsters because of this. Meyer Lansky was money laundering on a huge national scale. It was not a smooth operation, but it was run swiftly because these men had the killers to carry out whatever they needed. So when other groups started to look for people to carry out some of their work, they knew that Italians were ready to do it for them, especially money laundering. That is one of the reasons why the Italians grew to be big. So at this moment in time, America was shifting. Its industries needed bailing out, its trucking industries needed helping. Other major people needed help, such as the elites who were running out of cash, and therefore they looked to organized crime for help. They turned to people like Luciano, but there were countless other people that they would turn to. Costello had his people, and he had to help them out. Meyer had his people, and he helped him out. Joe Adonis had his people, and he helped them out. So they were becoming one big bank, giving out money and looking for favors in return. And these types of men were putting on a crazy amount of interest onto it. Longy Zwillman would come onto this operation, and he would turn into one of the biggest loan shark operators. So, they were not just bailing out industries. They started to own huge shares in them. And it was because of the Great Depression that they were able to do it, and at the same time they were creating the future regarding gambling and entertainment. As the world around Luciano sank deeper and deeper into depression, Luciano's world simply kept getting better and better, as well as the fact that his father and family had now come to terms with his activities.
My old man never really changed. I must be honest. Sometimes he knew me better than I knew myself. But he got tired of trying to tell my mother that I would always be in the rackets. To keep the peace, he finally learned how to shrug it off. That Christmas 1929 was the nicest one we had all through the years up to that time. Everybody was together, and for the first time I sat down to have dinner with my whole family, and nobody talked about me being a truant or getting out of the can or nothing. There wasn't even no mention of the marks on my face, but every once in a while, when my mother would walk past where I was sitting at the table, she'd sort of run her hand over my cheek where Maranzano knifed me, or I could see that she was crying to herself. Outside of that, it was all very happy, and for a fast few hours, I almost wished I had a 9-to-5 job, like the rest of the crumbs. Then I looked out the window and seen my Cadillac parked at the curb, and I knew that I would never give up.
Moments of calm were then interrupted when Tomiel let Charlie know that Tom Rayner was about to make a move to the other side and was taking Tomiel with him.
This was going to put us in one lousy spot. Lepka and Lucchese were doing great in the money-lending business, and they had a guy with them named Abe Raylis who was doing a lot of enforcing for them. And Tommy said if we could put together a big enough kitty, I mean millions in cash, we could control everything in the district. So if Tommy's break with Masseria come too soon, it was going to fuck up the whole combination that I put together in the garment district. Lucchese would be part of Maranzano outfit, and Lepke was still through me with Masseria. I told Lucchese to see if he could keep Reyna from making the move too soon, so we could have enough time to set up the garment district with a good foundation.
In early 1930, Masseria confronted Charlie with his knowledge of Tom Rayner's betrayal and the need to prevent Rayner from defecting. Masseria emphasized the importance of demonstrating his dominance as the boss of New York City and the head of the mafia in America, asserting that he could not afford to ignore Rayner's treachery. Masseria entrusted Charlie with the task of ensuring Rayner's loyalty, stating, "You have to prove to every punk who's in our outfit that there is only one boss in the city of New York and only one head of the Brotherhood in America, and that's Don Giuseppe Masseria. If I close my eyes to Rayner, then Maranzano will win this war without firing another shot. You must keep Rayner with me, and I do not care how you do it, but do it." In response to Masseria's directive, Charlie organized a meeting on a fishing boat off Oyster Bay, Long Island, in early January 1930. Unfortunately, Meyer Lansky could not attend the meeting due to his wife giving birth and her subsequent serious illness. Lansky's absence was understandable, as his wife's condition understandably required his full attention. On January 15, 1930, Bernard, Lansky's son, was born with physical disabilities, which deeply affected Lansky. In response to this difficult situation, Lansky, along with Jimmy Blue Eyes and a few others, embarked on a week-long bender. The story of this legendary bender would eventually reach Bernard as he grew older, and it would trouble him to learn that his father had not handled his birth and condition well. The birth of his first child brought both joy and sorrow as the infant was born with disabilities. Lansky was devastated, his pain compounded by his wife's distress and accusations that his life of sin had brought divine retribution upon their family. The crisis drove Lansky to the brink, prompting him to seek refuge far from his home and responsibilities. Upon learning of Lansky's despair, Luciano dispatched Vincent Arlo, also known as Jimmy Blue Eyes, to find him. Arlo eventually located Lansky in a previously used hideout in Boston, marking the beginning of another chapter in their complex journey through the underworld. Vincent, Jimmy Blue Eyes. Arlo, known for his exceptional interpersonal skills and capacity for empathy, was a close confidant of Russell Bufalino and played a unique role within the inner circle of organized crime. His friendship with Meyer Lansky, one of the most influential mob figures of the time, showcased his ability to connect with individuals on a deeply personal level. In The Irishman, Jimmy Blue Eyes is mentioned with a memorable moment alongside Meyer Lansky and Russell Bufalino. During their escape from Castro's forces on a fishing boat back to America, Jimmy Blue Eyes observes Russell and Meyer anxiously smoking cigarette after cigarette. Amid the tension, Jimmy, known for his humor even in stressful times, challenges Russell Bufalino to quit smoking for a couple of months. Russell accepts the bet, and Jimmy goes to lengths to ensure Russell sticks to his word, even having people watch Russell's hands during heated discussions to catch any slip-up. Russell takes the challenge seriously, and after winning the bet, he quits smoking for good, disliking smoking around him except from Lansky, Jimmy, or his wife. Eventually, Jimmy honors the bet and acknowledges Russell's success, marking a significant change in Russell's habits. Unlike other notable figures such as Bugsy Siegel or Charles Lucky Luciano, who may have lacked the patience and delicate touch required in times of personal crisis, Arlo possessed a unique gift for providing comfort and understanding. During a particularly tumultuous period in Lansky's life, marked by profound grief and emotional turmoil, it was Allo who remained steadfast by his side. For nearly a week, Vincent Allo supported Lansky, not just as a friend, but as a pillar of unwavering support, offering both a listening ear and the distraction of their own bootleg whiskey to help ease the pain. This period of mourning culminated in Lansky's sudden resurgence of spirit. After days of Allo's companionship, Lansky found the strength to resume his daily life, returning to New York with Allo by his side, ready to face the world anew. This episode marked a significant turning point for Lansky, who became more reserved and guarded, except with those he considered close friends. Despite the strains in his personal life, particularly regarding his marriage and the challenges faced by his family, Allo's presence and support during this critical time underscored the depth of their relationship. Lansky's reluctance to discuss his son and his family's struggles with others, combined with the tactful discretion exercised by his circle, highlighted the respect and understanding that defined his friendship with Allo. Jimmy Blue Eyes played a pivotal role in overseeing the move into Cuba, acting as Russell Bufalino's trusted observer for activities involving numerous crime families, including the Stefano Magaddino, Barbera, Genovese families, and their key figures like Mike Miranda, Tommy Eboli, and others. This coordination also involved the Bufalino crime family and allies aligned with Bufalino's interests. During a critical period when notable mob figures were preoccupied, Charlie in prison, Vito Genovese in Italy, Frank Costello in Louisiana, Benjamin Siegel in California, and others like Joe Adonis, Frank Scalise, Tommy Lucchese, and Carlo Gambino. Busy in New York, the initiative to expand into Cuba gained momentum. Russell Bufalino and Jimmy Blue Eyes, along with the Trafficante family, Cuban Mafia, Corsican Mafia, the Louisiana Mafia, and others, spearheaded this move. Despite investments and interests from Luciano, Costello, and Genovese, it was Jimmy Blue Eyes who was instrumental in laying the groundwork in Cuba. His role was critical in establishing casinos, confronting and displacing established local gangsters who had previously dominated the Cuban casino scene. Throughout the 30s, 40s, and 50s, alongside Meyer Lansky, Jimmy Blue Eyes served as the enforcer necessary to ensure the newly established operations ran smoothly and fairly. Vincent Jimmy Blue Eyes. Allo, beyond his role in the underworld, is remembered for his ability to navigate the complexities of human emotion, offering solace and camaraderie during one of Lansky's darkest hours. Their bond, forged in the crucible of personal adversity, stands as a testament to Allo's unique character within the mosaic of organized crime's history. In a time of turmoil within the organized crime world, two individuals, Jimmy Blue Eyes and Lansky, emerged as pivotal figures. Jimmy, a revered member of the Luciano crime family, earned the respect of influential figures like Costello and Vito Genovese. Amidst the conflict involving Costello, Genovese, and Luciano, Jimmy, alongside Russell Bufalino, played a crucial role in safeguarding Meyer Lansky, underlining the complex allegiances and protective bonds within their world. For Lansky, this period was marked by personal challenges and a deepening commitment to his family. Eagerly anticipating fatherhood, he envisioned a brighter future for his son, driven by the desire to provide a life far removed from his own hardships. The discovery of his son's disability deeply affected Lansky, reflecting the vulnerabilities even those in the underworld faced. Inspired by Al Capone, who openly supported his own son with a disability and contributed to related charities, Lansky grappled with his initial struggles. Recognizing the societal barriers of anti-Semitism, racism, and fascism, he feared these would only amplify the challenges for his disabled son. Determined to carve out a better path, Lansky's motivations in the underworld gained a new personal dimension. The wars between rival mob leaders Maranzano and Masseria became more than just business disputes. They were battles against ideologies that threatened his family's future. Lansky's efforts to ensure Luciano's ascendancy were driven by a desire to eliminate those who harbored hatred towards Jews, striving to secure at least a fighting chance for his son in a hostile world. The story of Meyer Lansky and his relationship with his son, as chronicled by Kathy McCarthy, reveals a deeply personal side to the infamous figure known for his ties to the mafia. At its core, Lansky's life was driven by a fundamental principle: self-preservation, not solely for his sake, but significantly for the well-being of his son. This realization dawned on him as he contemplated the inevitable risks of his lifestyle, understanding that his survival was crucial to prevent his son from enduring the hardship of losing a father under violent circumstances. The potential of being killed and leaving his son to grapple with unanswered questions and financial instability was a fate Lansky was determined to avoid at all costs. Despite the challenges and the tumultuous nature of his life, his love for his son remained unwavering. His son, Buddy, would later reflect on their relationship in the 80s, offering insights into the life they shared and the complexities of growing up with a father enmeshed in the mafia. Through Buddy's accounts, we gain a glimpse into the private world of Meyer Lansky, a world far removed from his public persona, centered around a father's love and the lengths he would go to protect his child. Written by Kathy McCarthy for the Rio newspapers in North Miami, Florida, the article titled "Father's Secrets: Meyer Lansky's Firstborn Son Talks on Illness and Life with the Mafia" unveils these intimate details, highlighting the profound bond between Lansky and his son amidst the backdrop of a life fraught with danger and uncertainty. Here is the article. For 53 years, Meyer Lansky, the grey eminence of organized crime, kept secret the tragedy of his firstborn son. Buddy, he called him, and despite his influence, his power, his wealth, Lansky could not release his son from the disease that held him captive: cerebral palsy. Bernard Buddy. Lansky, now 54, is confined to a wheelchair in a North Miami nursing home, too crippled to turn the page of a book. He is a man who worships his late father. "It never dawned on me that what he did was good or bad," he said of his father. "I learned to live with it. He never discussed anything with us. He kept his business and private life to himself. I never knew what he did. I never asked. I didn't let myself think about it." Today, Buddy lives in a sterile room with peeling Buddy paint and a tile floor. It costs the estate of Meyer Lansky $55 a day. The corridor is permeated with the odors of illness and antiseptics. A portrait of Buddy's mother hangs beside a cheap TV that does not work. A sultry Anne Citron, legs crossed, is smoking a cigarette at age 28, 2 years before her first nervous breakdown. Now 74, she is confined to a sanitarium in New York City. On the wall, beside a wheeled hospital bed, hangs a 1971 photograph of Buddy's father, one of the most infamous men in America. He is smiling as he stands behind the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. The legend of Meyer Lansky, born in 1902 and died in 1983, is a gory tale of ancient gangland rivalries settled in blood, garrots, cement galoshes, and bullets from machine guns. By popular belief, never established in a court of law, Lansky sophisticated the mafia's crude leadership of the 20s and 30s and brought to organized crime the subtleties of financial manipulation and concealment. The federal government spent a small fortune trying to prove his guilt. Born Meyer Lansky, Lansky arrived a penniless immigrant at Ellis Island in New York Harbor on April 4, 1911. As a young man, he managed to get his mugshot in a police lineup with racketeer Charles Lucky Luciano. In 1929, he fell in love and married Anne Citron. In Brooklyn on January 15, 1930, the wife of Meyer Lansky gave birth to the first of their 3 children, Bernard. They soon realized something was wrong. The Lanskys traveled across the country looking for a doctor who knew what I had, Buddy said. Buddy did not walk until he was 3. That same year, Meyer Lansky, money man separated mob ties, family Winthrop Phelps, a renowned Baltimore orthopedic specialist, diagnosed cerebral palsy. It is an incurable disease caused by brain damage at birth. It attacks the body's muscular control, impairing speech, hearing, sight, and learning abilities. A few years ago, Buddy watched The Gangster Chronicles on television. He heard for the first time that his father left the family and went into seclusion when he learned of his illness. In 1936, Lansky took his 6-year-old son to Boston for surgery. It was the first of uncounted trips to an operating room. At age 10, Buddy moved to the Children's Rehabilitation Institution in Baltimore, where Phelps was affiliated with Johns Hopkins Hospital. Lansky visited his son on weekends, commuting from the family's home in New York. Buddy said his father taught him 2 simple rules as a child. To gain respect, you have to give respect. To gain a friend, you have to be a friend. The boy rejoined his family in New York at age 14. Buddy remembers his parents' screaming fights late at night. His mother, eventually diagnosed as schizophrenic, grew progressively worse. The Lanskys had 2 others, children, Paul and Sandra. Eventually, Paul Lansky graduated from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. It was the highlight of my father's life, Buddy said, and eventually, Sandra married and gave birth to a son. Lansky's grandson was born with cerebral palsy. Some things Lansky would not tolerate. Drugs was one of them. If he had caught any of us using drugs, he'd have killed us, Buddy said. Lansky also disapproved of his children's gambling, Buddy said. Sunday, December 9th, 1984. When Buddy was 17, his mother filed for divorce and moved into an apartment on the Upper East Side. I used to lie there in bed at night and cry. I did not know which was worse, the divorce or hearing the screaming, the fighting at night. After the divorce, he used to come over every other night to take us to dinner. During the winter, I had come to Florida to visit him. Wherever he was, no matter what he was doing, he visited us almost every weekend. In December 1948, Lansky married Thelma Shear Schwartz, a former manicurist. So Buddy, 18, moved into a New York City apartment with his father and his stepmother. Up until then, Buddy said, he knew nothing of his father's mob connections. As I become more aware of what he did, I became more worried. I knew a lot of fellows went to jail or got killed. Dad never did. I knew it was because he was smart. Do you know the old saying, the less you know, the better off you are? I believe that. In 1957, he married a hostess at Rascal House Restaurant in North Miami Beach. Buddy will not talk about his marriage except to say that after they separated 4 years later, he regretted the divorce very much. For 23 years, Buddy worked at Hawaiian Isle Motel in North Miami Beach, managing for a while, later working at the pool. On January 1st, 1982, Buddy had to quit. He entered Jackson Memorial Hospital for surgery to fuse 2 vertebrae. For 11 weeks, he wore a metal brace attached to his forehead that connected to a restrictive vest. Buddy remained at Jackson for 9 months. He never walked again, and never again would he want anyone to photograph him. In his wheelchair, Buddy left Jackson to visit his father in another hospital, Mount Sinai Hospital in Miami Beach. Meyer Lansky, old and frail, was dying of cancer. Lansky died at age 80 on January 15, 1983. It was Buddy's 53rd birthday. He attended the funeral at Mount Nebo Cemetery in his wheelchair. In a will filed in Dade County Circuit Court, documents valued Lansky's estate in excess of $100,000. It did not say much more. It left 65% of the estate to Buddy and 35% to his widow. Buddy's share was to be used at the discretion of Lansky's attorney, E. David Rosen, for his medical and living expenses. The only money Buddy receives directly is $500 a month. The federal government mails him a check because he suffers from cerebral palsy. In 1930, Lansky was haunted by a fear that would shadow his life, the dread of leaving nothing behind for his son, of failing to ensure his child could fend for himself in a world of luxury he dreamed of. Five-star hotels, silk sheets, the full splendor. Despite his efforts, his fears became reality. Though Lansky survived to an old age, surrounded by loved ones in his final moments, the empire he built crumbled. The very nation he aided, Israel, turned away from him, leaving his legacy in ruins. His son, left to navigate the world alone, faced a life of struggle. In the harsh world of organized crime, only family ties remained unbroken. Brothers, sisters, aunts, and uncles stood by each other. Everyone else faced a grim fate, either imprisoned, forgotten, or dying alone, their legacies fading into shadows. In a later segment of our exploration, we will delve into a particularly poignant chapter of personal life, intricately interwoven with Meyer Lansky's authoritative dynamics within his family. This chapter underscores the profound impact of Lansky's domineering disposition, especially highlighted when his son Buddy entered the bonds of matrimony. Meyer, a man who wielded control with an iron fist, was convinced he knew what was best for his loved ones. His affection for them was undeniable, yet it was his manner of expressing this love, through stringent control and unsolicited advice, that revealed a complex character. Despite being adept at guiding others, Meyer struggled to apply the same wisdom to his own life. Meyer's paternal instincts extended far into his children's personal decisions, so much so that he demanded Buddy to sever ties with his wife. He perceived Buddy's wife as a malignant influence, a gold digger exploiting his son's affection for personal gain. This judgment was made despite her genuine care and understanding of Buddy, transcending his disability, a facet of him Meyer believed she could not possibly overlook for anything other than financial incentive. Buddy's wife was, in truth, his pillar. She was the one who saw him beyond his limitations, the one who shared a deep, unequivocal love with him. But faced with his father's ultimatum, Buddy stood at a crossroads. His dependence on Meyer, both emotionally and financially, forced him into a heart-wrenching decision. To preserve his relationship with his father, Buddy had to let go of the love of his life. As we peel back the layers of this tragic tale, it serves as a stark reminder of the complexities of familial love entangled with control. Meyer Lansky, a figure of immense power and influence, failed to recognize the genuine bond between Buddy and his wife. His actions, driven by a misguided desire to protect, ultimately led to an irrevocable loss. Buddy never spoke about this moment in his life, showing the pain always stayed with him. We will revisit this narrative thread in due course, but for now, let us return to the broader conflict that was happening in the 30s. The narrative of American organized crime is marked by a series of pivotal showdowns, illustrating a cycle of ambition, vision, and power struggles that shaped its history. This pattern first emerged distinctly when young mobsters, under the guidance of visionaries like Lucky Luciano, dared to redefine the landscape of crime. Luciano's blueprint for organized crime set a precedent, one that future mob bosses would emulate and adapt according to their personal visions and the changing times. Carlo Gambino is a prime example of this evolution. He harbored his own distinct vision for organized crime, prioritizing stability and discretion. Gambino's strategic move to eliminate the unpredictable Albert Anastasia was a calculated effort to solidify his control and implement his structure, showcasing his foresight and leadership. Similarly, Vito Genovese had his aspirations within the mob world, marked by his bold attempt to dethrone Frank Costello. Genovese's ambition was not just about power for its own sake. It was about reshaping the mob to align with his vision of organized crime, which involved a mix of ruthlessness and political maneuvering. Their endeavors were not isolated to rivalries with Italian mobsters. They also focused on taking over or revolutionizing existing rackets. These men, among others, exemplified how visions of organized crime were not confined by ethnicity or alliances, but were driven by individual ambitions and strategic foresight. Before these men could rise to the top, much like the leaders of the future, they had to outpace certain individuals who were either slightly ahead or just behind them in the hierarchy. Despite Lansky's absence from the meeting on that cold and snowy night, Charlie proceeded with the discussion, making important decisions with the remaining attendees, including Adonis, Costello, Genovese, Siegel, and Lucchese.
Tommy Lucchese showed up at last, and he brought some very bad news. He has had dinner with Reina a couple of hours before and learned something that Masseria did not tell me. Masseria was planning to knock off both Joe Profaci and Joe Bananas, who was Castellamarise with Maranzano. If he'd done that, Reina could be persuaded to stay with Masseria. It would keep everyone else in line. We all agreed then that there was no way to stop the war, and the only thing we should think about was how we could win it.
This is what set Luciano apart, his ability to devise and adapt plans quickly to his advantage. The realization dawned on these men that they needed to revise their old plans. Masseria would have to be eliminated first, ahead of Maranzano. Being a Sicilian himself, Luciano started thinking like one. It is worth noting that Luciano was determined to spare the lives of Joe Bonanno and Joe Profaci, recognizing their potential as future key members in his organization. He would later grant them a seat at the table, and both would go on to make their mark in the mafia's history. In the late 1920s, Luciano was committed to ensuring the safety of Profaci and Bonanno. It is remarkable to consider that Profaci would later become known for going to war with members of his own crime family, driven by his strong devotion to his own family, his faith, and the church, even more so than his allegiance to his crime family members. But that is a story for a later time. In 1928, Luciano was determined to do everything in his power to ensure that Profaci and Bonanno did not meet a premature end.
Now you are dealing with a Sicilian. You got to think Sicilian or you ain't got no chance. So I tried to put myself into Masseria's head and figure out why we wanted to keep Reina alive while he was planning behind my back to knock off Joe Profaci and Joe Bananas. That is when I got it very clear. Masseria would make it look to Maranzano like I had masterminded the hits on those two big shots who were on his side, and at the same time I was working to keep Reina from going over to him. The result would be that Maranzano would come after me with everything he had.
However, there was a rugged Jewish gangster who did not align with Luciano's approach, and he had reservations about the Italian way of doing things as well. As Luciano laid out his plans, Benjamin Siegel once again leaped to his feet, shouting, "We're always wasting time. You Italian bastards are forever chewing it over and chewing it over until there is not a fucking thing to swallow. There's only one way to go. We've got to knock off Reina as soon as possible, and Tommy has to spread the word to Maranzano that Masseria ordered the hit. We also need to ensure the safety of Profaci and Bananas." This time they heeded Benjamin's advice and decided to act swiftly. Vito Genovese was tasked with the job, and on February 26, 1930, he lurked outside Reina's residence, waiting for the right moment. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Vito carried out the hit, ending Reina's life.
That is the way we set it up. I picked Vito for the job with instructions that Reina had to get it face to face, according to the rules. I really hated to knock off Tom Reina, and none of my guys wanted to either. Reina was a man of his word. He had culture, and he was a very honorable Italian. He practically ran the Bronx except for what Dutch Schultz was doing with beer and meat, and he had control of the whole ice racket, which was important when you figure out that 75% of the city did not have electric refrigerators, and we was using ice. But he had to be eliminated so I could go on living and keep moving up.
Vito later recounted the details of Reina's demise to Luciano. He described how, upon spotting Reina, he began to smile and wave his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Vito swiftly ended Reina's life with a shotgun blast. The suspicion and confusion that followed were just what Charlie and his associates had anticipated. Maranzano believed that Masseria had orchestrated the killing, utilizing his hitman Joe Catania for the job. Masseria added to the mounting suspicions by summoning Reina's top lieutenants, Gaetano Tom Gagliano, Tommy L., and Dominic the Gap Petrilli, while appointing Joseph Pinzola as the new boss of the Reina family. Tensions were escalating rapidly, and the war between Maranzano and Masseria was reaching a boiling point. It was becoming increasingly likely that these mobsters would resort to killing each other on sight, tarnishing the reputation of Italians and mobsters alike. Chicago was already experiencing its own wave of violence, and Luciano recognized that public sentiment was beginning to turn against these gangsters, once hailed as heroes. Drive-by shootings were becoming commonplace, and innocent bystanders were getting caught in the crossfire. It was a grim situation, where the deaths of a few mobsters often meant the loss of innocent lives as well. Luciano detested this senseless violence, but he understood that to climb the ranks and achieve his goals, he had to create a diversion. By sowing misinformation and discord, he aimed to divert Masseria and Maranzano's attention towards each other, allowing him to make his ascent unnoticed.
I always thought Masseria was a stupid pig, but I honestly did not believe that he was that stupid. To expect Reina top guys to swallow all that. As big shit as Masseria was, he did not hold a candle to Pinzola. That guy was fatter, uglier, and dirtier than Masseria was on the worst day when the old bastard did not take a bath, which was most of the time.
Pinzola attempted to follow in his mentor's footsteps when dealing with Reina's former lieutenants. These lieutenants did not voice their objections openly, but instead concealed their dissatisfaction, taking their grievances to Charlie, who happened to be their close friend. As mentioned earlier, Luciano had been strategically sowing the seeds of dissent among his men. Masseria remained oblivious to the shifting loyalty within his ranks. Many of his own men had started to admire and idolize Luciano more than Masseria himself. When the time came for a takeover, most of these men were ready to accept it willingly, as they favored Luciano's leadership. Tommy L. and Petrilli had already established close friendships with Charlie. Charlie even helped Petrilli address a cosmetic concern by recommending a skilled dentist to fix the gap in his teeth with a bridge.
I sent him to my own dentist on Columbus Circle, and he fixed up the gap's mouth with a bridge. Girls used to laugh at him, and he had a hard time. After that, he became a real flirt, and from that minute on, if I asked him to jump off a building, he would have done it.
Following the incident with his teeth, Petrilli transformed into a flirt and grew even closer to Charlie, becoming one of his trusted friends. On the other hand, Tommy L. had been a loyal friend to Luciano from the start, always providing support and putting his life on the line to assist him. Tommy L.'s unwavering loyalty to Luciano had solidified their friendship, and his dedication was unwavering. Pinzola's leadership style grew increasingly dictatorial and oppressive, causing discontent among his subordinates. Eventually, in September, he met his demise at the hands of his 3 lieutenants who were loyal to Luciano. Tommy L. played a pivotal role in this plot by luring Pinzola into his office, located on Broadway near Times Square, and then Petrilli entered and shot Pinzola in the face. This killing followed the traditional mafia way, adhering to the rules, with no one mourning Pinzola's loss, not even Masseria. As the plot against Pinzola was unfolding, Tom Galliano took up the task of negotiating with Maranzano, and during the summer he met with Joe Profaci at Peter Luger, a renowned Brooklyn steakhouse.
When Adonis, Profaci, and Galliano came out of the restaurant, Maranzano was sitting in the back of Joe A's car with Joe Bananas, waiting for them. That is where and how the deal was made for the Reina family to make a secret switch to Maranzano.
Later, Luciano was informed about the details of Morello's demise by Tommy L. During this time, Charlie had a private conversation with Anastasia, in whom he had complete trust and confidence. He knew that Anastasia would go to great lengths, even committing murder, to support him. When Charlie revealed his plan to Anastasia, the latter reacted with overwhelming enthusiasm. He embraced Charlie tightly and kissed him on both cheeks, expressing his eagerness for Charlie to rise to the top and asserting his willingness to eliminate anyone who posed a threat. However, Anastasia also issued a warning, emphasizing the importance of dealing with Pete Morello before anyone else. He stressed that Morello was a highly perceptive and dangerous individual who could detect danger before it even arose. Anastasia emphasized that to eliminate Joe, the boss, Masseria, Morello had to be eliminated first. Following this conversation, Frank Scalise and Anastasia carried out the mission on August 15, 1930, trapping Morello in his loan sharking office in East Harlem and gunning him down. Masseria, unaware of Charlie's involvement, believed that Maranzano had ordered the hit. Rumors began circulating in New York, suggesting that the shooters had come from Chicago. Another one of Masseria's valuable associates had fallen during this operation.
There was another guy with him in the office, and he had to get it too. Later, I found out that his name was Periano, and he was a collector for Masseria. Albert told me that when he and Scalise walked in, Morello was counting receipts, and they grabbed the dough after they knocked him off. It came to more than 30 grand.
In his quest for revenge, Masseria turned to his friend Al Capone in Chicago, while Maranzano was closely associated with Al Capone's bitter enemy, Joseph Aiello. To ensure the job was executed effectively, Masseria dispatched one of his top men, Al Mineo, to handle the matter. Aiello fell victim to a hail of machine gun bullets on a Chicago street, and the police pinned the blame on Capone's mobsters for the killing. On November 5, 1930, Maranzano retaliated by positioning his men in an apartment in the Bronx, surveilling the residences of Masseria's top aides in hopes of catching him in a crossfire. Masseria, accompanied by two of his key associates, Al Mineo and Stephen Ferrigno, showed up at the scene. Gunfire was exchanged, but Masseria managed to escape unharmed, though his top two lieutenants were killed. The culmination of the Castellammarise War was rapidly approaching, with soldiers on both sides hiding and targeting each other on sight. Alongside planned assassinations, these events drew significant public attention to the underworld and led to a severe crackdown.
I knew the time for this was perfect. Masseria luck was holding out good, and Maranzano could not get within a mile of him. He would have to have me, and nobody else but me, to settle this thing once and for all. And if I was going to negotiate, this was the time to move.
Luciano convened a meeting with his men in Oyster Bay, and this time Lansky was in attendance. Lansky was no longer a mere spectator to Italian infighting. Alongside Luciano, he exerted significant control over many Italians, holding the power to either elevate or destroy them. This influence extended to Jewish and Irish gangsters, whether they ranked below or above them in stature. These ambitious young gangsters, one from Eastern Europe and the other from Italy, were now poised to take over the underworld of the East Side. The realm of Jewish organized crime also reflects this pattern of visionary leadership and strategic dominance. Figures like Benjamin Bugsy, Siegel, and Louis Lepke, Buchhalter, were not mere participants in the world of crime. They were architects who shaped it. Benjamin Siegel was not just a feared hitman and expert getaway driver. He was also a brilliant mind within Meyer Lansky's team. Known for his exceptional numerical skills, visionary mind, and deep understanding of casino operations, Siegel excelled in navigating the complex world of criminal syndicates. His charisma made him a standout figure, effortlessly blending with the likes of Lansky, Luciano, Costello, and other mob luminaries. Beyond his criminal prowess, Siegel's striking good looks and fearless nature drew in both beautiful women and the elite, making him a local celebrity beyond New York and into California. There he mingled with celebrities, further showcasing his intelligence and deep knowledge of organized crime. Siegel was adept at coercing companies and individuals alike, funneling substantial funds into his casino ventures and other operations in California on behalf of New York's mafia families. His influence was so vast that even when faced with challenges from figures like Mickey Cohen in California when he first arrived around 1939, a simple call to the Chicago outfit was enough to resolve issues underscoring the deep respect and admiration he commanded across the criminal underworld. Mickey Cohen took control of various racket operations, including prostitution, gambling, entertainment industry involvement, vending and pinball machines in small stores, similar to Costello's slot machines and future arcade centers, as well as extortion rackets, labor unions, film unions, and narcotics. He operated alongside the Dragna family in California. It was the Dragna family that was responsible for carrying out the hit on Benjamin in 1947. In the late 20s, after Arnold Rothstein's death, his vast empire fell into the hands of Meyer Lansky. Lansky, along with key figures from Rothstein's network, began to expand their influence under the guidance of people like Frank Costello. They ventured into new territories, such as Louisiana, aiming to dominate the casino rackets there. Despite facing opposition from traditional organized crime figures like Maranzano and Masseria, Lansky and his associates saw them merely as hurdles to be overcome. Meyer Lansky, a Jewish mobster who might have appeared unassuming at first glance, was a formidable force in the underworld. Despite his early departure from school upon arriving in America, Lansky's determination, intelligence, and ruthlessness propelled him to the forefront of organized crime. He played a crucial role in reshaping the Italian-Sicilian mafia's structure, effectively merging various ethnic criminal organizations under a single umbrella. Their endeavors were not isolated to rivalries with Italian mobsters. They also focused on taking over or revolutionizing existing rackets. From 1930 to 1931, despite personal challenges, Lansky strategically moved the chess pieces of the mob, influencing key figures like Lucky Luciano. Alongside Johnny Torrio and Frank Costello, Lansky helped corrupt political systems to ease their grip on organized crime. He utilized his Jewish background to garner support within Jewish communities, ensuring votes and protection for their businesses in return. As the 30s and 40s unfolded, Italian mob and Jewish businesses became inseparable. This unity meant that an attack on one was an attack on all, often leading to severe repercussions. The Irish mob also became involved, leveraging the combined strength of the Jewish and Italian mobs for their political ambitions. Lansky envisioned a future where organized crime was not just a loose association of gangs bound by tradition, but a structured, profitable enterprise. He sought to discard the old Sicilian codes in favor of a modern criminal conglomerate. This vision came to fruition in the 30s, further solidified by the economic opportunities presented by the Great Depression and the impending Second World War. By the time the war arrived, the Mafia had significant control over key American industries, including the garment sector in New York. This control extended to military contracts, where Mafia-influenced businesses supplied uniforms and other necessities for the war effort. Lansky and his associates had transformed the landscape of organized crime, positioning themselves as pivotal figures in both the underworld and the legitimate business world, cementing their legacy in the annals of American history. The decision was made to set the plan into motion, and word was promptly sent to Maranzano. Luciano conveyed his readiness to carry out what Maranzano had wanted him to do a year earlier on Staten Island, which was to eliminate Masseria. To arrange the meeting, Luciano reached out through Tony Bender.
Maranzano knew goddamn well. After what happened on the pier, I was not going to give him the right time when it came to picking the place.
They finally arranged their meeting at the Bronx Zoo. Charlie had Tommy Lucchese, Joe A. and Bugsy Siegel with him. Charlie wanted to have a Jewish mobster with him to see how Maranzano would react and ensure he could not use Sicilian exclusivity against Charlie. Maranzano had Joe Profaci and Joe Bananas with him. They met late in the afternoon in front of the lion's cage. Charlie even made a playful remark to Maranzano about the lion being the king of the animals. Maranzano laughed and put his arm around Luciano, but before he could say anything, Luciano informed him, "Maranzano, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. My father is the only one who can call me Bambino." Maranzano did not take kindly to this, as it surprised him that Charlie would assert his independence in such a way. To Luciano, it was a matter of being his own man, and he would not let anyone else treat him as a son. That was not in Luciano's nature.
He said something like that he could not understand why I should resent it, that I did not understand that he could look on me like his own son. I said, "After what happened between us last year, I will never look on you as my old man, so let us stop that horse shit and get down to business. If we work everything out, then we will be friends. That is it."
Maranzano also agreed to get rid of the rule that only Sicilians could hold positions of power. When Charlie pointed out to him that it was crazy and did not mean anything, Maranzano eventually conceded. When it was all said and done, Maranzano would point at Luciano and single out the scar he left when he beat and tortured Luciano, expressing regret that it had come to this point. Luciano was ready to forgive and forget, though deep down, he was planning to find a way to remove Maranzano as well. Charlie said he did not mind it too much and was prepared to look ahead. Everything was worked out with Maranzano. He guaranteed the personal safety of Luciano and his dues once Masseria's death was accomplished. He also assured that he would not interfere with the business of Costello, Lansky, Siegel, or Adonis. Maranzano even stretched out his hand and sealed their agreement. He then told Luciano, "Whether you like it or not, Salvatore Luciano, you are my bambino," which infuriated Luciano, but he held his temper for the time being. So the end of Masseria would soon be on the horizon. What Luciano was doing now was creating history. Forever New York would be sown in blood. Charlie honestly thought what he was doing was for the greater good, but he never saw the future of other bosses wanting to rise and seeing the blueprint he once laid out. In Chicago, it was somewhat different after Al Capone was imprisoned. He democratically handed power over to Paul Ricca, Tony Accardo, and some of his own blood relatives. In Florida, Santo Trafficante Sr. handed power over to his son. And in Louisiana, Carlos Martello himself was handed power by Silver Dollar Sam, making him the boss of the oldest crime family in America. New York was somewhat different. In New York, you could literally kill a boss and become a boss if it was not you pulling the trigger, which was a Sicilian tradition. Charlie Luciano would kill Masseria and then kill Maranzano and declare himself boss. Vito tried to use this blueprint when he tried to eliminate Frank Costello. And then Gambino used this blueprint when he behind closed doors manipulated the demise of the Mangano brothers. Then Albert Anastasia was killed, allowing Gambino to become boss. A few other mob bosses would use this method also. Another famous example would be the killing in the 80s, would be of Paul Castellano, who was murdered in New York, and giving way to John Gotti, who then became the new boss of the Gambino crime family. It would be on April 15, 1931, a beautiful, warm and sunny day around 9 o'clock, when Charlie would create this blueprint setting in motion decades of violence. Luciano and Masseria were both sitting alone at one of Joe the Boss's headquarters on Lower 2nd Avenue in downtown Manhattan. Masseria leaned back and listened as Luciano outlined a blueprint for mass murders and a plan to eliminate Maranzano's lieutenants.
I must have talked for a couple of hours, and old Joe was beaming and laughing like he could just taste Maranzano blood out of a gold cup. Finally, he leaps out of his leather chair about twice as big as he was, and he starts to do a dance in the middle of the office. The only time I ever seen anything like it was on the newsreels during the war when they showed Hitler doing a dance like that when he beat France. It reminded me of Masseria, 2 fruitcakes in search of a brain.
About 12 p.m., Charlie suggested they have a pleasant drive out to Coney Island.
I could see Masseria eyes start to shine the minute I mentioned this great food, and when I was making the arrangements over the phone, I swear I could see the spit drooling out of his mouth because I ordered enough food to stuff a horse.
They arrived at the Nuova Villa Tamaro in Coney Island shortly after noon. Gerardo Scarpato showed them to a table, the atmosphere brimming with an air of anticipation. Luciano was never a big eater, and he ate slowly, lost in thought. He sipped his wine sparingly, as if he knew the gravity of what was about to transpire. On the other hand, Masseria was a stark contrast, indulging himself in a feast of antipasto, spaghetti with red clam sauce, lobster, and whatever culinary delight was placed in front of him. It was as though he sought solace in the comfort of his meal, the last he might ever enjoy. Just before 3:30, the last of the customers had left, and most of the staff had gone as well, leaving an eerie silence hanging in the air. Charlie, still pretending to be a loyal friend to Masseria, suggested playing a game of klob, a Russian-Hungarian two-handed card game. Masseria hesitated, not knowing this might be his final act of leisure, but he eventually agreed. Scarpato brought a deck of cards to the table, and they played a single hand. As the cards shuffled and chips exchanged hands, Charlie excused himself to go to the toilet. His footsteps echoed in the empty restaurant, leaving him alone with his thoughts. He could not help but feel a sense of unease, knowing that the fate of his old foe was about to end. It was at this moment that the front door of the Nuova Villa Tamaro swung open. The car that Luciano had driven was followed by a sleek black limousine driven by Ciro Terranova, carrying a group of cold, professional-looking killers. Vito Genovese, Joe Adonis, Albert Anastasia, and Bugsy Siegel emerged from the limousine, dressed impeccably in sharp suits. The air around them seemed to crackle with tension as they entered the dimly lit restaurant. Their eyes bore the unmistakable intent of hitmen, and they moved with a lethal grace, each step calculated and precise. Bugsy Siegel, the one who would pull the trigger, carried an air of eerie calmness, like a predator stalking its prey. The room's silence was broken only by the soft rustling of their suits and the muffled clinking of their shoes on the tiled floor. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted from one of anticipation to impending doom. The four men, their cold gazes never wavering, pulled out their pistols and began firing at Joe the boss. More than 20 shots echoed through the room, a cacophony of deadly intent. 6 of those shots found their mark, striking Masseria, who slumped over the table, his reign of power meeting a brutal end. With ruthless efficiency, the 4 hitmen exited the restaurant, making their way to a waiting getaway car. Ciro Terranova, shaken to his core, was pushed aside by Siegel, who took the wheel with an unflinching determination. The entire killing took less than a minute, and there were no witnesses to testify to the abrupt and violent end of Joe Masseria's reign.
When the police officers came naturally, they wanted to know whether I had seen what happened. I said no, I did not, and I did not have no idea why somebody would want to kill Joe. They asked me where I was when it happened, and every newspaper printed that I said, as soon as I finished drying my hands, I walked out to see what it was all about. That is an absolute lie. I said to them, I was in the can taking a leak. I always take a long leak.
Masseria received a funeral that matched his status. His body lay in state for several days, and a long procession of cars filled with flowers and mourners followed him to the cemetery. The expenses for the funeral were covered by Maranzano, and Luciano himself attended the service. After it was all over, Luciano pulled Vito aside and inquired about how the hit had gone. Vito replied that it had been executed face to face, just as Masseria always demanded. It's how Joe the boss then met his end. With Masseria out of the picture, the crown of power had now shifted to Maranzano, but Luciano knew that this arrangement would not last for long.
Maranzano had it all now. He did not waste a single day in starting to make plans. He was going to have the biggest inauguration that ever took place in the United States of America. In a few weeks after Masseria stopped being a pig and became a corpse, all Maranzano could think about was the day he was going to be crowned king.
Charlie remained equally determined to build his own empire. He adopted a patient approach, biding his time while waiting for Maranzano to make a misstep. The decision made by Charlie and his crew was to exercise patience, as they believed that Maranzano's assumption of uncontested rule would not hold for long. Maranzano decided to hold his own formal induction ceremony, sending out invitations to 500 mobsters. They would assemble along the Grand Concourse in the Bronx, with each mobster taking a seat in a predetermined order based on their rank.
The whole joint was practically covered with crosses, religious pictures and statues of the Virgin and saints I never heard of. Maranzano was the biggest cross nut in the world. He wore a cross around his neck. He had them in his pockets. Wherever he was, there were crosses all over the place. He was an absolute maniac on religion. In fact, he used to call us guys in and bawl the shit out of them for not going to church. I remember one time, it was a little later, when Mike Miranda told me that Maranzano gave it to him about the church, and Mike said to him, "How can I go to church when I just knocked off a guy?" He said Maranzano told him, "That has nothing to do with it. Religion is only concerned with a man's soul."
On the dais, a throne-like chair was placed, which Maranzano had rented from a theatrical prop warehouse specifically for this occasion. He seated his princes and lords, the heads of various gangs and units, with Charlie positioned at his right hand as the designated crown prince. When Maranzano rose to speak, there was an eerie silence. He delivered his speech in Italian, often lapsing into the Sicilian dialect and embellishing his words with Latin quotes. Maranzano expressed his anger over certain individuals in Chicago who had attempted to disrupt the meeting and sabotage the peace. Al Capone had discouraged some families from attending, such as the Louisiana crime family, which chose not to participate. Throughout his speech, Maranzano employed various oratorical techniques, adjusting his tone to emphasize points, and lowering his voice to force the audience to lean in closer. He gestured emphatically, raising a clenched fist to declare himself the supreme ruler, the boss of all bosses. Maranzano announced his intention to consolidate all criminal activities into a single organization under his leadership, outlining mergers and realignments that would result in 5 major families in New York. Each family would have non-competing territories or spheres of operation, and members would belong to one of these families. Maranzano declared a strict code of discipline, emphasizing rigid adherence to the organization's rules. No member could discuss the organization or their family, even within their own homes under penalty of death. Every member must unquestioningly obey orders from superiors. Members could not physically harm one another, no matter the provocation. All past grievances would be forgiven, granting total amnesty. Total harmony was to prevail in both business and personal relationships, within and between families. Members were prohibited from coveting others' businesses or wives. The induction ceremony saw 500 mobsters in attendance, with representatives sent by those who could not attend personally. Each member demonstrated loyalty by presenting envelopes filled with cash to Maranzano. Charlie contributed about $50,000 to the sum, and the total amount collected reached approximately $1,000. However, unbeknownst to Maranzano, many of the men he had appointed as capos were more loyal to Charlie Luciano than to him. With a few strategic eliminations, these capos had no qualms about endorsing Charlie as the boss, as Charlie had not forgotten his previous aspirations for the position. Vito, Charlie's second-in-command, was more aligned with Charlie's vision, as were non-Italians like Lansky and Siegel, as well as Tommy L., who was close friends with Luciano within the Maranzano organization. While Maranzano's speech had initially impressed the attendees, their pride as independent leaders and their unwillingness to relinquish their autonomy quickly drove them to conspire against him. Maranzano's strict authoritarianism, along with his heavy-handed rule, sealed his own fate. Lansky, deeply engrossed in the tales of Julius Caesar, who was Maranzano's idol, sensed that Maranzano harbored ambitions to ascend as a modern-day emperor, echoing the grandeur of ancient Rome. A covert operative, cleverly disguised as a servant within Maranzano's household, unveiled that the newly anointed mafia overlord was engrossed in the study of Charlemagne. His desk was cluttered with volumes detailing the life of Charlemagne, with keenly marked passages, narrating how Charlemagne had self-anointed himself as the Holy Roman Emperor. A few days before Maranzano's coronation, Meyer and Luciano spoke about the upcoming event. Lansky, with a hint of jest, shared with Lucky Luciano He's gearing up to emulate Charlemagne right here in the Bronx. Imagine us, kneeling in submission, honoring him as if we were his loyal knights. Luciano, indulging in the theatrics, agreed it was unwise to ruffle the feathers of the aged patriarch. During the anticipated ceremony, Maranzano, true to form, orchestrated a spectacle demanding unwavering loyalty from his audience. Luciano, later regaling Lansky with the day's events, could not help but chuckle. Just as you foretold, he played the emperor to the hilt, declaring himself sovereign authority. He outlined a future where his word was law, mandating a tribute from everyone's earnings. He even went as far as structuring 5 principal families in New York, akin to Caesar's management of the Roman legions. These families were to coexist peacefully, each overseeing a portion of the city, periodically paying their respects to him. Luciano was designated as the chief of one of these 5 families, inheriting the realm of the former Masseria territories. The New York Mafia was organized into various families, each led by a notable figure. Tom Galliano's family eventually became known as the Lucchese crime family, after his death in 1951. Joe Bonanno headed his family until his failed attempt to assassinate Carlo Gambino, Tommy L. and others, which resulted in his exile and the imprisonment or death of his associates. Joe Profaci's family transitioned into the Colombo family in the 60s. Vincent Mangano was murdered in the 50s, after which Albert Anastasia merged the family with his own crime syndicate. Following Anastasia's death, Carlo Gambino took over, renaming it the Gambino crime family. Each of these leaders ruled their domain within New York's expansive mafia network. This grand design, as Lansky and Luciano observed, was not just a reflection of Maranzano's ambition, but a testament to the enduring allure of ancient regimes and their rulers. Luciano painted a vivid picture of an opulent gathering, the likes of which he had never seen before. Each commander, he recounted, had his own second-in-command, beneath whom a cascade of bosses commanded, all the way down to the man directing the ordinary legionnaires, grouped by tens, mirroring Caesar's ancient legions. The ambience was draped in an extravagant display of religious icons, crosses, virgins, and a myriad of saint portraits, a veritable pantheon undertook by Luciano. The singular absence? A crown. Despite the exhaustive search, it was nowhere to be found. Yet the chair from which he presided, larger than any other, served as his throne, elevating him above all. When Joe Bonanno and other mob bosses, such as Stefano Magaddino, took up positions of power, they often mimicked the style of old-timers like Maranzano. This included sitting on throne-like chairs, surrounded by their own men, as a sign of respect to their predecessors. Additionally, this display symbolized their desire to be seen as rulers within their own territories, much like Maranzano in his time. As he held court from his elevated seat, he delivered a marathon of a lecture, ruminating on Julius Caesar, among other topics, with an audacity that even led him to pat Luciano on the head, summoning him to his side as his chief lieutenant. This spectacle was witnessed by all but a select few. Bugsy Siegel and Lansky were notably absent, a testament to the pecking order that relegated non-Sicilian Italians to a tier below. This grand assembly, steeped in solemnity and opulence, is where the fabled modern mafia, or Cosa Nostra, was forged. A vow of silence was sworn by all. Secrets were to be kept, even from one's own kin. Absolute obedience to the leaders was mandated, and a strict non-aggression pact among members was established. Past wrongdoings were to be absolved with a blanket amnesty, signaling a fresh start. A quaint nod to Sicilian honor dictated that no man should covet another's wife or court his daughter without a chaperone. Yet the younger attendees dismissed the proceedings as outdated Sicilian mumbo-jumbo, though they reluctantly participated in the tradition of offering envelopes stuffed with cash to Maranzano as a token of fealty, amassing over $1 million in a single sitting. Despite the opulent display of unity and power, Few harbored any illusions of its permanence. The spectacle was seen as an irrelevant tradition by many, including Maranzano himself, who was unaware of Luciano's covert machinations to usurp him. Luciano, alongside Meyer Lansky, was already plotting Maranzano's downfall, treating the coronation ceremony as a mere hiccup in their grand scheme. The aftermath of Masseria's demise saw them strategizing like seasoned generals prepping for battle, amassing intel on Maranzano's life, his seminary years, polyglot talents, romantic entanglements, dietary preferences, and even the identities of his personal guards, all meticulously catalogued for the imminent coup. As the undisputed mastermind of the criminal underworld, Maranzano's influence was now unparalleled. One fateful evening at Ratner's restaurant on Delancey Street, Lansky, with a tone of solemn gravity, imparted to Luciano, "He's lost in his grandeur, convinced he is the modern incarnation of Julius Caesar or Charlemagne. His fatal flaw? He underestimates us." Luciano, of course, was all too aware of Maranzano's delusions of grandeur, believing against all odds that Luciano had pardoned a previous affront. With the weight of this realization, Lansky, flanked by unwavering bodyguards, embarked on a nationwide quest for allies, with Siegel and Mike Miranda at his side. Together, they sought the counsel, and if possible the neutrality of their Jewish counterparts, in anticipation of the inevitable clash with Maranzano. Simultaneously, Luciano forged pacts with Italian and Sicilian factions disillusioned with Maranzano's reign. Their efforts bore fruit. In Pittsburgh, they secured the loyalty of Salvatore Calderone, a Sicilian titan in western Pennsylvania. Cleveland offered its own champions in John Scalise and Mo Dalitz, while Frankie Milano, the Ohio Mafia's kingpin, pledged his support. Further afield, Santos Trafficante from Florida and the formidable Capone from Chicago also aligned with Luciano and Lansky, setting the stage for a historic showdown. Charlie embarked on a mission to garner support from bosses around the country, aiming to secure their backing in his impending conflict with Maranzano. His travels took him to various cities. In Pittsburgh, Charlie met with Salvatore Calderone, the Sicilian leader of western Pennsylvania, who had been present at Maranzano's banquet and was disenchanted with Maranzano's attitude. Calderone pledged his support to Charlie. In Cleveland, Charlie conferred with John Scalise, Mo Dalitz, and Frankie Milano, the mafia leader in Ohio, who had also attended Maranzano's coronation. Milano expressed his willingness to assist Charlie in any way needed. Santo Trafficante Jr., a longtime friend of Charlie's, arrived from Florida to lend his support. Capone, although imprisoned, sent a representative, Paul Ricker, to represent Chicago. Paul later took over as the leader of the Chicago outfit after Capone's incarceration. The bosses coordinated their efforts and devised a plan to eliminate Maranzano and his staunch allies, taking over their operations when Charlie gave the order.
Even though all these guys were my friends, I still knew that I had to stand up in front of them and make sense. Otherwise, they would not take the chance of a big war by backing me if all I was going to talk about was hot air. I told them that the old man was nothing better than a big tub of horseshit, who was still living with the capo crap he brought over from Sicily, and now he married it to Julius Caesar. Everybody started to laugh, and I knew I was telling them exactly what they felt and what they wanted to hear. I said Maranzano ideas made some sense, but they wheeze old-fashioned, and I would like to dump them in the Atlantic Ocean because they do not fit no more.
It took most of the day to explain what Charlie had in my mind and to answer their questions and lay everything right on the line.
They had to know we just could not dump Maranzano plans, that we had to eliminate him entirely. All the guys there were around my age, and they agreed with everything I said.
That night, Charlie, Lansky, Miranda, and their Cleveland hosts were elated about the unanimous support they had secured. To celebrate, they decided to attend a prize fight. However, their celebration was cut short. Even before the warm-up fights had started, several police officers stormed down the aisle and arrested them without any fuss. They were held overnight. and when questioned the following morning, their only explanation was that they had come to watch the fights. Charlie had a habit of booking in at the local police station wherever he went, but on this occasion he had not done so.
It was a stupid thing I had done in Cleveland, and it could have ruined my plans, everything I had been working for years to achieve. What we should have done the minute we got to Cleveland was to go to the nearest police station and register that we were there and that we come to see the fights. I learned a lesson and never forgot it. After that, any time I would travel someplace, like I used to go to Miami a lot before I even unpacked my suitcase, I would head for the nearest police station and check in with the big badge.
There was no publicity about the arrests. However, Maranzano still heard about them. Maranzano wanted to know what he was doing in Cleveland. So Charlie said to him, "Listen, I went to see the fights with some guys. You know I never miss a good fight. What do I have to do? Check in with you every time I want to take a crap." In a stunning display of arrogance that bordered on recklessness, Maranzano underestimated the formidable duo of Lansky and Luciano to his peril. Convinced of Luciano's perpetual subjugation after a brutal beating, Maranzano blissfully ignored the burgeoning power behind Lansky, Siegel, and their formidable network spanning the nation. This oversight proved nearly fatal as Lansky and Luciano, buoyed by favorable currents, grew audacious to a fault, openly discussing their intentions to dismantle Maranzano and his faithfuls. This brazenness soon reached Maranzano's ears, prompting the seasoned tactician to plan a preemptive strike. The news of an impending hit became clear when Luciano had to explain his recent arrest in Cleveland to Maranzano at that meeting. Fortunately for Luciano, Maranzano accepted his excuse, but there was a hint of a threat in his response. Maranzano mentioned his admiration for how Luciano had handled the matter of Don Giuseppe and suggested that they should have pictures of Luciano pulling the trigger. This comment angered Luciano, and he responded by stating that even if Maranzano had been there with a camera, he would not have gotten any pictures because Luciano was in the bathroom when Masseria was killed. However, Luciano's slip of admitting he did not kill Masseria stunned Maranzano, making it clear that he had said something he should not have. Maranzano now realized that Luciano and his associates posed a real threat to him, leading him to start planning their elimination. He put Luciano, Vito, Costello, and Adonis on his hit list, marking them for death. Maranzano sought to always protect himself, while Luciano and his associates had to continue moving to conduct their business. This created a race to see who would eliminate the other first. Maranzano, being well protected, decided to hire an outside hitman, Vincent Mad Dog Coll, to target Luciano and his associates. However, Maranzano was unaware of the strong alliances Luciano had formed, especially with non-Italians like Lansky and Siegel. Tommy L., Anastasia, and Torrio were absent from Maranzano's hit list because Maranzano did not realize how close these men were to Luciano. Instead, he planned to use Mad Dog Coll, a young and ruthless hitman who would work for the highest bidder, to carry out the hit on Luciano. The initial hint of Maranzano's impending retaliation also reached Lansky and his cohort through a tip from Nig Rosen, a trusted ally from Philadelphia. Maranzano's disdain for the Jewish faction's influence, embodied by the Lower East Siders, was evident. Rosen's vigilance was piqued when reports surfaced of Maranzano's lieutenant, Angie Caruso, lurking in Philadelphia. Ingeniously, Rosen orchestrated an encounter between Caruso and a captivating tall blonde dancer. Caruso, in a bid to impress and intoxicated by both alcohol and ego, boasted to the dancer of his critical role in a lucrative scheme that would earn him $30,000. Mocking Caruso's grandiosity, she prodded him into revealing his assignment, the assassination of 2 men in New York, including Vito Genovese. Her cunning elicited further details from Caruso, which she promptly relayed to Rosen. This revelation signaled to Rosen that Maranzano was plotting a mass extermination. Confirmation of Maranzano's sinister plot came days later through intelligence from within Maranzano's own camp. A spy divulged a hit list, astonishingly devoid of Jewish names. Not even Bugsy Siegel, a notorious figure, was listed. This glaring omission underscored Maranzano's fatal underestimation of the Jewish underworld's might. A tense race against time ensued. Who would strike the lethal blow first, Maranzano or Luciano? Lansky and Luciano, armed with an army of spies within the old Sicilian's camp, and having greased the palms of numerous palace guards, swelled with confidence. They thought they had the upper hand, only to be cunningly outmaneuvered by Maranzano. In a twist of fate, Maranzano employed freelance assassins, including the notorious Mad Dog Vincent Cole, a mercenary who would kill without prejudice for the right price. Cole, a formidable lone wolf, returned to New York from Chicago with one primary mission: to take out Luciano. Meanwhile, Maranzano fortified his life against any threats. His residence was transformed into an impregnable fortress, guarded by a legion of his most loyal soldiers. He was never without his protective detail, constantly altering his routines, relocating his bases, and ensuring every morsel he consumed was pre-tasted. A convoy was always in tow whenever he traversed the city, with his personal car flanked by an entourage of vehicles. Despite the looming threats, Maranzano exuded confidence. He boldly established lavish offices at 230 Park Avenue, from where he oversaw his legitimate businesses, an import-export firm and a real estate venture known as the Eagle Building Corporation. These enterprises operated above board, meticulously paying taxes and employing accountants to ensure flawless financial management. Before Maranzano could unleash his planned retribution, Lansky and Luciano executed a daring strategy. They aimed to eliminate the last obstacle to their unchallenged supremacy in the criminal underworld. Their plot was not just a move for survival, but a decisive strike for absolute control. In the sweltering summer of 1931, a cunning plan took shape, one that exploited Maranzano's most glaring weakness, his deep-seated anti-Semitism. It was this prejudice that blinded him to the threat of Jewish gunmen, a prospect so alien to him and his Italian and Sicilian bodyguards that the thought of such an assault seemed unfathomable. Yet in the shadows, Meyer Lansky marshaled his secret weapon, a squad of Jewish hitmen unrecognizable to Maranzano's circle. The commando unit's leader was none other than Lansky's trusted chief driver, Red Levine. Along with 4 others, Levine was sequestered in a Bronx hideout, where Bugsy Siegel, with relentless precision, drilled them in their murderous roles until their execution was flawless. Siegel had pinpointed Maranzano's lavish New Park Avenue office as the stage for this dramatic finale. This was Maranzano's fortress of solitude, where he would pompously parade from one window to another, basking in his empire below, an empire he was sure was untouchable. Little did he know, Lansky's brother Jake had set the stage, tipping off internal revenue agents about potential irregularities in Maranzano's books. Though previous visits had turned up nothing, the groundwork was laid for what was to come. On the fateful day of September 10, 1931, 4 men, masquerading as federal agents, breezed into Maranzano's office under the guise of routine inspection. Red Levine stood out among men as Luciano's premier contract killer and his closest confidant, a figure of loyalty and skill woven into the very fabric of Meyer and Luciano's rise. From their early days, Levine's presence was a constant, a testament to bonds forged in the crucible of ambition and survival. This relationship, chronicled by Yuri Dan in his book about Meyer Lansky, highlights not just a partnership, but an enduring alliance, marked by trust and a shared journey through the shadows of power. With no inkling of their true intent, Maranzano's staff, including his formidable bodyguards, were swiftly overpowered, disarmed, and restrained. Tommy Lucchese, an onlooker yet not a participant in the execution, stood sentinel outside, cloaked in anticipation of the imminent event. Within the inner sanctum, Maranzano was led under the guise of inspecting his books, a ruse that veiled the final act of his downfall. Lucchese, with the weight of foreknowledge, awaited the inevitable unfolding of events. Then, in a chilling crescendo of violence, the assailants unleashed a torrent of stabs upon Maranzano, culminating in a final barrage of 6 shots directly to his heart. The gunman being Red Levine, a brutal curtain call to his reign of power. In the aftermath, Maranzano's once loyal entourage swiftly pledged their allegiance to their new overlords, betraying their fallen leader without a second thought. The sole voice of dissent came from the fiery Vincent Cole, who vowed retribution against Siegel, Levine, and the rest of the execution squad. It was a vow that sealed his fate. Within 6 months, Cole found himself cornered by Dutch Schultz's gunmen in a Manhattan phone booth, an ambush that ended his vendetta and his life. This audacious takedown was not just a testament to the strategic brilliance of Lansky and his allies like Luciano, Lepke, and Dutch, but also a stark illustration of the ruthless dynamics within the underworld's echelons. It was a plot so daring, so meticulously executed, that it seemed more akin to the machinations of a shadowy spy novel than the realpolitik of mob warfare. The assassination of Maranzano was a spectacle that gripped the public's imagination, with newspapers spinning tales of a brutal gangland purge that claimed the lives of countless Sicilian and Italian mobsters. Yet, in reality, as Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Siegel, Red Levine, Luciano, Vito, and Costello were keenly aware, the violence claimed a single victim that day. By strategically aligning with potential allies well ahead of time and then decisively striking at the heart of the adversary, the ambitious young mobsters from the Lower East Side ensured that crime leaders, not just in New York but across other cities, would swiftly pledge their loyalty to the new regime, which would be the new modern-day mafia. Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano significantly overcame years of racial and ethnic prejudice ingrained from their homelands. Lansky, a Jewish immigrant, and Luciano, of Italian descent, joined forces with Frank Costello, who leveraged his Irish connections. Together, these men aimed to dominate the American landscape. It's remarkable to consider that Lansky arrived in America penniless, friendless, and without any knowledge of the language, yet he succeeded in uniting diverse communities under the common cause of organized crime. This was an achievement Arnold Rothstein could not accomplish alone, and something Luciano would not have managed without Lansky's partnership. Their collaborative efforts reshaped the power dynamics within the nation. Maranzano's funeral was a lavish affair, reminiscent of old-world mafia pomp, featuring towering floral wreaths and a procession of the most imposing black limousines available. Lucky Luciano and his cohort of Italian mobsters solemnly trailed the hearse to its final destination. In a gesture of respect, and perhaps a nod to the complexities of their intertwined worlds, the Jewish members of the alliance chose to abstain from attending. In a tradition observed among Italian Sicilian mafia, it was customary for emerging leaders to pay for the funerals of their predecessors, as a mark of respect and a symbolic gesture acknowledging the transition of power. My previous documentaries note that Salvatore Maranzano paid for Joe Masseria's funeral, signifying the fall of one leader and the rise of another. Similarly, when Carlo Gambino rose to prominence after the death of Charlie Lucky Luciano, Carlo Gambino honored this tradition by paying for Luciano's funeral. While the ceremonies might not have rivaled the grandeur of those for historical giants like Charlemagne or Julius Caesar, they represented the pinnacle of mobster mourning rituals. By the twilight of 1931, the old guard of mafia chieftains had vanished, leaving the young and ambitious Lucky Luciano, with Meyer Lansky firmly by his side, to ascend to the zenith of organized crime across the United States. These two audacious souls from the Lower East Side, with Luciano at 34 and Lansky, the strategic mind, at 29, were set on extinguishing the wasteful wars between the rival Sicilians and Italians, as Lansky had aptly described them. They had come to understand that a vast empire of wealth could be built not on the shaky grounds of rampant violence, but through the more nuanced realms of bootlegging, gambling, and the lucrative world of protection money lending. Using a mix of rewards, threats, and strategic bribes, these ventures could be conducted beneath the radar, evading the prying eyes of both the public and the law. Accompanied by their loyal bodyguards, Lansky and Luciano embarked on a nationwide campaign, visiting each criminal overlord to introduce a groundbreaking ideology. The era of a singular capo di tutti capi was over. Instead, each leader would command his domain as he saw fit, albeit within a framework of cooperation and mutual respect. To Luciano and Lansky, the label under which they operated was immaterial. Whether it was dubbed the Mafia, Cosa Nostra, Unione Siciliano, or the Kosher Connection mattered little. "What difference does it make?" they posed to Doc Stacher. "The name's nothing to us. We're here to get down to business." Their journey led them to Chicago, where, albeit reluctantly, they agreed to be the guests of honor at a lavish gathering hosted by Al Capone, a formidable yet fading force in the underworld, on the brink of his downfall due to income tax evasion. This grand convocation symbolized not just the passing of the torch, but the dawn of a new era in organized crime, orchestrated by the shrewd minds of Luciano and Lansky. In the autumn of 1931, Chicago witnessed an unprecedented gathering at its opulent hotels, like the Congress and the Blackstone, where Al Capone, aiming to flaunt his influence, assembled the crème de la crème of America's criminal underworld for his New York comrades and other notables from across the nation. This assembly was nothing short of a landmark in the annals of American crime, bringing together for the first time not just the traditional Sicilian leaders, but also a new breed of American-grown criminals. Among them were luminaries like Bugsy Siegel, Dalitz, and Dutch Schultz, who seamlessly mingled with individuals of diverse backgrounds, including Irish Catholics. This meeting heralded a new era, a precursor to a time when the underworld would open its doors to individuals from every corner of the globe, including those from the Black and Hispanic communities. However, in 1931, it was predominantly the descendants of European settlers who took center stage. At this gathering, while many luminaries shone bright, it was Charlie Luciano who captured the limelight, albeit with Meyer Lansky always within close proximity. Their partnership was legendary, transcending mere brotherhood to something profound, almost akin to soulmates, devoid of any romantic connotation. Bugsy Siegel once remarked to Starcher, "They were more than brothers. They were like lovers, Charlie Luciano and Meyer, although of course there was nothing sexual between them. They would just look at each other, and you would know that a few minutes later one would say what the other was thinking. I never heard them argue. I never heard them quarrel. They were always in agreement with each other." Luciano, with his overt toughness and ruthlessness, was complemented perfectly by Lansky's more subdued demeanor. Lansky, equally tough and ruthless, preferred to operate from the shadows. Charlie was the brains of the organization, and he knew how to handle the gunmen and the soldiers who worked for us. Lansky was the future prospects lay. They were an unbeatable team, Siegel added. Despite occasional disputes, Siegel acknowledged their supremacy. "I often quarreled with both of them, but I always knew that they would prove to me in the end that I was wrong. You could not beat them. Nobody could have." Siegel even ventured to hypothesize that, had they wished, Luciano and Lansky could have dominated the entire United States, hinting at a capability far surpassing any political figure of their time. I suppose if they had wanted to, they could have conquered the whole of the United States, starting anywhere they wanted to. If they had become president and vice president of the United States, they would have run the place far better than the idiot politicians that did it. This statement, hyperbolic yet rooted in the profound respect and admiration they commanded, underscores the unmatched influence and vision of Luciano and Lansky in the annals of American criminal history. In the bustling heart of the Lower East Side, Luciano had a paramount duty: to elucidate the philosophy of this vibrant district to the underworld elites gathered from every corner of the United States. Lucky Luciano, with his innate financial acumen, could effortlessly navigate the complex web of illicit enterprises without the crutch of monetary bribes. The old ways of the mafia, revered in Sicily, are obsolete here, he boldly declared to the assembly, among whom was Doc Stacher, a first-hand witness. Rejecting the traditionalist view with a disdain for putting a crown on my head, Luciano championed a modern, pragmatic approach. Child's play, he scoffed at the outdated methods, urging a collective maturation. The room, teeming with hundreds, resonated with Luciano's vision. He advocated for the adoption of contemporary strategies to carve out a respectable living, as he elegantly phrased it. His words were not just empty rhetoric. They were a clarion call for unity, for a new era where cooperation trumped rivalry and intellect overpowered violence. "Let's employ our minds rather than our firearms," Luciano implored, echoing the sentiments of Meyer, yet with the camaraderie of a fellow compatriot. Luciano's democratic ethos was palpable. He envisioned a syndicate where every voice, no matter how faint, could be heard. Every member must feel a sense of belonging and possess the liberty to voice concerns, he emphasized, advocating for a transparent hierarchy that welcomed dialogue at every level. Embracing his elevated status and flamboyant lifestyle, Charlie Luciano made the luxurious Waldorf Towers his abode, assuming the alias Charles Ross. Despite the opulence, the heart of their operations often lay elsewhere, in the modest homes of allies like Frank Costello or the welcoming ambiance of their favored eateries, from Miller's Delicatessen to the cherished nooks of Little Italy. In the aftermath of their consolidation of power, the visionaries looked ahead, anticipating the end of prohibition with the forthcoming presidential tenure. The foundation of their current success was traced back to a pivotal moment in 1929, when Lansky, fresh from his wedding, alongside Luciano Costello, Longy Zwilman, orchestrated a monumental gathering in Atlantic City. The conference was so grand, it filled two iconic hotels, the Ritz and the Ambassador, marking the formal inception of the Kosher Connection, or the Group of Seven. This historic summit was not just a meeting, it was the dawn of a new epoch in the underworld, sculpted by the hands of those who dared to dream bigger. In the vibrant, clandestine whirl of Atlantic City's past, a gathering unfolded that would etch its mark deeply into the annals of criminal history. More than 7 masterminds, a melting pot of ambition not solely confined to Jewish heritage, converged to weave the intricate tapestry of their future dominion. This assembly, etched in infamy, laid the cornerstone for an empire of shadowy expansions. Among the gathered were the era's bootlegging titans, embodying a new breed of underworld figure. Conspicuously absent were old guard luminaries like Maranzano and Masseria, their exclusion a sting to their pride. The room buzzed with the presence of notable figures, Waxy Gordon and Nig Rosen, the formidable duo from Philadelphia, Mo Dalitz and his Cleveland allies, Lou Rothkopf and the man known as Leo Berkowitz, though he fancied the moniker Charlie Polizzi. King. Solomon of Boston fame graced the gathering, a figure as renowned for his skirmishes with Meyer Lansky as Gordon was for his own. Tragically, Solomon's fate was sealed 3 years later when he met his demise within the hallowed walls of his own cotton club, his killer's identity swallowed by the shadows. The Detroit Purple Gang, under Abe Bernstein's reign, marked its presence, alongside the likes of Longy Zwilman, Dutch Schultz, Al Capone, Jake Guzik, Willie Moretti from New Jersey, and New York's own Albert Anastasia, Frank Costello, Vince Mangano, and Frank Scalisi. Amidst grandiose social affairs and lavish banquets, the true essence of their convergence unfurled away from prying eyes along the serene beach walks. A pact was forged, a commitment to seamless liquor distribution across the nation, promising prosperity for all. Lansky, with his sharp acumen, steered conversations towards bolstering gambling returns, a sector ripe with potential. Lansky and Luciano, in the shadow of their mentor Arnold Rothstein's recent demise in New York, embraced Frank Erickson, Rothstein's trusted aide. Erickson, who had thrived in New York's bookmaking alongside Frank Costello, now envisioned a grander scheme. His brainchild, a partnership with Moses Annenberg of Chicago, birthed a national bookmaking network. This innovation, a wire service for bettors, revolutionized the industry, allowing for synchronized betting and the laying off of substantial wagers nationwide. Thus began the underworld's deep entrenchment in racetracks and sports betting. For Lansky, this pivotal moment allowed him to dedicate himself to his paramount passion, gambling. He mused to Uridan, "People all over the world, through all epochs of history, have been bound by two profound passions, besides the inherent one for sex." Lansky's vision for the underworld was not just about power or wealth. It was about tapping into the timeless universal appetites of humanity. Meyer Lansky and his contemporary Luciano revolutionized the gambling scene in the poorer neighborhoods of New York, particularly on the Lower East Side, by organizing street betting into a legitimate business model despite its continued illegality. Their operation offered a unique solution to the precarious situation of local shopkeepers, who, while engaging in the risky business of taking bets for bookmakers, faced constant threat of arrest. Lansky's innovative scheme provided these shopkeepers with a stable income and protection from the law. In those days, many store owners, ranging from bakers to grocers and candy store proprietors, would accept bets from their customers and pass them on to bookmakers through runners. This side business, however lucrative, was fraught with uncertainty and danger. Recognizing the need for a safer and more reliable system, Lansky introduced a model that paid shopkeepers a fixed salary of $150 a week, a significant sum at the time. This payment was guaranteed every Friday, transforming it into the week's most anticipated day for many. Under Lansky's system, all the shopkeepers had to do was take their customer's bet and call it in. To facilitate this, telephones were installed in their stores at no initial cost, although they were responsible for the ongoing bills. This setup not only minimized the risk of arrest, but also ensured that police interference was virtually non-existent, thanks to a network of bribes that kept the law at bay. While this arrangement meant that shopkeepers no longer received a percentage of each bet, the security and steady income it provided were seen as far more valuable. They were spared the uncertainty and fear of legal repercussions that had previously marred their operations. This transformation of the gambling landscape on the Lower East Side, engineered by Lansky, is remembered by many, including an old peddler who witnessed the change firsthand. He recalls how Lansky's idea uplifted the lives of the community's poorer members, cementing Lansky's reputation as a brilliant strategist within the underworld. Lansky's organization introduced a system that quickly became popular, making it a sought-after privilege among locals to be chosen as collectors. This role added an extra $150 a week to their income, a significant boost for many residing in the area. For small shopkeepers, who traditionally earned little despite long hours of work, the additional earnings from betting were a boon. It allowed them to afford luxuries and necessities alike, from funding their children's education in prestigious fields like medicine, law, and teaching, to enjoying vacations and upgrading their wardrobe. Charlie Luciano once said that this scheme helped more Jewish, Italian, Irish, and other kids through college than any other plan devised by the American government. The community saw no harm in gambling, puzzled by its criminalization. They questioned why betting was legal and socially acceptable for the wealthy at racetracks, but frowned upon for the less fortunate, perceiving it as a form of discrimination. Given the challenges in setting up telecommunication, the operation still relied on runners to ferry betting slips between clients and bookmakers. Lansky, alongside Luciano, turned to the peddlers of the Lower East Side. These individuals, integral to the area's bustling street life, sold a myriad of items, ranging from second-hand clothes to vegetables, directly from their heavy loads, lacking even the modest status of street vendors with carts. Facing frequent rejection and operating on razor-thin margins, these peddlers readily embraced the opportunity to earn additional money by discreetly integrating the delivery of betting slips into their daily rounds. This strategy proved effective, as even the most diligent police effort struggled to monitor their activities. The initiative also expanded to include those selling ice from handcarts during summer, weaving through streets to collect wagers. Gradually, Lansky's gambling network extended its reach beyond the Lower East Side, spreading across Upper Manhattan and into other New York boroughs, integrating deeply into the community fabric. Before expanding their operations into a new area, the Lansky-Luciano gang's initial step was to secure the local police's cooperation through a well-organized bribery system. They were committed to paying the agreed-upon bribe amounts on time and in cash, upholding their reputation for reliability. This meticulous approach enabled them to manage numerous police-guarded bookmaking operations effectively. In addition to these ventures, they also invested in bookmaking banks to manage the risks associated with large bets on favorite horses, thereby preventing significant financial losses. Arnold Rothstein's mathematical expertise was crucial in setting the bribe amounts, ensuring that even after covering all operational costs, salaries, communication expenses, police bribes, and rental fees, their earnings were substantial. The organization employed accountants and bookkeepers to monitor finances closely, with Lansky, Stacher, and their associates vigilantly preventing any embezzlement. Within a year, their bookmaking enterprise was generating millions of dollars monthly, paving their way from small-scale betting operations to catering to high society's gambling needs. They created luxurious horse parlors designed to mimic the comfort and elegance of a wealthy home, complete with top-notch furniture and decorations. These parlors offered a convenient and upscale betting environment, complete with telephones, loudspeakers, and even racetrack-themed decor. The management committed to fairness, promptly announcing race outcomes and providing track-equivalent odds, thus earning and maintaining a trusted reputation among their clientele. The success of these establishments was further bolstered by the provision of high-quality illegal scotch, offered for free to regulars and at reasonable prices to others. Concurrently, the gang ventured into the speakeasy business, enhancing their profits by eliminating middlemen. These speakeasies were not just bars. They housed miniature casinos, featuring roulette and craps tables and slot machines, offering a comprehensive gambling experience. This comprehensive approach to their operations, underscored by a commitment to fairness and reliability, ensured the Lansky-Luciano gang's enduring success and reputation in the gambling world. The upscale speakeasies established by the Lansky-Luciano alliance quickly gained popularity across New York and its surrounding areas. By the mid-20s, this group reaped substantial financial benefits from their ventures into the more socially acceptable domains of bootlegging and gambling. Their ventures did not tarnish their public image as much as the traditional mafia activities like prostitution and drug trafficking did. Lansky and his associates never disclosed their earnings from this era, likely due to their avoidance of taxes on their significant profits. They would file tax returns with fictitious occupations and immaculately maintained business fronts for show. In the 20s, before the idea of Swiss bank accounts took hold, it was estimated by financial experts and government officials that individuals like Luciano and Lansky were earning millions annually from bootlegging alone, aside from profits from other criminal activities. The group also owned legal businesses, like a car rental agency run by Siegel and others, which showed profits but paled in comparison to their earnings from illicit activities hidden through complex financial schemes. Recognizing the limitations of the populace unable to engage in horse betting due to financial constraints or lack of knowledge, Lansky innovated the numbers racket. This scheme allowed even the most financially constrained individuals to participate in gambling, betting mere cents in hopes of winning big, based on a daily lucky number derived from accessible and verifiable sources like race outcomes or stock exchange indices. The numbers racket, starting in Harlem in 1925, targeted the predominantly poor black population deemed by the white gangs as unlikely to grasp the slim winning odds. Despite initial scorn from traditional mafia leaders for what they saw as trivial penny gambling, the venture's overwhelming success soon proved them wrong. The operation, with odds heavily in the house's favor, generated enormous profits. This operation expanded rapidly across New York and the nation, necessitating the establishment of special policy banks to manage the influx of bets and money. The operation became a significant source of employment during the 20s and the Depression era of the 30s, providing jobs for thousands and ensuring prompt cash payments to everyone involved. For Meyer Lansky, 1932 stood out as a remarkably positive year, in contrast to the experience of many Americans during that time. This year marked the birth of his second son, Paul, in September, a moment that brought Lansky immense joy, especially after learning from the doctors that Paul was in good health. Having a first son, Bernard, affectionately known as Buddy, who was permanently disabled, Lansky cherished Buddy deeply, yet yearned for a child who could fulfill his broader paternal aspirations. Among these aspirations was the hope of one day seeing a son attend West Point. From Paul's birth, Lansky began meticulously planning his son's education and future in American society. 1932 was also significant for Lansky in other ways. He started exploring gambling opportunities in Florida and Cuba, laying the groundwork for a relationship with Fulgencio Batista, who would soon rise to power as Cuba's dictator. Additionally, Lansky, alongside Charlie Luciano, organized a crucial meeting with their distant allies and subordinates at Claridge's in New York, well ahead of the Democratic and Republican Party conventions. This period was a turning point. The Roaring Twenties had ended, the devastation of the 1929 Wall Street crash lingered, and the country faced severe unemployment and a public outcry for change. Sensing the nation's mood, Lansky and Luciano aimed to rapidly expand and diversify their operations, seeking a greater role in national politics to facilitate their ambitions. Their past experiences had shown them the effectiveness of bribing local police and politicians, making them influential figures within the New York Democrats. They understood that with some national representatives on their side, they could extend their influence further. Thus, at the meeting in Claridge's, they decided to try influencing the upcoming presidential election, favoring the power of bribes over violence as their strategy. This approach underscored their belief in the potency of political influence and corruption as tools for achieving their goals. As Herbert Hoover, a Republican, presided over the United States during a period of economic downturn, his hope for re-election dimmed. Observers widely believed the Republican Party, closely associated with the Great Depression, faced inevitable defeat to the Democrats in the upcoming election. Among the Democratic hopefuls was Al Smith, a former New York governor and a significant political figure. Despite his unsuccessful bid for the Democratic nomination in 1924 and his loss to Hoover in 1928, Smith sensed his moment for a political comeback in 1932. Meyer Lansky recounted that in 1928, Frank Costello facilitated a crucial meeting between Lansky, Charles "Lucky" Luciano, and Governor Smith at the residence of multimillionaire John J. Raskob. Lansky was unable to attend, but Luciano briefed him on the governor's proposal. Smith was seeking comprehensive support from Tammany Hall and the Democratic Party in key New York areas, Manhattan, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. These areas were influential, controlled by young gangsters from the Lower East Side, who ensured their politicians backed Smith. Though Smith secured the Democratic nomination and the gangsters' support, he was defeated in the 1928 election, a loss attributed to anti-Catholic sentiment and a national reluctance for change during a period of apparent prosperity. In 1958, 1959, and 1960, the Kennedy administration and the McClellan hearings intensified their efforts against organized crime, pushing the mafia into a difficult position. Joseph Kennedy, the family patriarch, was ambitious for his sons, aiming for them to achieve more than just becoming senators and lawyers. Due to their Irish and Catholic background, Kennedy knew that stronger support was essential for his sons' political careers. This background, combined with the pressure they had put on organized crime, placed the Kennedy family in an advantageous position to negotiate with the mob. In exchange for political protection and control over Cuba, Joseph P. Kennedy and John F. Kennedy allegedly struck a deal with organized crime in 1960 and 1961. It is also noteworthy that during Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency, Joseph P. Kennedy was controversially connected to Nazi sympathizers, including interactions with British aristocrats like Oswald Mosley, a former UK Member of Parliament with pro-Nazi leanings. In anticipation of the 1932 Democratic Convention in Chicago, Smith was again prepared to invest all his efforts, turning to New York's underworld, specifically Luciano, for support. However, Lansky cautioned his associates about Smith's uncertain prospects, pointing to Franklin D. Roosevelt, the current New York governor, as a more promising candidate. Lansky believed Smith's Catholicism remained a significant obstacle and advocated for backing Roosevelt as well, ensuring the underworld's influence in the event of Roosevelt's victory. The leaders from the Lower East Side headed to Chicago with a plan to exert their influence over the Democratic Convention. Their authority was rooted in the widespread corruption of New York under Mayor James J. Walker, who was openly friendly with top criminals. Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, and Charles Lucky Luciano confidently joined the New York City delegation, showcasing their power. Luciano settled into a spacious suite at the Drake Hotel alongside Tammany leader Al Marinelli, launching a strong campaign for Al Smith's candidacy from there. Meanwhile, Costello partnered with another Tammany figure, Jimmy Hines, who supported Roosevelt, setting up in a different hotel suite. This strategy placed them in both camps, prepared for any outcome. Lansky, preferring to operate from the shadows, chose a third suite and tasked Longy Zwillman with gauging the convention's mood, ensuring Lansky remained informed without drawing attention to himself. Meyer Lansky operated a bar during the convention, subtly positioning himself as a barman. This placement allowed him to discreetly observe his operations while remaining in the background, his voice ultimately influencing major decisions. Despite his low profile, Lansky was keenly aware of everything happening around him. When Franklin D. Roosevelt began targeting organized crime, the landscape shifted dramatically for its major figures. Lucky Luciano was imprisoned, Dutch Schultz was killed, and Frank Costello fled to Louisiana seeking protection from Huey Long's political faction, only to face tax issues later. Vito Genovese escaped to Italy. Amidst this upheaval, Lansky found refuge in Havana, Cuba. Unlike his contemporaries who faced intense scrutiny and persecution, Lansky managed to stay relatively unscathed by the law, only leaving the US to further expand his operations. Despite Lansky's low profile, his group was overt in their influence efforts, flaunting their resources and willingness to support either candidate. They lavished delegates with illegal whiskey, food, and hospitality around the clock, expecting leniency in return for their financial support and hospitality. Lansky and his team withheld their endorsement, waiting to see which candidate would likely win the nomination. It was Albert Marinelli who first sensed the momentum shifting towards Roosevelt and suggested they fully back FDR. The decision to support Roosevelt was clinched by a rumored promise of leniency in return for their backing, a claim Roosevelt would later deny. Despite these assurances, Roosevelt's administration aggressively pursued gangsters, leading to numerous prosecutions and significantly weakening the influence of Tammany Hall. Roosevelt's commitment to fighting crime was evident in his directive for the FBI and other agencies to intensify their crackdown on criminal activities. Charlie Luciano discussed this moment and described when he had to deliver the news to Al Smith.
We waited until the very last second, and we had Roosevelt and Smith guys coming out our ears. They all knew we controlled most of the city delegates. Without them, Smith did not have a chance. Roosevelt would have won anyway, but we knew that a lot of them big boys from the important states were holding back their delegates, figuring that if Roosevelt could not even carry his own state, they ought to dump him entirely and find somebody else. Frank Meyer and I had a private meeting, what they call a caucus in politics, with all three guys on our side of the line, like Curley in Boston, Pendergast from Kansas City, Huey Long, and a few others like them. When Frank got the word that Roosevelt would live up to his promise to kill the Seabury investigation, I mean like tapering off so he could save face, it was in the bag for him. No.
Now that the selection had been made, Al Smith had to be told he was considered a stand-up guy respected like a don. He was a political don. So Charlie wanted to deliver the news face to face. Smith was told by Luciano. He was gutted.
I told him we figured no. I said we were sure that Roosevelt was going to win and there was no way to stop him. That meant we had no chance but to throw in with Roosevelt. Naturally, Smith tried to get me to change my mind and keep the delegates in line behind him. I said the decision had been made and there was no way to change it. Of course, Smith was nobody's fool. He asked me straight out what the deal was, and I decided to tell him. I said, Al, Roosevelt promises he is going to close his eyes to Seabury and keep them closed. You already saw what happened last spring when he made that statement. We got to believe him after that.
Al Smith knew it was over for him, that he would never become president. Smith was stunned, and he looked Luciano straight in the eyes as he conveyed a grave message. He had made a massive mistake by supporting Franklin D. Roosevelt, who would turn on Luciano. Al Smith's warning struck a chord with Luciano. Smith had an insight that Charlie, Costello, and Lansky had failed to grasp. Roosevelt was more than just a country squire. He was an aristocrat whose word could not be trusted. He was a cunning and opportunistic politician who would use people and events for as long as they served his purpose. Smith's warning left a lasting impression on Luciano.
He was not crying anymore. He got it out his system, and now he was the tough old happy warrior they used to call him. Then he said something that really made my blood run cold. He said, Charlie, Franklin Roosevelt will break his word to you. This is the biggest mistake you ever made in your entire life, by trusting him. He will kill you. When I walked out of Smith's suite, my knees were shaking. My bones told me that we walked into a trap, that Smith was right.
With the entire country rallying behind him as the Democratic presidential nominee, Roosevelt unleashed Judge Seabury to crack down on the most notorious gangsters of the time, including Dutch Schultz, Al Capone, Lepke, and Luciano. Roosevelt was known to follow popular sentiment and cater to the desires of the people. In this instance, the public wanted action against these infamous figures who were wreaking havoc in New York and Chicago. Moreover, these gangsters had also ventured into the world of political fixers, which posed a direct threat to other established power players, particularly those in Roosevelt's social class. For Luciano and his associates, this marked a significant turning point and a valuable lesson in the realm of organized crime. They realized that their activities needed to be more discreet and operate behind closed doors. This lesson extended to politics as well, where they would employ fronts like lawyers, legitimate industries, and unions to avoid unnecessary exposure. It became clear that conducting business openly left them vulnerable to attacks from law enforcement and politicians. Understanding Roosevelt's betrayal of Luciano is crucial because it set a precedent for how the government would handle organized crime in the future. While Roosevelt targeted Luciano directly, the subsequent Kennedy's administration would take a broader approach, targeting the entire infrastructure of organized crime. This change in strategy came at a time when organized crime was generating immense wealth, making it one of the wealthiest enterprises in America. Consequently, Franklin D. Roosevelt's actions forced the mobsters to adapt and adopt a more clandestine approach to conducting their affairs.
Naturally, Roosevelt had been a prick all along, but I got to give him credit for one thing. He was smooth. Of course, I was sorry I did not tell Meyer and Frank about my hunch in Chicago, because now everything was clear. But as I look back on it, he done exactly what I would have done in the same position. He was no different than me. I had Masseria and Maranzano knocked off to get to the top. What I did was illegal. I broke the law.
FDR continued his crusade by targeting Charlie and his associates, including Capone, Dutch Schultz, and Lepke. After Dutch Schultz was eliminated, the focus shifted to Luciano, and later they would pursue Lepke, Vito Genovese, and Frank Costello. In hindsight, Luciano had no choice but to acknowledge and respect FDR's actions. Looking back on these events years later, Luciano recognized that FDR had employed a strategy like what Charlie had once done, albeit with distinct methods. Both men had pursued their objectives ruthlessly, but whereas Charlie had relied on force and violence, FDR had wielded the power of the pen and the legal system. Despite the differing approaches, the results were the same. One man had controlled New York, while the other was on the verge of occupying the White House.
Roosevelt had us and other guys like Hines and Walker sent to the can or squashed. What he did was legal, but the pattern of it was the same. We was both shit-ass double-crossers, no matter how you look at it. Now, I do not say we elected Roosevelt, but we gave him a pretty good push.
Luciano felt he was right about politicians, that they could never be trusted. He was now about to go to war with one of the most famous and legendary ones, FDR. It would take some time for the war to get started, but by 1936, he would be in prison.
I always knew that politicians were crooked, that you could buy them any time you wanted, and you could not trust them around the corner. I never knew his words were no better than a lot of racket guys. But I guess nobody should become president of the United States on the back of a gangster.
With the adulation of the country behind Franklin D. Roosevelt as the Democratic presidential nominee, Roosevelt unleashed Judge Seabury to investigate corruption in New York City. Despite previous reluctance to act against Charlie and his associates, Roosevelt was now free of Tammany Hall's influence, making him more willing to address the issue. Responding to mounting public pressure and the efforts of Congressman Fiorello H. LaGuardia, Roosevelt issued a statement affirming Seabury's assertion that those holding public trust must remain above suspicion. He granted Judge Seabury the authority to question and subpoena politicians and office holders suspected of underworld connections or the possession of large sums of money obtained illicitly. Those who failed to provide satisfactory answers faced removal from the office. As Seabury questioned various Democrats, including Mayor Jimmy Walker, the city government officials grew increasingly anxious. Walker, after 7 hours of grilling, resigned and fled to Paris with showgirl Betty Compton, shocking the city's political establishment. Seabury continued to interrogate Walker's aides and other influential figures within Tammany Hall. Jimmy Hines later found himself in Sing Sing prison, and the city was primed for reform as the era of corrupt governance came to an end. 3 weeks before Christmas, the Volstead Act, which had enforced prohibition, came to an end. Its 14-year history had led to widespread corruption, moral decay, and the rise of a new generation of criminals and gangsters, including Luciano, Lansky, Costello, and Dutch Schultz. Although they did not welcome the end of prohibition with joy, they had prepared for it by diversifying their enterprises. They shifted their focus to various gambling activities, from low-stakes games to high-stakes casinos, requiring political influence on police and legitimize their operations. Luciano, Lansky, and their associates also had their sights set on expanding their operations into the Caribbean islands, providing a safe haven close to the United States. They saw the potential for casinos and other ventures in locations like Cuba, creating opportunities to evade law enforcement when necessary. This strategy had been employed by the Trafficante crime family, allowing them to escape heat in the United States before returning to manage their interests.
We have to expand someplace, and we need a place to send our dough, where it'll keep making money and get them guys from Washington off our backs. Meyer's been down to Havana, and he has made some good contacts. Within a couple of months, by August or September, he is going back again, and he will make a deal. It could cost us a bundle in front, so everybody better gets ready to put up at least $500,000 each.
That did not go down well, and each member of the Union Siciliano reacted very angrily. That type of money in the 30s was a serious amount of cash. It goes to show how much money these men were earning. Chuck Polizzi from Cleveland started screaming, and that kind of made Carly laugh.
I told him that we were making so much money out of his place in Covington that plenty of guys were getting rich off it, so how could he complain about taking a piece of income that taxes could never grab to make even more? I laid it on him damn hard, and from then on, there were no complaints.
Luciano's leadership skills, characterized by fairness and toughness, were instrumental in his effectiveness. However, in later years, he would make a fateful mistake by investing in certain places, particularly Havana. In the first weeks of September 1933, Meyer Lansky headed to Cuba to begin planning their new investment. Some sources suggest that this planning may have commenced even earlier, around the end of 1929 and the beginning of 1930.
We had to put up $3 million in cash in front for Batista, and Lansky did it by opening an account in Zurich, Switzerland for him. From then on, Batista got a guarantee of $3 million a year, minimum, but it always went way over that on the percentage.
Expanding their investments beyond American borders required corrupting a different set of political systems. This endeavor demanded substantial capital, and the mobsters preferred not to risk their own funds. It was a common practice in the Italian mob to invest other people's money rather than their own. Consequently, they sought additional investments from new backers. However, venturing into new territories also meant engaging with different gangsters and organized crime elites who were equally ruthless and perilous as the Italians themselves. Charlie was aware of the need for caution in this new endeavor.
That was our first shot at the islands of the Caribbean, and eventually we opened Nassau and places like that, because they needed us. It was my opinion that eventually our guys would be working Europe too. Nobody wanted to start a war with the Corsicans, because those guys were real cannibals compared to us when it came to muscle. But they did not know how to run crap games, and neither did the legal casinos. And the more Americans that went to Europe, the more they would be looking for that kind of play.
Gambling was on the rise, with games previously played on street corners now finding their way into major casinos, attracting both the rich and the poor. This expansion opened new avenues and opportunities, especially in Europe, where collaboration with other mafia groups could be explored. Additionally, they considered other lucrative ventures that emerged from the remnants of the bootlegging era, such as trucking. The mob had an extensive fleet of trucks, which were originally used to transport liquor and gambling equipment. Now these trucks have been repurposed for the movement of goods across America. Charlie recognized the potential to leverage the trucking industry for his advantage, using the knowledge gained to infiltrate unions. As the 40s approached, the trucking empire would experience significant growth, driven in part by the onset of World War II. With the war, America ramped up its industrial production, and the mob seized the opportunity by offering their services, financial support, protection, and expertise to major corporations. During the Great Depression of 1929, they had already infiltrated major industries, and now, with this new venture, they aimed to extract even more from them. In some cases, they proved their value, particularly in industries like dairy, where perishable goods were involved. Businesses in these sectors relied on the mob for protection against theft, damage, or delivery delays. Little criminals learned to steer clear of these industries, as they knew it was not worth the trouble to challenge the powerful mob. These businesses became mob-protected enterprises.
During Prohibition, we ran the biggest trucking operation in the United States. We knew more about trucks and tight schedules than any company in the country. So we looked over the market and decided to put a little squeeze on here and there with companies that should be happy to have our experience. For example, milk spoils fast and so do bread and fresh vegetables. In no time at all, we had a lock on all 3 or 4 of the biggest fresh food businesses in America, and we took in as much as half a cent a loaf of bread. We bought into the biggest dairies and were still there.
Figures like 0.5% or half a cent were the brainchild of Meyer Lansky. He devised these strategies behind closed doors, teaching the mafia how to apply pressure effectively. Their efforts resulted in a substantial cash windfall. Products like bread and milk were often bundled together, allowing them to manipulate prices, raising or lowering them as they saw fit. Squeezing these industries required minimal effort and was quite straightforward. Other gangsters, such as Dutch Schultz and Lepke Buchalter, also played a significant role in infiltrating various sectors, including the meat industry. They were astute operators, targeting goods that were staples in every American household. These markets were not only vital to various ethnic communities like the Italians, Poles, or Irish, but also to the entire nation. By exerting control over these industries, they ensured a steady stream of cash. In the aftermath of the 1929 financial crisis, they had bailed out struggling businesses, effectively gaining ownership stakes. These partnerships were mutually beneficial, as they provided goods that made these companies more efficient and profitable. Once these businesses aligned with organized crime, their growth was inevitable. The mafia proved to be valuable business partners, and their expertise was in high demand. Consequently, they were sought after by some of the largest industries in America. Some of the companies we recognize today have historical ties to organized crime.
Lepke and Schultz were doing the same thing with meat and taking it from both ends, from the packers to make sure the meat got where it was going, and protecting the restaurants to make sure they got their deliveries smooth and regular.
However, there was one opportunity, a highly profitable asset, that these individuals missed. Luciano made every effort to persuade them, but the old guard was myopic, unable to envision the future as Luciano attempted to elucidate. If only he had succeeded in conveying that fundamental lesson, they could have been billionaires to this day.
The toughest fight of all was getting into real estate. In a way, it was crazy that so many guys objected to it. There were no rackets, no shakedowns. It was all out in the open, clean. You had a nice building, which did not pay off like a slot machine, but the money came in regular. Some of the guys only knew things like rackets and the big score. When Lansky and I talked about buying into real estate, they looked at us like we were nuts. They kept saying to me, "What are we going to do with a building? We lost out on a lot of terrific deals which if we owned today would be worth $1,000 million. That was always my big objection to the brainpower in the Unione. Some of them guys could never see beyond a bowl of spaghetti.
However, bootlegging was not forgotten. All the way up until the last day of the Volstead Act, his men were selling liquor, whiskey, openly with no problem right in front of police officers, making sales in broad daylight. Some states also kept Volstead in play, which meant Luciano and his men were still in business over there.
We had a whole inventory and alcohol socked away all over the country, in warehouses, in drops down near Atlantic City and out in Ohio, all over. We had to get rid of it the minute whiskey became legit. Do you know what we did with it? Most of it we gave away to churches and synagogues in New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, everywhere. We made ourselves good guys in the neighborhoods. All over the place they were having rummage sales. The churches' synagogues sold the stuff and kept the money. It was like liquid bingo.
Others chose quite peculiar ways to get rid of the alcohol that they no longer wanted.
The Dutchman, who was thinking at the time about becoming a Catholic, give all his alcohol to the Catholic churches around where he was operating in New York and Jersey. He became a big man with them, got in good with the priests. That helped him up there later. It did not do him any good down here.
Luciano had already laid the groundwork to enter the legitimate liquor business. Behind the scenes, they maintained an interest in the speakeasies, transforming them into nightclubs. They continued to supply these clubs with their whiskey. All the foreign representatives they dealt with through the years were used to facilitate the acquisition of importing and distribution franchises. However, they could not acquire American-owned distilleries due to their extensive criminal records and reputations. Instead, the business came to be dominated by less notorious gangsters like Louis Rosenthal and Jacob Bronfman, who headed up Shenley and Seagram's, respectively. Costello and Castell also formed an alliance with distributors. exclusively providing distribution for the United States in Scotland, representing companies that produced King's Ransom and House of Lords Scotch. When Costello frequented his favorite restaurants or stayed in upscale hotels, he would insist on having only one drink, King's Ransom and House of Lords Scotch, and they had to have it in stock. These establishments would go to great lengths to accommodate their high-end clientele, ordering caseloads of Scotch, which significantly boosted the company's profits. In fact, the distilleries sought the kind of clientele that gangsters associated with, including judges, mayors, politicians, and the upper echelon of society. This was one of the ways these companies used organized crime to ensure their products were stocked in the right places. Another strategy involved paying Frank Costello around $24,000 to $25,000 every year in 1949. This was because certain foreign businesses, such as distillery company owners, had learned that individuals like Costello were experts in certain industries. Legitimate distilleries in places like Scotland and Ireland wanted to collaborate with people like Frank Costello because they had witnessed their profits skyrocket over the past decade. With the end of the Volstead Act approaching, they were concerned that these profits might take a significant hit. It was in everyone's best interest to keep individuals like certain elite families and political kingmakers on the payroll. Costello and his partners went even further, purchasing a controlling interest in J.G. Turney and Sons Limited, a British holding company for Whiteley. Lansky, Luciano, Siegel, Adonis, and others also had a significant stake in Capital Wine and Spirits, a major importer of French wines, Scotch, Canadian, and domestic whiskies. Every notable bootlegger found a way to get involved in this new business. However, as the Italians grew stronger, another issue arose. Meyer saw his future moving slightly away from Luciano. As the Volstead Act ended, Lansky began to distance himself from Benjamin Bugsy Siegel and sought to rely less on Luciano and more on himself. In November 1933, using his father-in-law as a front, Lansky established the Molaska Corporation. He used this business as a front to produce dehydrated molasses as a sugar substitute, which he then sold to distilleries in Ohio and New Jersey for use in whiskey production. This was another form of bootlegging that allowed them to evade taxes on legal whiskey by creating their own labels.
It was a combination of things that started the Mighty Mite to look for independence. No matter how he would try, he would still be number two as far as I was concerned, and he knew it. So he had to make his move. The minute Molaska was put together, I knew Lansky was setting out on his own. Not entirely, but to make a place for himself in the rackets which did not have nothing to do with me. But I could not let him get away with that without doing something about it. I called him one morning about Christmas time and said, "Meyer, it is okay with me about Molaska. I am not asking for a piece of it, because you earned it. But we are going to see lots of guys in the legal whiskey business, and I want you to make an outline of where we are going to do it, the guys we're going to promote, and what it is all going to cost. That is going to be mine, and I will split it with everybody, like I always did, including you."
Lansky agreed, and they shook hands, cementing their ongoing relationship. Lansky had come a long way with Luciano, particularly in the 1920s when they organized a billion-dollar business together. They were involved in extensive money laundering operations, and the mobsters were raking in a substantial amount of cash. Around this time, Costello began to expand his influence down south and establish connections with Carlos Marcello, as gambling was gaining prominence in the southern states. Within a decade, these men had the capability to build casinos like the Flamingo in the desert in the year of 1943. During this period, issues such as fascism and racism were still significant challenges. Jewish gangsters relied on the muscle of Italian, Polish, and Irish counterparts. However, as Meyer started to expand into Cuba, he gained a certain level of immunity, making him extraordinarily influential. He was already forming alliances with Russell Bufalino to consolidate their control over various territories, with Jimmy Blue Eyes also helping to dominate the gambling scene in Cuba. In the early 30s, Carlos Marcello entered the picture in Louisiana, and in Chicago, Tony Accardo and Paul Ricca were now starting to rule over Chicago, the Trafficante family in Florida, and several other mobsters controlling various regions. The New York families, led by figures like Vito Genovese, Bugsy Siegel, Meyer Lansky, Joe Adonis, Scalise, Gambino, Anastasia, the Mangano brothers, and many more, constituted the largest faction. Among them were Jewish gangsters who often went unnoticed, including Red Levine, Jake Guzik in Chicago, Jacob Shapiro, and others, all operating under Charlie's leadership. These men held great respect for both Luciano and Lansky. As Meyer managed the finances of the entire mafia, he was handling vast sums of money for extremely powerful individuals. By the mid-40s, after the Nuremberg trials, Meyer Lansky had become a powerhouse in his own right. He collaborated with various intelligence agencies, including Israeli intelligence, assisting them with arming themselves during the Israeli fight for independence. In the mid-40s, the world was at a crossroads, grappling with the grim choice between fascism's sinister rise and the forces of change. Fascism had cast its shadow, and vast parts of America found themselves under the influence of racists, fascists, and Nazi sympathizers. What was particularly unsettling was that these sympathizers included not just ordinary citizens, but also elites and even some individuals within the U.S. government. Joseph P. Kennedy, a prominent figure, was known to have Nazi sympathies, as were influential figures like J. Edgar Hoover and Allen Dulles, who headed the CIA. The aftermath of the Holocaust and the terrifying legacy of Adolf Hitler had a profound impact on the world of organized crime. Figures like Red Levine, Meyer Lansky, Longy Zwillman, Mo Dalitz, Seymour Weiss, and others formed alliances with Israeli intelligence to support the Jewish and Israeli cause. Witnessing the horrors of the Holocaust, they were driven to contribute to this just cause. This collaboration between various groups, including foreign and domestic intelligence agencies and the mafia, set the stage for an intricate and sometimes contentious relationship. It all began with Charlie Luciano, Albert Anastasia, and Frank Costello, with the invaluable assistance of Meyer Lansky and skilled lawyers like George Wolfe. Charlie Luciano had an urgent motive to secure his release from prison. Costello had successfully established influential connections with Thomas E. Dewey's men and the very judge who had sentenced Luciano. Luciano's daring prison escape involved Albert Anastasia and his men at the docks, who orchestrated the burning of a ship. This act of sabotage was a ploy to then offer mob protection services to the Navy. Lansky, reflecting on these events, gives his perspective on this historical episode and the perceived betrayal by Franklin D. Roosevelt. In a candid conversation with Doc Stacher in Israel, Meyer Lansky reflected on his past decisions, especially regarding political alliances. He shared a significant regret, turning away from Al Smith in favor of Franklin D. Roosevelt, a move he later deemed a grave mistake, contrary to Arne Rothstein's early advice. Rothstein had always spoken highly of Smith, emphasizing his trustworthiness and deep understanding of the communities on the Lower East Side, including the Jews and Italians. Lansky fondly remembered how Smith genuinely sympathized with the impoverished, speaking and acting like one of their own, making him regret not sticking with Rothstein's counsel. Lansky recalled Al Smith's warning about a potential betrayal at the hands of Roosevelt, yet, swayed by the prevailing sentiment in Chicago that Roosevelt would clinch the nomination, they supported him. This decision, Lansky admitted, was misguided. Although he held no grudge against Roosevelt for enforcing laws against what was deemed criminal activity, Lansky's disappointment arose from Roosevelt's later actions, or lack thereof, concerning the Jewish refugee crisis during the Second World War. Despite Eleanor Roosevelt's appeals to her husband, FDR's reluctance to allow Jewish refugees facing death in Germany to enter the U.S. was a point of contention for Lansky. He believed that a more compassionate stance by Roosevelt could have saved thousands from the Holocaust. Lansky's reflections highlight a life lesson on the consequences of disloyalty to a friend, a lesson learned at a high cost through his experience with Roosevelt. During the 1932 Democratic Convention, Meyer Lansky and his associates were not solely focused on politics. They were also planning the expansion of their gambling operations. In discussions with Mo Dalitz and other colleagues from the Midwest, they explored ways to broaden their gambling ventures. They managed to secure a promise from Huey Kingfish Long, the vibrant governor of Louisiana, to assist in establishing gambling casinos in his state. In need of funds, Long was receptive to the idea. Lansky had a clear vision: to introduce slot machines and small stakes games, accessible to the average person in Louisiana, especially in New Orleans, and to open well-furnished casinos for high-stakes gambling attracting visitors nationwide. Dandy Phil Costello, once Arnold Rothstein's partner, was appointed to oversee the Louisiana operation, with Lansky's trusted lieutenant Seymour Weiss providing support from the Roosevelt Hotel in New Orleans. Later, Lansky, Luciano, Costello, and Doc Stacher visited New Orleans to finalize the financial arrangements. Huey Long, however, was concerned about receiving his bribe discreetly due to increasing scrutiny from tax inspectors following Roosevelt's election. A President Long had supported expecting tax relief in return. Long felt betrayed by Roosevelt, lamenting the relentless pursuit by tax authorities despite promises made. Lansky and Stacher reassured Long, offering to pay him $3 to $4 million annually in cash, to be deposited into a Swiss bank account far from the reach of the Internal Revenue Service. Stacher explained the security of the arrangement. Only Long would know the account number and a secret code required to access the funds, ensuring complete confidentiality and control over the transactions. This setup, they assured, would safeguard Long's bribe money securely and discreetly. The history of Luciano and his outfit moving into Louisiana begins with a grand gesture by the famous governor, who, deeply impressed, offered carte blanche to visitors from New York. This marked the opening of the Blue Room at the Roosevelt Hotel and the Beverly Country Club in New Orleans, setting the stage for the nationwide expansion of casinos. Meyer Lansky and his associates soon spread their operations to Hot Springs, Arkansas, under the management of Oni Killer Madden. Known for its welcoming atmosphere to the underworld, Hot Springs became a lucrative gambling haven where gangsters could recuperate from their ailments or hide from authorities without fear. Madden, with the assistance of Carlos Marcello, a Tunisian notable for being neither Jewish nor Italian among Lansky's predominantly Jewish and Italian lieutenants, managed the casinos with efficiency. In the 30s, Carlos Marcello began to emerge as a significant figure in the Southern Mafia, particularly within the Silver Dollar Sam faction in New Orleans, Louisiana. This group was part of one of America's oldest mafia networks. The city had a tumultuous history with organized crime, highlighted by the 1891 lynching of 11 Italians after the murder of New Orleans Police Chief David Hennessy. This event not only caused diplomatic strains between Italy and the United States, but also led to widespread migration of Sicilians, Italians, and Irish Catholics who were fleeing Protestant persecution throughout the South. As these groups dispersed, they established strongholds from Louisiana to states like Mississippi, Arkansas, Texas, and Oklahoma, and eventually influenced areas such as Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. Florida was already under the sway of the Santo Trafficante clan, but the influx of Sicilians bolstered the mafia's presence. This expansion facilitated the spread of figures like Lucky Luciano and Frank Costello across the southern United States, embedding the mafia deeply into various facets of criminal enterprise, including narcotics trafficking, prohibition, and prostitution. The history of the American mafia is deeply entwined with New Orleans, Louisiana. The lynching of 11 Italians in 1891, following the murder of Police Chief David Hennessy, had profound repercussions, catalyzing significant migration among Sicilians and other groups linked to the mafia from New Orleans to other parts of the United States. This event essentially dispersed the seeds of organized crime that would later flourish in different regions, including Dallas, which became an outpost for Carlos Marcello, Joe Civello, and the Campisi brothers, who would run the Egyptian Lounge in Dallas, Texas, which is still open till this day. This restaurant would host people like George Bush and his family, Sam Giancana, Jack Ruby, possibly Lee Harvey Oswald, Frank Sheeran, Dallas senators, police officers, including mayors and other elites that controlled various parts of Dallas. New Orleans, with its strategic port and vibrant cultural melting pot, became a fertile ground for early organized crime families to establish their roots. As these families moved out of Louisiana in response to the lynching and the subsequent anti-Italian sentiment, they carried with them their clandestine practices, extending their influence and establishing operations in new territories. This migration helped establish the foundation for what would become a nationwide network of crime families, all tracing their origins, in one way or another, back to New Orleans. The city's role as an early hub for the mafia set the stage for the development of organized crime across America, making it a significant point of reference in the history of American criminal syndicates. Carlos Marcello eventually took control of operations in Texas, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, amassing a vast territory and becoming a pivotal mafia leader in America. Under his leadership, and with connections to political figures like Huey Long, the mafia became deeply integrated into Louisiana's political scene. New Orleans, during the 30s and 40s, became a hub of entertainment and illegal activities, predating Las Vegas's rise as the center of gambling and shows. Influential mobster Benjamin Siegel visited New Orleans, took inspiration from its casino operations under Marcello, and later developed the Las Vegas Strip. Carlos Marcello's reign continued through the decades, marked by alliances and rivalries, including his complicated relationships with Jewish mobsters like Meyer Lansky. Despite using these connections to rise to power, Marcello was known for his anti-Semitic views, which were infamously revealed during a covert conversation with an FBI agent. By the 60s, Marcello had solidified his control over criminal enterprises in Louisiana and other parts of America. In fact, during the 60s, he was considered the godfather of the United States of America. He was infamous in criminal circles. His name would strike fear into anyone, including the Corsican Mafia, Cuban Mafia, Jewish Mafia, and Italian-American Mafia. It was a transition marked by the death of Phil Castile in 1962. Though Castile's death was officially attributed to natural causes, suicide, rumors persisted that Marcello had him eliminated to prevent potential snitching due to Castile's cancer diagnosis. Marcello's dominance in the mafia landscape was acknowledged by major crime families across America, illustrating his powerful and ruthless approach to maintaining control and expanding his criminal empire. Carlos Marcello, Silver Dollar, Sam, Frank Costello, Oni Madden, Phil Dandy Castile, Frank Erickson, and Charlie Luciano. Then extended into Covington, Newport, Kentucky, Nevada, and Texas. But Lansky's interest increasingly turned towards Florida, particularly Miami, which he had eyed since his bootlegging days. Viewing Miami as ripe for exploitation, Lansky noted the growing influx of wealthy visitors seeking entertainment beyond the beach. The endeavor to establish a gambling empire in Miami faced obstacles, mainly from the local underworld figure Little Augie Carfano. However, Lansky, employing a strategy of cautious expansion, acquired hotels and clubs in the surrounding Broward and Dade counties. With the help of Moses Annenberg, a wire service for local racetracks was introduced, funneling underworld money into the region. This strategic investment allowed Lansky and his New York associates to outmaneuver established racketeers like Carfano. Lansky's mastery in taking control involved the strategic use of frontmen. This tactic was evident in his acquisition of the Tropical Park racetrack, where he employed relatives of Oni Madden, Frank Erickson, who had inherited Arnold Rothstein's gambling operations, Herman Stark, a dedicated lieutenant who later played a role in Havana's casino scene, and numerous bookmakers nationwide. This approach, coupled with substantial cash investments and meticulous planning, solidified Lansky and his colleagues' dominance over Miami and Miami Beach, incorporating allies from Chicago with ties to Al Capone. This narrative, informed by Yuridan's writings on Meyer Lansky, underscores the meticulous strategies that facilitated the expansion of Lansky's gambling empire across the United States. The end of Prohibition in 1933 marked a significant shift in America's legal and social landscape, presenting both opportunities and challenges for those involved in the bootlegging business. Meyer Lansky, among others, saw this moment as an opportunity to transition into legitimate ventures, exemplified by his investment in the Malaska Corporation. This move, on the surface, suggested an eagerness to engage with the newly legal distilling industry through innovative means, such as the supply of dehydrated, powder-red molasses. However, the underlying continuation of illegal activities, as evidenced by the raids on significant illicit distilleries using Molaskas products, illustrates the complexities of Lansky's transition from Prohibition-era activities to post-Prohibition business endeavors. Lansky's reluctance or inability to fully pivot to a law-abiding career, despite the potential for legitimate success, underscores a deeper adherence to the principles and practices honed during the Prohibition era. This adherence contrasts with contemporaries like Samuel Bronfman and Louis Rosenstiel, who successfully navigated the transition to respectable legal business operations. Lansky's choice reflects a broader dilemma faced by many involved in illegal activities: the challenge of shedding the ingrained habits and networks of the underworld in favor of the uncertain terrain of legitimate business. The Malaska Ventures bankruptcy and the subsequent evasion of legal repercussions demonstrate Lansky's acumen in maneuvering within the shadows of legality. Yet this episode also highlights a pivotal moment when the paths of opportunity diverged, and Lansky chose the familiarity of illicit profits over the risks and potential rewards of legitimate enterprise. This choice not only cemented Lansky's position within the criminal underworld, but also set the stage for the enduring perception of him as a gangster, despite the blurred lines between his actions and those of his peers who successfully transitioned to respected positions within the business community. As the 30s progressed, the landscape of organized crime and business in America continued to evolve, with figures like Lansky navigating the complexities of legality, reputation, and opportunity. In the mid-30s, Meyer Lansky suggested to Bugsy Siegel that it might be time for him to relocate to the West Coast. Siegel, captivated by the allure of Hollywood, promptly moved. Lansky recognized untapped gambling prospects not only in Los Angeles and other Californian cities, but also in the relatively undeveloped state of Nevada. The tall, handsome, and impulsive Benjamin Siegel was not one to shirk his responsibilities, yet he was equally keen on enjoying the company of movie stars. His siblings, Maurice, Esther, Ethel, and Bessie, were concerned about his criminal endeavors. However, to his wife, the former Esther Krakauer, Bugsy could do no wrong. When he mentioned that California's climate would benefit their daughters, Millicent and Barbara, she began packing without hesitation. Before the Siegel family moved, Lansky playfully cautioned Bugsy, "Take it easy with those Hollywood actresses. I know you've always wanted to bed them." Siegel later reflected, "Meyer rarely laughed, but that surprised me. I always felt Meyer understood me better than I understood myself." Doc Stacher concurred, noting that Bugsy and Meyer were closer than brothers, and that Bugsy had saved Meyer's life on multiple occasions. He recalled an incident when Waxy Gordon finally realized that it was Meyer who had arranged for his brother Jake to provide evidence against him, leading to Gordon's incarceration. Although Gordon was already sidelined, his associate Charlie Chink Sherman and hitman Tony Fabrazzo tried to retaliate. They planted a bomb at the Grand Street building where Bugsy and Meyer frequently met. Bugsy spotted the bomb, threw it out the window, and although it exploded and injured him, he continued to pursue Meyer's adversaries, eventually tracking down and killing Fabrizio in Brooklyn. As time passed, Bugsy grew restless being in Lansky's shadow, which likely influenced Meyer's decision to assign him to the West Coast. By then, Bugsy had also become a marked man in New York, and it was only a matter of time before Thomas Dewey would target him. In Hollywood, Bugsy quickly befriended actor George Raft, known for his gangster roles, and the two engaged in several ventures. However, Bugsy's presence stirred tensions in the local underworld, which was under the control of Jack Dragner. Lansky, foreseeing potential conflicts, visited Lucky Luciano in Dannemora prison to seek his intervention. Luciano, recognizing the vast opportunities in California, persuaded Dragner to cooperate with Siegel, emphasizing the mutual benefits. Despite his agreement, Dragner was not pleased with the assertive New Yorker and waited for an opportunity to eliminate him. Upon arriving in Hollywood, Bugsy rented a luxurious mansion owned by the renowned singer Lawrence and swiftly embarked on a romance with French actress Ketty Gallion. His charm also won over numerous starlets. He and Raft frequented the Santa Anita racetrack, betting heavily. It wasn't long before Bugsy was entangled in a more serious relationship with Countess Dorothy DeFrasso, a prominent socialite. Bugsy Siegel, along with his friends from New York, quickly became acquainted with Hollywood elites, forming friendships with renowned actors like Cary Grant, Clark Gable, Gary Cooper, and Jean Harlow, the latter once a lover of Longy Zwillman. The relationship between Hollywood and the Mafia historically blurred the lines between entertainment and organized crime, evolving into a mutually dependent alliance. In the early days of cinema, organized crime saw the film industry as a lucrative investment. Mafia figures funded numerous films and even owned cinemas where audiences flocked to see the latest pictures. They recognized early on that entertainment would be a key part of the future and strategically diversified their portfolios beyond traditional rackets like gambling. The mob didn't stop at film. They extended their reach into the music industry. They dominated the jukebox market by controlling the licenses required for music distribution, creating a profitable model where companies had to pay yearly fees to keep their music in circulation. This control provided another steady income stream for organized crime. Like their involvement in New York's garment industry, the mob also aimed to dominate Hollywood's unions and other facets of the movie industry, turning it into another source of revenue. They didn't merely extort these sectors, they actively shaped them, helping to launch some of the biggest stars in movie and music history, thereby influencing culture profoundly. Frank Sinatra, a young Italian-American singer from Hoboken, New Jersey, is a prime example. As he rose to fame, Sinatra not only became one of America's most celebrated figures, but also an asset to organized crime. His dealings included exclusive performances at mob-owned casinos, which drew in wealthy gamblers and high rollers. Sinatra's connections extended to mingling with politicians and aiding mob figures in gaining legal advantages, reflecting the deep ties between the mob and entertainment elites. In a modern context, the relationship between Hollywood and organized crime in the mid-20th century could be likened to contemporary stars maintaining close ties with influential figures shaping industries and culture. Every Hollywood elite from that era owed a part of their career to the strategic investments and influence of organized crime. Hollywood's close ties with organized crime proved to be a strategic asset not just for the mob, but also for the political elite who sought to leverage Hollywood's glamour to enhance their own images. As the 60s dawned, many politicians were not only embroiled in affairs with mistresses, but also with prominent Hollywood actresses. The association between politicians and Hollywood became part of the public's perception, adding a layer of intrigue and scandal to political life. One of the most notable figures in this dynamic was Senator Kennedy, whose escapades stretched from Las Vegas to Cuba, locations often under the influence of mob-owned enterprises. Even after reaching the White House, Kennedy's affairs continued, including well-publicized relationships with icons like Marilyn Monroe and Judith Exner, among others. These women were known to have connections with both the charismatic senator and later president, as well as his brother Robert Kennedy, and figures within organized crime. The intertwining relationships provided the mafia with valuable insights and leverage. Kennedy's father had long-standing ties to both the Prohibition-era bootlegging and Hollywood, further cementing the symbiotic relationship between politics, crime, and entertainment. The Chicago outfit, a formidable force in organized crime, had significant ties to both Hollywood and the Chicago movie industry, extending its influence beyond the New York Mafia's established realm. A key figure in this cross-country expansion was Mickey Cohen, a notorious gangster who reported to Sam Giancana. Mickey Cohen's Hollywood connections were deeply intertwined with the ambitions of high-profile individuals like Joseph Kennedy, who, seeking a political boost for his son, tapped into these networks. Kennedy's outreach to figures connected through both crime and entertainment highlights the strategic alliances of the era. A notable intermediary was Sam Giancana, a friend of Frank Sinatra and a well-known name in the entertainment industry and organized crime, who became a pivotal link between Kennedy and the rest of the mob's upper echelons, including Russell Bufalino, Santo Trafficante, among others. The influence of the Chicago outfit was not limited to individuals like Cohen. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel exemplifies another aspect of mob involvement in gambling, unions, extortion, murder, business, and entertainment. Known for his good looks and charm, Siegel was as dangerous as he was charismatic. A visionary in crime, he was particularly adept with numbers and business strategies. Siegel's efforts were instrumental in developing Las Vegas, which became a melting pot of mob influence and entertainment, a testament to his ability to fuse criminal enterprise with commercial success. This blend of ruthlessness and business acumen marked a new era, where organized crime and the entertainment industry were increasingly intertwined, influencing everything from local business landscapes to national politics. The reach of figures like Siegel and Cohen illustrates how deeply organized crime could embed itself into the fabric of American cultural and political life. This nexus allowed organized crime to exert influence in previously inaccessible spheres and obtain sensitive information, which they could exploit to their advantage, securing their power and expanding their influence beyond traditional criminal enterprises into the very fabric of American cultural and political life. Despite Benjamin's vibrant social circle, Siegel never forgot his primary purpose in the West: to capitalize on lucrative opportunities. He collaborated closely with Jack Dragner, who seemed cooperative, and Mickey Cohen, a Brooklyn native who had moved to Los Angeles. By the late 30s, Bugsy was orchestrating gambling operations along the Los Angeles waterfront. He was also pivotal in establishing a gambling ship called the Rex, which operated off the coast of Los Angeles. However, some of his ventures, deemed overly ambitious or impractical, failed to impress Meyer Lansky. When Prohibition ended, the underworld faced a temporary crisis. Bootlegging, a crime historically condoned by the public, overlooked by law enforcement, and highly profitable, was coming to a close. This era had transformed uneducated men into millionaires, violent criminals into revered Robin Hoods, and upstanding officials into corrupt figures. Now, with the lucrative era ending, organized crime groups like the Big Six Syndicate were forced to diversify into other ventures such as prostitution, gambling, narcotics, extortion in industry and labor, and even contract killings. Despite popular narratives and some crime writers asserting that Bugsy Siegel relocated to California in 1936 or 1937 due to mob directives, there was no such official decision. In reality, Siegel, attracted by the allure of Hollywood, had already leased a house on Arden Drive in Beverly Hills by 1933. By 1935, he was renting the luxurious home of famous singer Lawrence Tibbett on McCarthy Drive, introducing himself as a sportsman. Siegel, having made a fortune by the end of 1932, lost much of it in the stock market crash, which dashed his hopes of leaving the criminal world behind. Despite his criminal reputation and limited skill set beyond larceny, murder, and extortion, Siegel often spoke of going legitimate. However, evidence suggests he was far from financially desperate, likely having substantial undeclared assets. The move to California was not motivated by a directive from any crime syndicate, but by Siegel's own dissatisfaction with his environment and associates in New York, whom he found distasteful and uncouth. Siegel detested the nickname Bugsy, as it aligned him with notorious figures he deemed beneath him. He yearned for a life among the so-called respectable, away from the constant threat of law enforcement and the dangers of the underworld. California offered a fresh start, away from the grim realities of his past. Benjamin Siegel, Charlie Luciano, and Meyer Lansky were central figures in the foundation of organized crime in America. Known for their ruthlessness and efficiency, they worked closely together, with Frank Costello, who was a bit older, viewing them as his protégés. Vito Genovese, though an outsider, was brought into the fold by Luciano to manage relations with the Italian factions, a role he shared with Joe Adonis. Over time, Adonis became more focused on his personal ventures, which Luciano criticized as selfish. Meanwhile, Benjamin Siegel felt a desire to pursue his own path, noticing how Adonis was becoming more integral within the group, thanks to his Sicilian heritage. As the dynamics within the group shifted, Lansky chose to focus on gambling and entertainment ventures in places like Havana and Miami. He wanted Siegel to join him, envisioning them as a powerful duo where Lansky would strategize and Siegel would enforce. However, a rift developed between them, the causes of which remain unclear. Luciano noted the growing tension, which eventually led Siegel and Lansky to part ways. This separation was particularly painful for Lansky, who had believed that Siegel would always remain by his side. Despite the split, Lansky let Siegel know he would always consider him a friend. But Siegel was now on his own to navigate his future and address his own mistakes. Furthermore, his move was influenced by a romantic interest, Ketty Gallion, a charming French actress he met in New York. Captivated by her, Siegel followed when she moved to California for English lessons and screen tests, investing heavily in her career. While living in the luxurious mansion previously owned by Lawrence Tibbett on McCarthy Drive, Bugsy Siegel's life was filled with the usual trappings of wealth. He became a member of the Hillcrest Country Club, chose a prestigious girls' school for his daughters Millicent and Barbara, and enrolled them in daily riding lessons at the exclusive Dubrock Riding Academy. For relaxation, Siegel frequented director Eddie Sutherland's private health club on Rexford Drive for a rub-down or a steam bath. Siegel's social circle included Hollywood luminaries like George Raft, Jean Harlow, Clark Gable, and Bruce Cabot. During his initial explorations in Beverly Hills, Longy Zwillman introduced Siegel to Jean Harlow, her mother, and stepfather Marino Bello. Harlow took a liking to Siegel and became a sponsor, as he navigated the Hollywood elite, even serving as a godmother to Millicent. After Harlow's death in 1937, affectionately autographed photos of her remained in Millicent's room. Siegel and Bello found common ground in their cunning and shared respect for notorious figures in the underworld. Although not a violent criminal, Bello had a knack for scams involving substantial sums of money. Siegel maintained a robust checking account at the Union Bank and Trust Company, with deposits never falling below $10,000 a month and occasionally exceeding $80,000, despite having no apparent legitimate business or visible source of income. He then crossed paths with the Countess Dorothy DeFrasso, a wealthy and socially connected figure. Despite her past unhappy marriage to a British pilot, she had remarried Count Carlo DeFrasso, an impoverished but noble Italian, and bought Villa Madama in Italy, a palace adorned with priceless frescoes. Back in Beverly Hills, DeFrasso often stayed at Pickfair, the estate of Mary Pickford and Douglas Fairbanks, before purchasing her own 30-room hacienda on North Bedford Drive. She hosted extravagant parties, including one featuring 3 professional boxing matches that attracted Hollywood's elite like Marlene Dietrich and Clark Gable. Elsa Maxwell, a noted socialite, commented on DeFrasso's eccentricities and sharp wit in her intimate biography. DeFrasso's fascination with the Hollywood scene eventually led her to cross paths with Siegel. After a brief introduction at the Santa Anita racetrack through James McKinley Bryant, a prominent hotelier, and Richard Gully, a cousin of Anthony Eden, her interest in Siegel grew. Despite a seemingly unremarkable first meeting, Siegel soon appeared beside DeFrasso at a high-profile social event, signaling the start of a significant association. This encounter highlighted Siegel's deep integration into the social fabric of Hollywood, marked by his connections with both the stars and the social elite. "Hello, Benny," she greeted him with familiarity. He responded with a self-conscious grin and a bow, then quickly turned to welcome the next guest. Bugsy Siegel, the semi-literate mobster from the Lower East Side, had ascended into high society. He was not only standing in the receiving line among the stars and prominent figures of the international set, but he had also found his way into more intimate settings. On a calm evening in Beverly Hills, devoid of any cooling sea breezes, George Raft drove his black Cadillac convertible from Coldwater Canyon to Romanoff's restaurant off Wilshire Boulevard. Raft, a big-name star earning over $5,000 a week, entered the bustling restaurant with the ease of a seasoned actor, aware that all eyes would be on him. George Raft, originally from Hell's Kitchen, was deeply embedded in the world of organised crime, closely associated with figures like Charlie Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Russell Bufalino, Vito Genovese. He often visited Luciano in Italy. He was close with Red Levine, Frank Scalise, Carlo Gambino, Tony Accardo, Paul Rica, Carlos Marcello, Santo Trafficante, Mo Dalitz, Benjamin Siegel, Joe Adonis, and others. During Prohibition, he was part of Oni Madden's crew, but eventually transitioned into a legitimate career in Hollywood. By the 60s, Raft had become a historic actor and a celebrated figure, especially notable during his time in London, where he ran the mafia's gambling operations. He was so famous that the Cray twins, prominent London gangsters, and their associates often competed for his attention. On one occasion, a fight broke out among those eager to be photographed with him, but Raft ended the altercation simply by snapping his fingers, demonstrating his commanding presence. Raft's upbringing was tougher and more ruthless than any gangster he met in London, making him a formidable figure both in organized crime and Hollywood. In the film industry, Raft became an iconic star of the 30s, akin to what Leonardo DiCaprio represents in modern cinema. His tough demeanor and connections made him a valuable asset, bridging the worlds of crime and celebrity during a tumultuous era. His walk, smooth and deliberate, reminded him of a nickname he once shared, Black Snake, attributed to his distinctive gait. As Raft settled into his seat, his gaze swept the room, not missing a beat. He spotted a man across the room with neatly combed back, graying hair, and prominent eyebrows, a stark contrast to his smooth, broad face and slightly sagging neck. This unassuming dinner was none other than Joseph Dotto from New York, better known in certain circles as Joe Adonis. Accompanying him was a woman unfamiliar to the regular crowd, her presence clearly intriguing Raft. Raft approached their booth, greeted by Adonis with a familiar, "Hello, Snake." The conversation quickly turned to mutual acquaintances. "You seen Ben Siegel lately?" Raft inquired, learning of Siegel's latest venture into real estate. Introductions followed, with Raft meeting Virginia Hill, a striking newcomer from Chicago, hinting at her recent move to Los Angeles. Raft returned to his table, pondering the origins of this beauty and her connection to Adonis, certain their paths would cross again. Meanwhile, Siegel had been busy securing investments in various ventures around Los Angeles. For a mere $500, he acquired a quarter share in Redondo Beach Properties, which held gambling concessions in seedy beachfront bars and restaurants. He also took a 15% stake in a dog track in Culver City, an area notorious for its past corruption. One of Siegel's more intriguing associates was Anthony Cornero Strala, known locally as Tony Cornero. Cornero, a rugged figure with a sailor's demeanor and a past in smuggling during Prohibition, had found himself jobless with the repeal. He soon hatched a plan to launch a gambling ship off the Santa Monica coast. Excited by the prospect, Siegel sought out George Raft at his home, urgently needing $20,000 to invest in what he believed could be $1 million venture. Though Raft didn't have the funds readily available, he committed to sourcing them. True to his word, Raft secured the necessary amount from a producer friend and rushed back to Los Angeles to invest in Cornero's ambitious project. Simultaneously, Siegel had managed to secure an additional $15,000 from Union Bank and Trust, which he handed over to an associate for investment. With sufficient funding, Cornero's vision came to life as the steamship Rex set sail, anchoring 3 miles off the coast and commencing operations as a floating casino, ferrying eager gamblers to and from the ship in a fleet of robust water taxis. This bold venture marked another chapter in Siegel's relentless pursuit of power and prosperity in the underworld. The operation of Tony Cornero's gambling ship, the Rex, was swiftly interrupted by a raid from a posse of deputy sheriffs who, operating under the jurisdiction of Los Angeles County, hesitated due to uncertainties about their authority. Consequently, only the patrons were arrested, amid cries that reputedly echoed all the way to Lawyers' Row in downtown Los Angeles. In response, an irate Cornero pulled anchor and moved the ship 12 miles out to sea, where the waters fell outside county jurisdiction, and he expanded his operation by adding 2 more vessels to his gambling fleet. Siegel had judged the situation accurately. The venture turned into an immensely profitable racket. George Raft, hearing about the throngs of patrons braving seasickness to gamble, expected to see returns on his investment of $20,000, particularly as he faced financial pressures from high living expenses and conflicts with Hollywood studio heads. When Raft subtly pressed Siegel for repayment, he received a polite but firm letter explaining his dire financial straits and pleading for any possible relief. Not long after, Siegel unexpectedly paid Raft a portion of the debt in person, handing him a $2,000 check after a fallout with Cornero over the Rex operation. Despite Siegel's claim of withdrawing from the venture and his piecemeal repayments, Raft remained unaware of Siegel's extensive daily gambling and winning streaks documented meticulously in his ledger. Cornero's floating casino did not last. It survived only a year before shutting down. Cornero himself was later shot at his doorstep but survived, only to die unexpectedly at a Las Vegas casino while rolling dice. Meanwhile, Ben Siegel was making his mark in a more upscale part of town. Upon seeing a vacant lot on Delphin Avenue in the exclusive Holmby Hills area, he was determined to build there, moving away from the Lawrence Tibbett house to align with his new identity among the high society circles linked to Dorothy DeFrasso. The neighborhood was among the most prestigious in Los Angeles, home to celebrities like Fanny Brice, Claudette Colbert, and Humphrey Bogart. Siegel planned a luxurious residence on this plot, with the construction excluding furnishings expected to cost $50,000. The house was to be an elegant structure of snow-white brick atop a scenic knoll. Siegel, driven and impatient, was a constant presence at the construction site, ensuring that every detail of the blueprints was meticulously followed, reflecting his deep investment not just in the physical home, but in his reimagined identity within the elite social circles of Hollywood. Ben Siegel's house, still under construction, became a nocturnal adventure for him and his friend George Raft. They often visited after dark, navigating through the unfinished rooms with the aid of matchlight. On one such visit, Siegel showed Raft a cleverly concealed sliding panel in the master bedroom, revealing a trap door. When Raft inquired about its purpose, Siegel, with a hint of melancholy, explained it was a precaution, a possible escape route if ever needed, a nod to the unpredictable nature of his life. Siegel's home reflected his complex persona, a blend of luxury and strategic caution. The bathroom boasted red marble walls, and Esther Siegel's dressing room dazzled with light from mirrors on every surface. The library concealed another secret, a hidden safe behind retractable bookcases on smooth hinges, safeguarding his valuables, including jewelry, account books, and 2 firearms. The residence also featured lavish touches for guests, with multiple vanity rooms adorned with crystal bottles and luxurious accessories. Despite his criminal background, Siegel had an eye for opulence and security, manifested in the meticulous design of his home. Beyond the grandeur of his home, Siegel was known for his health and virility obsession, maintaining a rigorous fitness routine. Yet he also harbored a peculiar fixation with his hair, going to great lengths to preserve it, even offering $2,500 to a man named Mac Gray to cut off a piece of his luxuriant hair, which he later disposed of in a ritualistic fashion. Siegel's meticulous nature extended into his social and professional life. He kept detailed records of his finances, bets, and contacts, jotting down names and numbers with the precision of a businessman. His ledger included contacts ranging from Dubrock's riding academy to Hollywood executives and celebrities like Jean Harlow. Siegel's ambitions were always grandiose, often telling friends about projects that would set him up for life. His betting was just as ambitious, involving large sums and seemingly unbeatable odds. Yet his personal life was complicated, his involvement with the Countess Dorothy DeFrasso being a notable example. His life, intertwined with Hollywood's glamour and the underworld's darkness, was a constant balancing act of risk and opportunity. The end of Prohibition did not mark an end to criminal enterprises, but rather a transformation of the arena in which these activities occurred, with individuals like Lansky playing pivotal roles in shaping the future of both illegal and legal business practices in the United States. With the end of Prohibition, Lansky faced financial uncertainties that strained his personal life and forced him to pivot back to his roots in gambling. This return to the familiar terrain of organizing games of chance, albeit illegal outside of Nevada, underscored Lansky's commitment to a path that consistently skirted the edges of legality. Despite the potential for legitimate enterprise, Lansky's decision to deepen his involvement in the gambling sector revealed both a reliance on known skills and a reluctance to abandon the lucrative, if risky, underworld connections he had cultivated. The annual pilgrimage to Saratoga Springs for the racing season exemplified the intertwined worlds of legitimate leisure and illicit gambling, a convergence that Lansky and his contemporaries navigated with ease. Saratoga, with its rich history of spa tourism and high-stakes gambling, provided an ideal backdrop for Lansky to exercise his gambling acumen in a setting that, at least temporarily, blurred the lines between legal entertainment and criminal enterprise. The town's transformation each summer into a haven for gamblers and bettors from New York City underscored the enduring appeal and profitability of these activities, even as they remained on the wrong side of the law. John Morrissey's legacy in Saratoga Springs, as both a political figure and a gambling boss, highlighted the complex relationship between power, legitimacy, and criminality in American society. Like Morrissey, Lansky navigated these intersections, leveraging his skills and connections to build a career that, while illegal, tapped into the mainstream American appetite for gambling and risk-taking. This duality of operating within a criminal framework while engaging with broadly accepted forms of leisure and entertainment characterized Lansky's career and the broader landscape of organized crime during this period. As Lansky reasserted himself in the world of gambling post-Prohibition, he embodied the adaptability and resilience of organized crime figures who managed to thrive despite changing legal and social environments. His story, and that of Saratoga Springs, reflects the enduring allure of gambling in American culture and the complex ways in which it has been intertwined with both criminal undertakings and the pursuit of leisure and fortune. Saratoga Springs, during the height of its summer racing season, transformed into a haven for high society and high stakes, an annual convergence that shaped not only local culture, but also the dynamics of organized crime. Arnold Rothstein, a pivotal figure in the development of organized crime, played a significant role in orchestrating Saratoga's illegal gambling scene, bringing in his own trusted crews from Manhattan and establishing partnerships that would pave the way for future mob leaders like Meyer Lansky and Lucky Luciano. These partnerships, flexible and loosely structured, allowed Rothstein and his protégés to navigate and exploit the lucrative opportunities presented by Saratoga's racing season, while maintaining a semblance of respectability. The essence of Saratoga in August was its wholesale embrace of gambling, both at the racetrack and in the secluded luxury of the lake houses. These establishments offered not just gambling, but a complete entertainment experience, blending fine dining, dancing, and live shows with the thrill of the game. This unique ecosystem operated on a foundation of widespread corruption and bribery, yet it was executed with a level of finesse and community involvement that distinguished it from the more sordid aspects of urban political machines. Saratoga's corruption, while undeniable, had a communal aspect, ensuring that benefits trickled down to local businesses, charities, and even law enforcement, creating a complex web of complicity and mutual benefit. The arrangement in Saratoga reflects the broader patterns of organized crime during this era, where figures like Rothstein, Lansky, and Luciano could operate openly within certain parameters, their activities tacitly accepted or even facilitated by local authorities and communities. This period illustrates the blurred lines between legal leisure activities and the criminal underworld, highlighting the adaptability and ingenuity of organized crime figures in exploiting and shaping these gray areas to their advantage. As Saratoga's racing season faded each year, the transient nature of this arrangement became clear. Organized crime figures would return to their primary operations, leveraging the relationships and networks established during the summer for their year-round endeavors. Saratoga Springs, with its elegant facade and underlying network of corruption, serves as a microcosm of the complexities and contradictions of American organized crime, where the pursuit of profit consistently challenges the boundaries of legality and morality. The Saratoga lake houses, blending the illicit thrill of a speakeasy with the polished ambiance of a gentleman's club, provided Meyer Lansky with a comprehensive education in the art of casino operation. These establishments weren't just venues for gambling. They were bastions of social prestige, patronized openly by the elite of American society as if attending a revered cultural institution. This convergence of gambling with high society underscored the intrinsic allure of the game, an allure that captivated not just the players, but Lansky himself, revealing to him his inherent talent and passion for orchestrating the complex symphony of a high-class casino operation. Central to Lansky's success in this realm was his understanding of the mathematics that underpin casino profits, the carefully calculated odds that ensure the house always wins over time. Lansky's acumen for these figures, for managing the delicate balance between enticing players and maintaining the casino's advantage, was unparalleled. He recognized early on that the sustainability of a casino hinged not on the flamboyant deception of its patrons, but on its reputation for fairness. Lansky knew that a casino's longevity was secured by the trust of its clientele, who needed to believe in the possibility of winning even within the framework of games designed to favor the house. This emphasis on honesty, in the paradoxical context of illegal gambling operations, highlights the nuanced integrity Lansky brought to the underworld. His insistence on fair play was not born of moral principle, but of shrewd business sense. A casino could only become a lucrative enterprise if it was perceived as a place where luck, not manipulation, determined the outcome. This principle guided Lansky's management of his gambling ventures, from the personnel he chose to the policies he implemented, ensuring that his establishments remained esteemed destinations for high-stakes gambling. Yet running a casino also involved navigating the inherent risks of the business, including the potential for internal fraud and cheating. Lansky's intimate knowledge of the tricks of the trade, gained from his early days on the streets of the Lower East Side, equipped him to implement rigorous oversight mechanisms. He was adept at identifying trustworthy dealers and staff, understanding that the human element was both the greatest asset and the most significant vulnerability of his operations. Meyer Lansky's journey from the informal crap games of his youth to the opulent clandestine casinos of Saratoga Springs illustrates his evolution into one of the most influential figures in organized crime. His legacy is not just as a mobster, but as a pioneering entrepreneur of illegal gambling, a man who elevated the craft with a blend of mathematical brilliance, strategic honesty, and a deep understanding of the human allure to the game of chance. In Saratoga Springs, away from the urban complexities and the glaring spotlight on crime that characterized the post-prohibition era, Meyer Lansky found an environment where his low-key, meticulous approach to illegal gambling could flourish. Unlike the flamboyant gangsters of his time, Lansky preferred to operate from the shadows, ensuring his ventures remained under the radar while meticulously crafting a gambling empire that catered to America's elite. The Piping Rock, with its exotic allure and discreet operation, epitomized Lansky's method, a blend of luxury, anonymity, and precision that attracted the wealthy without drawing unwanted attention from law enforcement or the press. Lansky's strategy for running his gambling operations mirrored his approach to bootlegging, leveraging joint ventures where his role was primarily financial, orchestrating the flow of money and managing the distribution of profits. His partnerships with figures like Frank Costello and Joe Adonis in the Piping Rock venture demonstrated his ability to collaborate effectively, pooling resources and expertise to create a gambling experience that was both exclusive and profitable. By placing the operation's ownership in the name of his brother Jake, Lansky maintained his preferred stance of invisibility, ensuring that his involvement would remain obscured from both the public eye and the authorities. The contrast between Lansky's quiet, calculated management of his gambling interests and the high-profile, often violent activities of contemporary criminals like the automobile bandits underscores a fundamental shift in the nature of organized crime during the 30s. While figures like John Dillinger captured the public's imagination with their daring heists and dramatic escapes, Lansky and his associates were quietly laying the groundwork for a different kind of criminal enterprise, one rooted in the steady, unobtrusive accumulation of wealth through activities like gambling, which, though illegal, lacked the overtly confrontational stance against society embodied by the bank robbers of the era. This divergence in criminal methodology highlighted the evolving landscape of American organized crime, moving away from the volatile, headline-grabbing exploits of the early 20th century to a more insidious, systemic infiltration of legitimate business and society. Lansky's success in Saratoga Springs, achieved through discretion and strategic collaboration, marked a turning point in this evolution, setting the stage for the rise of a new kind of mobster. The businessman in the shadows, whose influence would extend far beyond the confines of a gambling table or a bootlegging operation. The term racketeering captured the essence of this multifaceted criminality, embedding organized crime more firmly into the fabric of American city life. The late 20s and early 30s saw figures like Lepke Buchalter, Gura Shapiro, Charlie Luciano, Benny Siegel, Frank Costello, and Meyer Lansky emerge as the new architects of this criminal landscape. Each had his domain, from the garment industry rackets and union muscle of Lepke and Gura to the gambling, bookmaking, and service rackets operated by Luciano, Siegel, and Lansky. These activities, while illegal, were often conducted with a veneer of legitimacy, exploiting the blurred lines between the underworld and the upper world of politics, business, and society. Meyer Lansky, in particular, epitomized the transition to a more cerebral form of gangsterdom. While deeply involved in the gambling and casino rackets, Lansky distinguished himself by his aversion to the more sordid aspects of organized crime such as narcotics and prostitution, areas where Luciano did not hesitate to tread. This selective morality allowed Lansky to cultivate an image of respectability, even as he continued to profit from illegal activities. His preference for avoiding unnecessary violence, shared with Costello, was not only a personal ethic, but a strategic business decision, enhancing their appeal to wealthy patrons and high rollers, seeking the thrill of gambling without the taint of overt criminality. The contrast between the public's fascination with the automobile bandits of the Depression era and the quiet consolidation of power by gangsters like Lansky and Luciano highlights a critical evolution in the nature of American organized crime. While the former provided sensational headlines and a clear enemy for law enforcement to pursue, the latter conducted their operations with a subtlety that often eluded detection, embedding their activities within the legitimate economy and leveraging political and business connections to protect and expand their interests. This period marked the cementing of organized crime's role in American society, not as an aberration, but as a parallel structure, operating alongside and often intersecting with the legitimate economy. The legacy of figures like Meyer Lansky lies not just in their individual criminal exploits, but in their contribution to the development of a sophisticated, enduring model of organized crime that would continue to adapt and thrive long after their demise. The diversification of these gentlemen's portfolios was driven by more than the end of Prohibition. As the skies above New York darkened and a new war loomed, the world was changing, particularly for organized crime. The 30s brought significant shifts in Europe, with empires collapsing and Great Britain battling Nazi Germany. At home, the rise of Nazi power in 1933, combined with the aftermath of the 1929 Great Depression, signaled turbulent times ahead. By the mid-40s, the British Empire would see its influence wane, paralleling a transformation in American organized crime. The Italian-American mafia was rising, poised to forge a new kind of American empire. During the 30s, former Prohibition gangsters transformed into industrial magnates. They moved from extorting industries to owning them, controlling unions and influencing political delegates. This shift did not go unnoticed. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, through actions like those of Judge Samuel Seabury, began targeting these mobsters, unveiling the extent of their corruption. While figures like Dutch Schultz were initially targeted, the spotlight soon turned to bigger fish such as Lucky Luciano. Luciano, once a street-level criminal, had transitioned to a more sophisticated role behind the scenes. However, his past caught up with him, and he, alongside other notable figures like Al Capone, faced legal retribution. Capone's decline due to syphilis marked a tragic end to his criminal career, while others, like Tony Accardo, stepped up to fill the void. The crackdown intensified when Thomas E. Dewey was appointed as special prosecutor. His aggressive pursuit of gangsters like Schultz marked a new commitment to legal action against organized crime. Dewey's campaigns, fueled by moral conviction, aimed to restore law and order to a New York City overrun by criminal enterprises. This period set the stage for the next decade of organized crime, signaling a pivotal shift in both the methods and the faces of those in power.